Age of Elves-My Ninja Frog Can Ninjutsu Chapter 201-250. Chapter 201 _ Follow my orders. Here, come on guys, let's go and see what herbs they've prepared for us. Good. The soldiers of the Qin army changed into the clothes of the soldiers of the state of Yan, and came to the gate of the city, waiting for the soldiers and horses to escort the herbs from the direction of Zhaoyang and Fangyang. Insolent, what should we do in a moment? Look at me for a while, let's play with them. Ha ha ha. After a while, the shadow of a group of soldiers and horses appeared in the distance. They drove very fast, and the cavalry in front had already reached the time of Zhongquang. Anyone, get off the horse quickly, and accept the inspection. At the front of the cavalry came to Zhongquang with a look full of disdain. Said arrogantly, I am Xu Ziyang from Fangyang County. I have been specially appointed by Fangyanggu, the magistrate of Fangyang County, to come to Wuzheng County to deliver medicine. Let us go in quickly. Said that, he was about to hit his horse and head towards the city, when Zhongquang swung the long sword in his hand, the war horse stopped. Before I let you go, you want to enter the city and eat the gall of a bear and a leopard. I think you are like a spy, let me check. Why do you dare to check me? I'm Xu Ziyang from Fangyang County. Ah, forgive my clumsiness, it turned out to be Xu Ziyang from Fangyang County. Disrespectful and disrespectful. Hearing what Zhongquang said, Xu Ziyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that someone knew him. I thought this was right, how could I not know my name? Since you know me, let's go over quickly, I want to see the magistrate quickly. Ah, Xu Ziyang, let's go back. Hey, okay, what are you going back? At first, I thought that if Zhongquang knew him, they would be let go. But he didn't expect that he could have the chance to misunderstand what he meant. At this time, Xu Ziyang's face became gloomy. He could see that the gate guard was deliberately embarrassing him. Who are you under? Xu Ziyang asked in a cold tone, do you know what I'm here for? Do you take responsibility for delaying the military situation like this? Haha, it doesn't matter, the delay in the military situation will be counted on your grandfather and me. What? Seeing Zhonghua's dead pig not afraid of boiling water, Xu Ziyang finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. You bastard, give you 3 points and 3 colors, hurry up and get out of the way, or I will kill you. Zhongquang saw that Xu Ziyang was angry, and his heart was overjoyed. What he wanted was this. Yo, there is a dead man here, dare to talk to you like this. My uncle, do you know what time it is? Wuzheng County is strictly investigating spies riotous party. Zhongquang jumped up and came to Xu Zi. Xu Ziyang looked up and down, and then said grimly, I see you, you are yin and yang, you look like a spy, come on, arrest me. When the soldiers heard Zhongquang's order, they rushed up one after another, wanting to do something. I see who of you dares to move, but it's against you. I'm Captain Yang Guo, you dare to move me, don't want to. He could finish speaking, he was already pinned to the ground by the soldiers. Actually, Xu Ziyang's martial arts were very powerful. But he really didn't expect that this group of defending soldiers would dare to attack him, which was really beyond his expectations. That he was pushed to the ground before he could take action, and it was too late to resist. That was when the soldiers behind saw the captain, being pushed to the ground, and rushed over in anger. What the hell are you doing? Do you know who you are arresting? He is the captain of the Yan Kingdom. Did you eat the guts of an ambitious leopard? Soldiers were arguing and trying to rescue Xu Ziyang, and the troops who were transporting herbs from behind also came to the front. Seeing the chaos at the gate of the city, the leader of the infantry colonel named Sun Chang, also came to the front. Stop it all. What are you doing here? Hearing his roar, those soldiers who came to rescue Xu Ziyang and Zhongquang and their ice room scuffled together, and all stopped at this moment. Tell me, what the hell are you doing? We were ordered to escort the herbs, why don't you let us into the city? This Xu Ziyang seemed to have some ability, his eyes widened with anger, and he had a majestic look. HMPH, you said that the herbalist was the one who delivered the herbal medicine. Some time ago, we were deceived and burned so many herbs because someone pretended to be the herbalist. Nonsense there, why couldn't he snicker when he heard it? He was stared at by Zhang Kuang and didn't dare to speak, so he held back. Now you are pretending again. I suspect that he is a spy. Otherwise, why don't you let me check and break into the city? S words were righteous, without the slightest flaw, so neither Xu Ziyang nor Sun Chang could refute them. Sun Chang glanced at Xu Ziyang. Xu Ziyang was still being held there by the soldiers, and he couldn't get up. Hurry up and let him go. Let's just accept the inspection. He is really the captain of the Yan Kingdom. It's really disrespectful for you to do this. Saw that Sun Chang also began to speak softly, so he got off the slope and waved his hands to let the soldiers let go of Sun Ziyang, who was finally able to stand up, was about to start, but was stopped by Sun Chang. Ziyang, stop, don't make trouble anymore. This Sun Chang seemed to have some prestige, but after listening to his words, Xu Ziyang did not make another move. Hey, that's right, otherwise, you will be arrested, and you will inevitably get a meal board. Hearing the arrogant ridicule, Xu Ziyang almost couldn't hold it back again. For some reason, he was usually calm, but he couldn't hold back his anger today. A few words of arrogance can tease him, and he can't control his temper. You go to the side and rest for a while, and leave it to me to deal with it. Sun Chang saw that Xu Ziyang's emotions had not settled down yet, and that this group of soldiers was the leader, and seemed to have a prejudice against him, and the certificates were all aimed at Xu Ziyang. Hearing Sun Chang's words, Xu Ziyang looked at Zhang Kuang again, and walked to the side with a flick of his hand. This time, Mr. Xu felt really aggrieved, and he was pushed to the ground for no reason and humiliated by them. But there was no way, he also really wanted to teach this group of lawless defenders. But Sun Chang was the leader of escorting the herbal medicine this time, and everything had to obey his orders, otherwise, if he went back, he would be punished. Seeing Xu Ziyang being furious, he went to the side, and arrogantly froze there. Seeing that Xu Ziyang was already mad at him, Zhang Kuang took aim at this infantry captain named Sun Chang. Hey, you're still here, what are you doing now? Hurry down and get checked. What? Chapter 202-Ts. Zhang Kuang is still the same routine, but the effect is very good. Sun Chang was a little surprised when he heard Zhang Kuang's words. He finally understood why Sun Ziyang was so angry. This bastard defender was simply too presumptuous. However, he seemed to be much calmer than Sun Ziyang, and I saw him slowly step off the horse. Then came to Zhang Kuang, and looked at Zhang Kuang with a lukewarm attitude. Whose subordinate are you? Since you don't know us, you should report it frequently. Our car is full of important medicines, and we are in a hurry to save the people and soldiers in Wuzheng County, and we must not delay. When Zhang Kuang heard Sun Chang's words, he also gave him a serious look. This Sun Chang looked ordinary, but his eyes revealed wisdom. Zhang Kuang saw that he was not fooled, his eyes rolled again, and he looked at Sun Chang and said slowly, since it is an important item, of course it can't be delayed, come on, go in quickly and let me know, and say that people from Fangyang and Zhaoyang are escorting them. Herbs are here. Sun Chang heard the arrogant words, and the health care in his hand was almost unsheathed. This bastard defender did not even report his name. And looking at his attitude, it seems that Sun Chang and the others are not here to help Wuzheng County, but to seek benefits here. Even Sun Chang's patience is almost worn out by Zhang Kuang. But Sun Chang breathed a sigh of relief, but he still didn't have it. He felt that he would lose his identity if he quarreled with the soldiers who defended the city. He also thought about killing the defender, but he thought about it a lot. This defender of the city is so arrogant and unscrupulous, such a person is either a lunatic or has a strong backer. Although Zhang Kuang speaks very loudly, but he can say everything logically, people can't pick out any faults. He is definitely not a lunatic, that is, he has a strong backer. So Sun Chang intends to take a look again. What kind of backstage does this arrogant have? but even if he doesn't have a backstage, now is not the time to deal with him. There is one thing he said is correct. Wuzheng County now, the grass and trees are full of soldiers. Indeed, the military situation is relatively complicated, and strict precautions are still necessary. Sun Chang had heard from Yanlong before that there was a problem with the water supply in Wuzheng County. So now being so arrogant, although the tone and language are a bit excessive, but from the current situation, it is not that Sun Chang has always been calm and cautious in his work, which is why the Fangyang County magistrate sent him here. Okay, in that case, let's wait a while. Zhang Kuang is now beginning to admire this colonel named Sun Chang. His patience is indeed beyond what ordinary people can do. He treated him so rudely, he was still able to hold back not delivering, so he was definitely not an ordinary little character. When the soldiers beside the emperor winked, the soldier understood at once what he meant. Then left. Sun Chang saw all this, but he didn't say anything. He thought that as long as he reported it, Yanlong would definitely come to see him in person, and then he would ask Yanlong for something. But it took half an hour after the soldiers left. Xu Ziyang stomped his feet in anger, and Sun Chang started to get angry. After another quarter of an hour, Sun Chang couldn't sit still. He got up and took a few steps. In front of Zhang Kuang, he said in a cold voice, "Why haven't the soldiers returned after going for so long?" Kuang was still the same, looking at Sun Chang, and said slowly, "What's the hurry? I don't know why he hasn't come back for so long. Maybe he has diarrhea." Zhang Kuang said with a smile, "You also know that everyone here has stomach troubles, or else they wouldn't go to you for herbal medicine." After Sun Chang heard Zhang Kuang's words, his angry beard turned to his face, but there was nothing he could do with Zhang Kuang. His attitude really made people very angry, or what he said, but it was fact that people couldn't refute. This is the most irritating place. Obviously there is no excuse or reason to kill him. Sun Chang had no choice but to return to the original place and sit down. About an hour later, when Sun Chang was about to attack, the soldier who entered the city to report finally returned. Sun Chang hurriedly stood up and came to Zhang Kuang's face, wanting to hear what the soldier said. "Why did you come back? Didn't you see that everyone was waiting impatiently?" "Oh, don't mention it. Just 2 steps back, my stomach hurts terribly. I hurried to the thatched hut and found that there were more than a dozen people lined up there, which almost killed me." "Ha ha ha, you're a little back, but your stomach hurts at this time. Don't you know that there are long queues for thatched huts in the city at this time? Hey, this is something that can't be helped, and I can't control it either." Ha ha ha. Xu Chang really couldn't bear it this time. He had used his patience to the limit. "Have you ever been finished, or have you finished? Go and report to the magistrate for me. I don't know what the crime should be for delaying the military situation." When Zhang Kuang saw that Sun Chang was finally angry, he thought to himself, "Aren't you very able to bear it? You can't help it at last." But his face showed a helpless look. "Sir Commander, that's what we are in Wuzheng County right now. There's nothing we can do about it. You can't let them pull them in your trouser pockets." Ha ha ha. The soldiers heard the arrogant words. They all laughed there. But Sun Chang didn't smile at all. He finally understood and saw that the defending soldier in front of him was deliberately making things difficult for them. Originally, he didn't want to have the same knowledge as him, and his thought was to pass the herbal medicine to Yanlong quickly, and then he could return to Fangyang County to recover his life. But he did not expect to meet such a difficult person. At this time, Sun Chang no longer regarded him as a soldier defending the city. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the insolent, and then said, "Who are you?" Zhang Kuang looked at Sun Chang, and his grinning expression began to subside. "Guess who I am?" Sun Chang was shocked when he said a word, not because of how difficult or powerful his words were, but because of the arrogant aura just now, which made him feel very dangerous. He quickly retreated a few steps, then pulled out the sword from his waist, and carefully looked at the arrogance in front of him. Then he looked at the soldiers behind him, and suddenly he saw a different pair of shoes on the feet of a soldier. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized that Sun Chang quickly evacuated back. Chapter 203_Buff's Sword. Xu Ziyang felt that Sun Chang was abnormal. He quickly came to his side, and then took out his weapon. His weapon was a mace, which he carried behind his back at ordinary times, and only held it in his hand when he was using it. What's the matter, brother Sun? I suspect that they are disguised by Qin soldiers. Look at that soldier's shoes, they are not the ones worn by soldiers of the state of Yan. Xu Ziyang followed Sun Chang's eyes and looked forward, and sure enough, he was on the feet of a soldier, wearing the shoes of the Qin army. Did I say, if it's a medical history in England, how could it be possible to prevent us from entering the city without knowing you and me? Let's stop talking about it, let's deal with the situation at hand. Hey, if it's the soldiers of the state of Yan, then there are still some scruples. Knowing that they are disguised by Qin soldiers, wouldn't it be over if you kill them? Xu Ziyang's anger just now suddenly became much smaller. When he knew that these people in front of him were no longer soldiers of the Yan kingdom, he was not so angry about what happened just now. Looking at Xu Ziyang, Sun Chang and the others took up their weapons and started to defend themselves. They whispered something along their eyes, and vented that the clothes of one of the men behind them were actually from their Qin state. Shoes. Oh, I said, why are you revealing your stuff? Why are you wearing Qin's shoes? Don't you want you to change your clothes? The soldier over there looked at the shoes on his feet, and said with an aggrieved expression, Boss, you still said, you hurriedly asked us to change our clothes, and kept on, urging, there are no shoes on the feet of those soldiers of Yan state. Find what suits me. Hey, you idiot, dare to talk back. If you don't change your shoes, you have to stand in the back, he will definitely see the flaw in the front. Oh, this subordinate is wrong. This is Zhang Kuang's change from the previous appearance. Since he has been seen through, he does not want to continue to pretend. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to be discovered by you, but it doesn't matter. Grandpa, I've had enough fun. Come on, it seems that you want to have a few tricks with Grandpa. HMPH, I really didn't expect you guys to occupy Wuzheng County so quickly. Where is Yanlong? Where is Yanlong? Back to the boss, it's nailed on the city wall. Zhang Kuang turned his head to look at Sun Chang, and said very arrogantly, you heard, my subordinate said that he was nailed to the city wall. If you want to see him, I can take you there. Damn dog thief, take your life. Sun Chang didn't want to talk nonsense with this man anymore. He raised his sword and stabbed at Zhang Kuang. Zhang madly pulled out his waist knife. Today he did not bring his weapon axe, but a waist knife. The collision of the knife and the sword makes the sound of metal colliding. Zhang Kuang thought he could knock Xu Chang's sword into the air. But he didn't expect that the sword would stick to his knife, and it seemed to become very soft. The arrogant knife slashed on it, without the slightest feeling. This feeling is just a knife, like sinking into a swamp. What the hell is going on with this peculiar swordsmanship? At this moment, Xu Ziyang next to him came over, swung his mace high, and then smashed it down heavily. Zhang Kuang quickly retreated, dodging the mace, but the weapon was snatched by Sun Chang. At that time, he felt that he would not be able to escape from Sun Chang's sword no matter what. What kind of swordsmanship are you? Insolent, he is Tai Chi swordsmanship. Hear this. A voice frantically looked back, and Buff was standing not far behind him. Shi Chong, why are you here? Seeing that you haven't settled it for so long, so come and see. He said this to Bu Fu. His arrogant face turned red, and he glared at Sun Chang and Xu Ziyang angrily. It's all their fault, it's wasting my time. Okay, stop pretending, I already know it. You've played with them for so long, and you've been mad at them, and now you've wronged them, but I won't blame you. Xu Ziyang asked loudly, who are you? Lieutenant Qin Jun, Buff. It turns out that you are the one. Buff, I heard Yanlong talk about you a long time ago, and it seems that you don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. He actually exaggerated you so powerfully. Buff squinted at Xu Ziyang, then turned his head to look at Sun Chang again, ignoring Xu Ziyang's words. Hey, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? When Zhang Kuang heard Xu Ziyang speak like this, he was about to move forward but was stopped by Buff. He's already a dead man, so why bother with him? Sun Chang never said a word. He kept observing the man in front of him. He had an extraordinary bearing and an elegant manner. It seemed that everything was in his hands. You two, leave the herbs behind and go back and tell Feng Yang, the county magistrate of Zhaoyang, and in a few days, when I settle the affairs of Wuzheng County, I will attack them. Ha ha ha, are you stupid? You have such an idea, thinking that you will be invincible if you conquer Wuzheng County. Buff frowned and didn't speak. Zhang Kuang was always watching Buff's instructions. Seeing that Buff didn't give an order, Zhang Kuang had no choice but to stand still. At this time, when Sun Chang spoke, we will tell our county magistrate what you said, and in the days to come, we will take strict precautions to prevent you from taking advantage of it. Buff nodded and looked at Sun Chang. Your temperament is very stable and your mind is very delicate. I saw that your swordsmanship is also very unique. Why are you interested in joining me? How can there be such a shameless person? I think in fact, if I go back and report the letter, I should be able to do it alone. Buff disappeared in an instant, and when he appeared, he was already behind Xu Ziyang. Xu Ziyang was stunned for a moment, then slowly looked towards his chest, only to see a long wound on his chest slowly emerging there. Blood flowed down the wound and out of the clothes. He didn't understand what happened just now, this. Just as Xu Ziyang was about to speak, the blood in his mouth made him say nothing, and then he fell to the ground with a plop. This time, even Zhang Kuang was particularly surprised. He had never seen Buff at such a speed. Sun Chang stood still holding the sword, the tip of the sword trembling slightly. That was because his hands were trembling, and sweat dripped down his forehead. That shocking sword just now made him a swordsman. Sun Chang was shocked. Sun Chang's Taiji sword is about using softness to overcome rigidity, and using slow to fight fast. Entangling the opponent's weapons, moves, and entangling the opponent's body shape and movement is a very strange swordsmanship. Very few people can be entangled by him and still not get rid of it. Chapter 204-Buff's Boots. It was a secret book he had read many years ago, and the only thing he had researched was his own swordsmanship. But Buff's swordsmanship, without any skills, is just a simple chop. The only thing is that it is fast, and the speed is very fast, so fast that people don't even respond at all, and they are chopped to death. This kind of swordsmanship made Sun Chang a little strange. If it was a knife or a long spear in Bufu's hand, the effect would definitely be better. Sharp Gun has not realized that he is now completely immersed in the shock brought by Buff's sword. It seems that he has forgotten that Xu Ziyang has been killed, and he is also in danger and may be killed at any time. After a while, when he realized something, he turned his head and glanced at Xu Ziyang who was lying on the ground. Just wanted to go to help him up, but found that he was locked by a chi machine. He didn't dare to move, because his intuition told him that even if he moved a little now, he would be killed. I put my sword away. Actually, Bufu doesn't usually want to use a sword, but I saw Sun Chang use a sword today. It's very good and special, so I want to try it. The result was not bad. Immediately he used Feng Tianhua halberd to conquer the world. In normal times, Feng Tianhua halberd could not be held in his hand all the time, and he was taken care of by his subordinates. Usually, he has this long sword hanging around his waist. You were smart, you didn't talk much, and you didn't resist, so you survived. Confession looked at Sun Chang sharply. His eyes made Sun Chang shudder for a while, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious lion. I see. I'll leave here right now. I will definitely pass on what you do to the magistrate of Fengyang County. Buff nodded, waved his hand, and turned away. After Bufu left, Zhang Kuang came to Sun Chang and whispered, "Hey, I knew you could survive." Sun Chang glared at him, then turned to look at Xu Ziyang's dead body lying there. He didn't even dare to ask for his body to be taken back, and left here in a hurry. Sun Cheng sighed to himself, this Xu Ziyang, who was rebellious and arrogant, he must not have thought that he would die in such a simple task of escorting herbal medicines. Zhang Kuang didn't care about him anymore, so he brought the herbal medicine cart into the county seat. Buff went back to his room in the city lord's mansion, then sat on the bed and took off the shoes on his feet. Hold them in hand and watch carefully, this is his new masterpiece, giving his boots free attribute points. Battle armor. Godly walking boots quality. Excellent characteristics. Teleportation. Any point within a 2-meter radius of oneself. The highest quality has been reached, and cannot continue to add points. The remaining 252 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. It's really a good thing. With his own martial arts, there is a rise. In fact, it was Buff's whim, thinking that his weapon was already a spirit soldier, to see if he could attach his own armor. Unexpectedly, after a try, his ordinary boots turned into supernatural boots. So he just came out to try the effect, but he didn't expect the health care effect in his hands to be surprisingly good. Buff nodded with satisfaction, but now he can't add attribute points to the whole body, because his free attribute points have to be used on herbs. Although each herb only needs 1 point, but because of the large number, it also needs a lot of attribute points. This is also the reason why Buff attacked Wuzhang County alone. In fact, even if he doesn't add attribute points to the herbs, as long as the problem of Croton in the moat is fundamentally solved, he can use herbs to slowly recuperate. The people of Wuzhang County can also fully recover, but in order to achieve the effect and let the people return to their hearts, Buff has to do this. The place where the Croton was put outside the moat, Buff had already sent someone to salvage him. Zhou Gongshan, Yanlong, and the people of Wuzhang's county would never have imagined that this Croton had flowed in from outside the city. That Croton has such strong medicinal power. After scooping up the Crotons in the river, Buff made another ritual. Then he asked Li Chong to distribute the pills. Originally, the people were still skeptical, but they saw that Li Chong had recovered. So they became more daring, and the people began to take pills one after another. When they got better, all the people of Wuzhang County started to come to collect the pills. Seeing this, Buff nodded. It seemed that Wuzhang County was completely in his hands. Bufu's next target is Fengyang and Zhaoyang County. He wants to quickly attack the county seat, and then catch up with Wang Jian's army in front. Although Wang Jian's army attacked the city very fast, they did not treat the people like Buff, they all relied on force to suppress. Not as popular as Buff, so although he is fast, he is not as effective as Buff's attacking the county seat. Even after they left, they did not send heavy troops to guard some unimportant county towns. As a result, the soldiers of the state of Yan combined with the common people to start a counterattack, and the city that had already been captured was lost again. Because of this incident, Sister Wang has already beheaded 2 generals and warned those who are disadvantaged in protecting the city. When the generals saw this, they became more aggressive towards the people. Although the people's hearts showed ups and downs, their hearts of resistance were even more serious. Subjugating the country, the hatred of destroying the family, the people of Yan State, after Wang Jian's army passed by, formed a force of resistance. Although they did not dare to fight Wang Jian's army head-on, they also caused him a lot of trouble behind the scenes. Buff didn't know all this, he just wanted to conquer the cities by his own will and means. Maybe it took more time in each city, and the progress was not as fast as Wang Jian's army, but every city he captured, the people were completely convinced. They didn't feel that their country was subjugated, and it seemed that nothing had changed, and even became better than before, which reduced the hatred of the people to the lowest level. Except for a few people who were still shouting the slogan of subjugating the country and resisting Qin, but they were quickly suppressed by the people around them. Uncle Liang was also very surprised by this phenomenon, and he sighed in his heart that the effect of Buff's strategy was so good. I learned some things from him. Uncle Liang is wise, good at observing and learning, so he is the person closest to Buff's idea. Everything is peaceful in Wuzheng County. Bufu is ready to go to Fangyang and Zhaoyang County. Qi Kingdom is here. What Tianji, what did you say? Back to the king of Qi, Huangzong, who was sent to support Wuzheng County, was forced by Wuzheng County Magistrate Zhou Gongshan to commit suicide by jumping into the river. Chapter 205 _ Qi's Wrath. Why is this happening, Tianji? Tell me the details. King Qi, according to the description of the soldiers who returned from Wuzheng County, General Huangzong fought the enemy bravely and fought against the enemy for thousands of rounds. But after returning to the city exhausted, he was rejected by Zhou Gongshan from the city. Later, he was chased by the enemy to the bank of the moat in front of the city. He could not bear the humiliation and surrendered. He jumped into the moat with hatred and committed suicide. This Zhou Gongshan has to die. If he dares to treat my Qi general like this, I must smash his body into 10,000 pieces. Tianji took a step forward and came to King Qi's side. King Qi, calm down. Zhou Gongshan was thrown into the moat by the soldiers of the Qin state when the city was broken. Insolent. Yeah, he is the one who fought against General Huangzong for more than 1,000 moves, and the winner is no match. When King Qi heard this, he lowered his head and pondered. According to what the soldiers said, he and Huangzong fought desperately and met an opponent. Later, in order to repay Huangzong's kindness in the battle with him, he threw Zhou Gongshan into the moat, which is also considered kind and righteous. Tianji, you said that the state of Qin fighting against Huangzong was just an ordinary soldier. Tianji was stunned. It turned out that King Qi didn't speak for a long time because of this matter. He sighed secretly, thinking in his heart that the emperor thinks things differently than them. Yes, King Qi, he is indeed just an ordinary soldier, but according to them, their captain is much more powerful than him. What's more powerful? Is there so many talents in the Qin state now? King Qi walked back and forth with worry on his face. King Qi. Tianji, the state of Qin is strong, and after Shang Yang's reform, the state of Qin has changed from a weak state to become so powerful. I think the big wall of the Yan country will be pushed by the Qin country. King Qi, you are right. This Yan kingdom Yan Wangxi, Yan crown prince Dan does not want to make progress. All day long thinking about how to conspire to harm others, it is bound to perish. King Qi looked at Tianji, nodded, and then said, you said that since he is already a wall to be pushed against, if we are still on this side of the wall, I am afraid that it will be difficult to stop it with one country and one force. Tianji seemed to understand the meaning of King Qi. It turned out that King Qi was really hesitant to form an alliance with Yan Kingdom. Between the 6 countries, there is no real enemy, and there is no real friend. All interests and interests maintain the relationship between them. King Qi, the fate of the state of Yan is undoubtedly the same as that of the state of Zhao and Han. It's just a matter of time. We really don't need to spend too much troops to protect him. King Qi, after listening to Tianji's words, his heart really moved. Tianji understood his thoughts best, and this time was no exception. He talked about King Qi's heart again. Tianji, you said, what should I do next? King Qi, instead of trying desperately to protect a dying fish from being killed by others, it's better to take a few bites of his meat while he is still in our hands. That way we are in our advantage anyway. Well, it's true, you said, King Qi, but I'm worried about the Yan Kingdom's music room. King Qi nodded. That, Lihian is only 8 buckets high. Wenning can make peace, Wenning can set the country, and he has won the true inheritance of his father Li. It is indeed very difficult to deal with. King Qi, that Lihian is indeed very powerful, but Yan Wangxi is very stupid. I have a plan to remove Lihian from the position of national captain. Oh, Tianji, let's hear what the plan is. Haha, don't worry, King Qi, let me take it slow, we can do this and then. Buff here, pack up everything, and then attack Fangyang and Zhaoyang. Now Buff is leading 10,000 people, including more than 2,000 of his original soldiers. The surrendered troops numbered nearly 8,000, 10,000, and Buff's troops were beginning to take shape. Wow, We have 10,000 people now, ha ha ha. Look how beautiful you are. Ganya, you don't realize the beauty. Well, I think it's beautiful. We can have nearly 20,000 troops. If it hadn't been rejected by the chief, the soldiers of the Yan Kingdom in Wuzheng County would have followed. Yeah, what a long time, why not let them come together? Isn't the more people the better? Insolent, there are not many people, you need elites, elite soldiers and strong generals. Uncle Liang, what you said is very good. We are strong generals and elite soldiers, and we are invincible wherever we go. Others will be terrified. I didn't expect Zhang Kuang to say a few words of literary grace. Hey, Ganya, don't underestimate my old Zhang. I'm also fighting with Liang Boli. Oh, but the sun is coming out in the west. So long, do you think Zhang Kuang is taking the wrong medicine? Yeah, what the hell, what are you feeding the arrogant? Let him, a big and three rough, even start to learn the art of war. Ha ha ha. Insolent doesn't care what others say and walks straight forward. Yo, I see that there are not enough cows. Humph, you know what you're talking about. I'm going to be a general in the future, and I have to learn to lead troops to fight. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Buff. Insolent, seeing them stunned, he became even more proud at this time. Shichong also said that as long as I study hard, I will definitely be able to learn it well. There will definitely be many battles to be fought in the future, and I must learn more powerful skills. This time, Qi Ying Ganya and Uncle Liang did not laugh arrogantly, because they felt arrogant, and what they said was very reasonable. No, in fact, he admires it quite a bit, it should be Buff. They felt that what Buff said to Zhang Kuang was very reasonable, and this time Buff saw the front of them again. Zhang Kuang is right, there will definitely be more and more wars in the future, and the scale will be bigger and bigger. So from now on, we have to gain experience and accumulate experience. Now we are only a few thousand people, and at most there are tens of thousands of people. Buff looked at the four of them and continued, as we spend more and more time fighting on the battlefield and get more and more cities, we will have more and more soldiers and horses. At that time, the outstanding ability can still squeeze the world, but the ability to lead troops to fight is even more critical. At this time, Buff looked insolently with a smile. Then he said to Gong Ya, Qi Ying and Uncle Liang, I asked him if he wanted to be a general. He said he wanted to be a general. If he didn't, he had to study the art of war hard, so he studied it very seriously. Wow, we understand, I also want to learn the art of war, and I want to be a general. Me too. I want to be the first military division of Dakan. Okay, you are all very ambitious. You deserve to be my subordinates. You can get it if you want to live there. I will give you the greatest support. Chapter 206-Cultivate. Thank you, you are very cultivated. Ha ha ha, if you become strong, I will have one or even a few very strong teams, who would dare to disobey the world at that time. Conquering the world, who dares to refuse? Under the leadership of Gongya, Qi Ying, and Zhang Kuang, the soldiers shouted slogans, and the momentum was monstrous. The people along the road, seeing this, gave in one after another, thinking that the soldiers of heaven had descended to earth. Buff, the military discipline is very strict. As long as he issues military orders, whoever dares to violate them will be severely punished. In this way, all the way to the outside of Fangyang County. Fangyang County City Lord's Mansion, the county magistrate Fang Yanggu is sitting on the seat of the city lord. Report. Say, what happened? The scouts came to report that Bufu led the Qin army, and they have arrived outside Fangyang County and set up camp at a distance of 1,000 meters. Sure enough, it's still here, county magistrate, what should we do? Humph, this Buff is very arrogant and has already invaded 2 cities in our country of Yan. Since I am here, I will take him down and hand it over to King Yan. County magistrate, Xu Ziyang and I once fought with Nabufu. Xu Ziyang was not Bufu's one-on-one enemy and was beheaded by Bufu outside the gate of Wuzheng County. Got it, haven't you said this already? Sun Chang, you are so disappointing to me. Even at this time, you are still gaining other people's morale and destroying your own prestige. Seeing Sun Chang like this, Fang Yangbu was also very angry. Last time he sent Xu Ziyang and his Sun Chang to escort the herbs. But he never thought that when Xu Ziyang left, he went on the road of no return. Although Xu Ziyang is arrogant and doesn't look down on anyone, in his heart, there are two people he admires very much. The first is the county magistrate of Fangyangcheng, and the second is Sun Chang. Only these two people can give him a high look. Because of this, he died in front of Sun Chang. Magistrate, Nabufu's martial arts are not trivial. The situation at the time was not that I didn't want to give it a shot, but that it was not his opponent at all. Sun Chang saw that Fang Yanggu had always been taboo about his previous affairs, so he told him about it straight to the point. Fang Yanggu was also angry for a while before he said more serious words. Sun Chang was also very loyal. This was something he knew. To be calm and cautious, Sun Chang had to be. I didn't mean anything else just now. It's just that Xu Ziyang's death was too wrong. I must avenge him. County Magistrate, if you really want to deal with Buff, one Fengyang County is not enough. We also have to make use of Zhaoyang County, which is not far from our neighbor, so that it is possible to repel him by confronting Buff. It was Fang Yanggu who didn't refute Sun Chang's words. He nodded. Zhaoyang County and our side Yang County are not far apart from each other, and they echo each other to form a better defense. Fang Yanggu said proudly, since ancient times, Fangyang and Zhaoyang have fought together against foreign invasions. There are countless things. Indeed, the magistrate is right. In this way, go and inform Zhaoyang County to actively cooperate and assist us in retreating from the enemy together. Here. After Sun Chang left, Fang Yanggu smiled coldly. The magistrates of Shuangjiao County and Wuzheng County are all rice buckets. Buff, no one dares to attack our Fangyang County's idea. This time I will definitely call you back and forth. Buff has already set up camp in his heart. He has chosen a very good location, which just forms a triangle with the two cities shaped. There are two cities facing each other from a distance. What are we going to do? Buff looked at the two cities from the barracks, calculating how to take them down. Buff thought to himself. The distance between these two cities is only 5,000 meters. If you attack any city, the other city will attack from behind, forming a flanking attack. Uncle Liang also followed Buff's gaze, nodded, and had a calculation in his heart. How do we do it? After reading it, Buff had a good idea, but he wanted to test Liangbo, so he asked, Liangbo, you said that in this situation, how should we attack? Uncle Liang knew that this was Buff testing himself. So he thought about it seriously for a moment, and then said, since the two cities are not far apart, if you attack a city alone, you will definitely be attacked by the enemy from the back and be attacked by the front and back. In this case, we will be very passive. Buff nodded. Liangbo's analysis was very correct, and his own analysis thought the same. You're right, Uncle Liang, so you should already know what we should do next. Sir, if that's the case, we have enough troops now. It's better to divide our troops into two groups and go to attack the city. Oh, split up. Buff heard what Uncle Liang said and nodded. The idea you mentioned is very good, and splitting the troops is indeed the best way to deal with them. Buff turned and went back to the camp, when his eyes suddenly thought of a better idea. Uncle Liang, call them here. Discuss the military situation. Here. By the time Gongya, Uncle Qi Yingliang and the others came to the Central Army. When camping. Let's discuss how to take these two sitting in the city. Sir, I would like to go to siege the city, and I would like to be a pioneer in the siege. Zhang Kuang said hurriedly there. Wow, this time it's my turn to go out. Gongya said hurriedly there. Qi Ying was about to speak, but was stopped by Buff. Don't worry too much first. Don't worry, there will be battles to fight in the future, but this time I ask you to fight, and I ask you to defeat the battle. When everyone heard Bu Fu's words, they all stopped talking. They looked at each other and felt very strange in their hearts. Why did Bu Fu say this? It's very long. I won't do anything about defeating a war, so let Gongya go. Fart, arrogant, you kid can't defeat the battle, you mean that I can defeat the battle. Ha ha ha. Isn't this matter something you know all about? Everyone knows it, so why say it clearly? You bastard, are you looking for a fight? Ha ha ha. Crowd burst into laughter again, but Buff didn't look at everyone with a smile. Okay, don't make trouble anymore. This time I want you to defeat the battle to test the strength of the two cities. Buff stood up and said, I would like to see if these two cities that they are looking forward to can really attack one as they say, and the other will come out to help. Oh, so that's the case. I said why would I still lose the battle? Insolent, since you know, what's the point of it, you can do it. Gongya pushed this matter to Zhang Kuang. Chapter 207_Buff's Vision. You have already understood the long intention of this matter, and it is definitely not impossible to do it. Seeing Gongya's smug look, Zhang Kuang stood up and said, I'll go when I go. I will fight if I win or lose. Unlike Boy Mao, who doesn't know anything, he will be tricked. Saying this, he glanced at Gongya. You are such a hateful fellow, let's go out and practice, whoever wins will go. Seeing Gongya seems to be really angry, Zhang Kuang really gave up the momentum just now. That, Gongya, you're joking, why are you so angry? It's not good for us to go, anyway, it's all about defeating the battle and acting. It's definitely okay to leave it to me, Lao Zhang. You guy, it's not very comfortable even if you don't beat you up, come. Saying that Gongya was about to walk forward, Zhang Kuang ran backwards and ran behind Uncle Liang. Uncle Liang, come and save me, Gongya is going to beat me. Timid and aggrieved appearance behind Uncle Liang, Gongya couldn't help laughing. What kind of grievance are you pretending to be there, and you become like a killing god when you go on the battlefield? No one is afraid, and you can't wait to kill all the enemies. Gongya looked at Zhang Kuang with a smile and said, now I'm pretending to be a coward again, I'm scared to death. At this time, Zhang Kuang didn't laugh, but said very seriously, you are my brother, how can I shoot at you? They are my enemies, of course they have to fight desperately, how can this be compared? Gongya was shocked when he heard Zhang Kuang's words. He never thought that the usual carefree and arrogant arrogance had such a delicate mind. Okay, good brother, there is still this chance to lose the battle will be given to you, and we will never fight with you again in the future. Ha ha ha, okay, good brother, it's up to you whether I can be a general in the future. Good to say. At this time, Gongya suddenly realized that he seemed to be deceived. Looking at the arrogant laughing there, Gongya realized that the appearance just now was all arrogantly disguised. Good boy, when did you learn to act like this? Ha ha ha. Wow, how come my acting skills are very good? Let me do this, and I will definitely be able to deceive their eyes. Buff nodded, looked at Madness with satisfaction, and then looked at everyone. Was stunned when they heard Zhang Kuang's words, especially Gongya. He didn't think of the arrogance with simple thoughts and well-developed limbs. Now he has become so delicate and attentive, it turned out that everything just now was just what he wanted to hide his ability and deliberately went there to do it. Everyone looked at Zhang Kuang in surprise, as if they didn't know him. Why are you looking at me like that? Say yes first, Shichong has already promised me, so don't make do with it. Seeing Zhang Kuang's smug look, everyone was making fun of him this time, but they turned their heads, thinking about something in their hearts. Before that, Buff said that Zhang Heng began to learn the art of warfare to prepare for the future. Everyone thought it was just talk, or that it was just a wild wish. But he didn't expect that in just a few short years, he had grown to such a level that even Uncle Liang didn't notice his every step of arrangement and calculation just now. It's not how clever he plays, but the children who have always been careless suddenly become so delicate, they have no defense at all, and they will fall for him. How about his changes? You should see, as long as you study the art of war hard, someone like him can become very powerful. Ha ha ha, look, even Shi Chong has begun to praise me. Shi Chong, what do I mean by this? Ha ha ha. Crowd burst into laughter, and Buff also burst into laughter. Okay, that's the decision. It's up to Zhang Kuang to carry out this task. Zhang Kuang, I tell you, this time you have to do it. So Buff would tell Zhang Kuang about his plan, and he listened to it more seriously than ever. Knowing Buff's plan, everyone fell in love with Buff's admiration. Wow, according to your plan, we should still be short of a soldier and horse. If we let the bow and arrow lead a soldier and horse to deal with Zhao Yang in the same way, will the effect be better? Buff was stunned for a moment, and indeed, he really hadn't thought about it. Uncle Liang, you were right. We and I can use this strategy on both sides, and then let them all think that our soldiers are not strong and show the enemy's weakness. Create the illusion that we can be easily defeated. Very good. In this way, Gongya, you are responsible for the direction of Yang County. Buff begins to reschedule tasks. Gongya, you go to the direction of Zhaoyang County, and then, when you fight against the enemy, if you want to touch it, you will pretend to be defeated, so that they think that our Qin army will be defeated in a battle. Here. Okay, I will give you 1,000 soldiers and horses, all cavalry, choose the best horses, and go. Here. Liangbo and Gongya chose their troops and horses and set off. The head of Fangyang County, Fang Yanggu, looked at the menacing Qin army, and he was also a little puzzled. Sun Chang, do you think this Qin army is really as brave as the legend says? If you go back to the county magistrate, the Qin army has always been brave and extraordinary, and Wang Jian's army is even more powerful, so it's really difficult to deal with. Humph. Don't let other people's ambition destroy your own prestige, because I think Xinjiang is just like that. Look at them, there are only a few hundred people, the formation is not as neat as you imagined, and you look at their soldiers, all kinds, like a motley army. Sun Chang also felt very puzzled. This team was too different from the Qin army he imagined. Will this army of the county magistrate come to test our ability? Sun Chang's words made the children suddenly realize. Yes, this must be a prisoner of the Qin state, either a soldier of the state of Qi, or their own soldier of the state of Yan. You are right, Sun Chang, they are definitely not soldiers of the Qin state. Well, my subordinates think so too. You said, can we recruit them and bring them back? This. Sun Chang, you quickly lead 3,000 troops out of the city to fight. If you can recruit, surrender, that's the best. If you don't surrender, kill them all. Here. Sun Chang led the soldiers, rushed out of Fangyang City, and came to Zhang Kuang. It's you again. The enemy's road is narrow, it turns out that you are leading the troops. Well, last time we didn't have a good fight, let's have a good fight this time. You are not my opponent. You were defeated by me last time. You should surrender quickly. Maybe I can spare your life. Chapter 208_joking. Chapter 208 Jokes. Ha ha ha, are you joking? Last time it was Grandpa who let you. You won't have such good luck in this matter. I can't let you anymore. I have to show my true skills to fight with you. Arrogant, he hit the horse forward, and swung his big axe, just like Sun Chang. At this time, Sun Chang held a spear 8 feet long and fought against Zhang Kuang. The two of you can't tell the difference between you and me, and the outcome is hard to tell. I never thought that this guy was so powerful. How could such a powerful person be a defender of the city? You are definitely not a defender. Who are you? Ha ha ha, you still have some eyesight. Grandpa, my name is Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang, you are the one who fought against Kuang Zhang for 1,000 rounds without losing the wind, and later forced him to death in the protective river. Ha ha ha, I didn't think I was so famous. Yes, it's me, I'm the one. Arrogant. I didn't expect that. I was looking away. You are so powerful, come on, let me compete with you. Two fought together again. At this time, they were arrogant, and the big axe began to swing quickly. But he did not use all his strength. but only used 5 successful strengths. Sun Chang looked at Zhang's madly heavy axe, but he didn't have much strength. I was also very puzzled in my heart. This arrogance doesn't seem to be as powerful as the rumors, it seems that the rumors are false. Take me to try his strength again. At this time, Sun Chang started to use his Tai Chi exercises, and Tai Chi was also shot on the sword. Moment, Zhang Kuang felt that his big axe was like being chopped in the mire. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of it. Before he knew it, Zhang Kuang had used all his strength, but he still couldn't get rid of Sun Chang's exercises. Teethan forcibly withdrew his axe, then looked at Sun Chang in surprise. Sun Chang was also very surprised. He did not expect that this arrogant man had such divine power, which was beyond his expectations. Its Tai Chi exercises are strong when they are strong, and the most restrained is the power type opponent. Originally, I thought that I had firmly controlled the arrogant axe, and in a while, I would grab his axe. But I didn't expect Zhang Kuang's strength to be so great that he actually showed his attack. What kind of martial arts are you? It's really too tacit. It's like pulling a mill. Quickly use your true skills. We will have a good fight. Ha ha ha, this is already my true skill, and it is also my special skill, the Tai Chi spear. What, dangling, sticking to the martial arts is your specialty. How can there be such a strange martial arts? How did you come out and fight is not happy at all, so boring. Hearing Zhang Kuang questioning his own practice, Sun Chang's heart was also filled with anger, which rose from his heart. Stop talking nonsense, it's a good way to win you. Come, let us fight for a few hundred more rounds, and we will definitely kill you under the horse. Okay, I'd like to see how well your exercises can stick to other people's weapons. The two fought together again, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of rounds had passed. Two were still tied, and Zhang Kuang was now full of sweat, feeling that he couldn't exert his strength at all. The big axe in his hand completely followed the hand of Sun Chang in front of him. The spear in his turning. Now Zhang Kuang's strength has been consumed by half, but Sun Chang's strength has not been wasted much. This is the secret of Sun Chang Taiji cultivation technique, which consumes the strength of the opponent, but does not consume too much strength on his own. This continues, Zhang Kuang will be exhausted and then beheaded by Sun Chang. Zhang Kuang thought in his heart, and was extremely anxious, how could this be good? Originally, he was thinking of playing a few tricks with him and then pretending to be defeated and fleeing. But now it seems that there is no need to pretend. Zhang Kuang feels that he really can't beat the Sun Chang in front of him. He still forcibly got rid of Sun Chang's spear as before, gasping for breath. You are so annoying. I don't play seriously, it takes time to go around, Grandpa doesn't play with you anymore. After speaking, Zhang Kuang turned around and ran away. Sun Chang, who was still thinking about fighting Zhang Kuang, was stunned and forgot to pursue him. He never imagined that Zhang Kuang could fight Kuang Zhang for thousands of rounds. But at this moment, he turned his head and ran away, and by the time Sun Chang reacted, Zhang Kuang had already run far away. Zhang Kuang is also puzzled in his heart. His acting skills should be said to be complete, exactly the same as the real one. Why is this guy not fooled at all? Zhang Kuang led the 1,000 soldiers and horses and fled back to the main camp. After returning to the camp, he came to Bufu's tent. Sir, this Sun Chang is very cunning. I pretended that I couldn't beat him, and then turned around and ran away. He didn't fall for it. Ha ha ha, I've seen it even pretending that you can't beat him. You obviously can't beat him, right? Qi Ying laughed beside him, his face flushed red, and he looked at Qi Ying angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? I obeyed the long order, otherwise, how could I be defeated by him? Pretend, I have seen the process of your battle just now in nearby places. You guy was sweating profusely from the struggle of his husband, and you barely managed to escape after using most of your strength. Seeing that Qi Ying had seen it, Zhang Kuang stopped hiding it. Hey, you guy didn't take a good rest in the camp, and ran to monitor what I was doing. Qi Yingbai gave a wild look, and then continued, "You little puppy bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know the good heart. It was Shi Chong who sent me to pick you up. I'm afraid you might encounter an accident." "Yo, I misunderstood brother. Don't be angry with brother. After this battle, brother will invite you to drink." "Okay, I'll forgive you this time." Seeing that Qi Ying was not really angry, Zhang Kuang ignored him and turned his head to look at Buff. "It's very long, that. Sun Chang is very difficult to deal with. I don't know where I learned that sticky kung fu, so I can't use any strength." At this time, Zhang Kuang was a little sluggish again. He was not afraid of slashing and slashing with his opponent, but he was afraid of such an opponent. However, Sun Chang is such an opponent, and he really has no way to take him. When he fought against him just now, he had used all his strengths and couldn't defeat him. Can't even get rid of him. His ability is just enough to restrain you, but that's fine too. Stunned when he heard Buff say it was good too. Chapter 209 seemingly fiasco. "Shi Chong, I don't understand what you mean, why I can't beat him, he seems quite happy." Buff looked at Zhang Kuang with a smile, ignoring his aggrieved look. "You said I wanted you to fight him, whether to let you win or let you lose." When Zhang Kuang heard Buff's words, he suddenly realized that yes, he is going to lose to him. "Since I want to lose to him, it's better to lose to him than to pretend to lose to him. Isn't it better to lose to him? But I don't want to really lose to him, Shi Chong. I can pretend to lose to him, but if I really can't beat him, I feel really uncomfortable." "Ha ha ha, don't worry, arrogant, after this plan is successful, I promise you will defeat him." Eyes lit up when he heard Buff's words. He knew that what Buff said, it meant that Buff would give him the skills to restrain Sun Chang Tai Chi in the future. "Ha ha ha, that's great, I'll lead my troops into battle, continue to compete with him, and then lose to him. I don't believe he's not fooled." Buff stopped his arrogance. "Wait a minute, when you fight against him, you must pay attention to the mystery of his practice, and maybe you can learn something from it." Here. In Buff's words, Zhuang Meng is very trustworthy, because every time Buff teaches him, it can make him grow up quickly. "Also, this time you bring 2,000 soldiers and horses, and I will fight against him for 2 hours before retreating." Here. Without any hesitation, Zhang Kuang nodded in agreement and left. This is Zhang Zan's trust in Buff. For Buff's orders, he won't ask why, he just needs to do what he says. That went out of the camp, and then came outside the city gate of Fangyang County. "He's here again, don't let him go easily this time." When Sun Chang listened to the words of the county magistrate Fang Yangu, his heart was not happy. He had been ridiculed by the magistrate Fang Yangu before. Because Fang Yangu stood on the top of the city and saw that Sun Chang had already defeated Zhang Kuang, but he did not pursue him when he turned around and fled, so he missed such a good opportunity in vain. If Sun Chang hadn't followed Fang Yangu for many years, Fang Yangu might have thought that Sun Chang was going wild on purpose. After sneering and ridiculing, Sun Chang could only endure it silently, because he was also speechless, and he really missed a very good opportunity at that time. Here, this subordinate will definitely kill it this time. Sun Chang led 3,000 soldiers and horses out of the city, and then came in front of Kuang. "Ha ha ha, thank you so much for me last time, and I have already researched the secrets of your exercises that gave me a breather." Sun Chang didn't want to pay attention to him at first, but he was also shocked when he heard Zhang Kuang say this. Does this guy really have a way to deal with his own practice? Okay, let me see how you broke 5, my practice. Two fought together again. In just a quarter of an hour, dozens of moves had passed, and Sun Chang was relieved. This arrogant was just bluffing just now, although it is indeed a little different from before, but it is still far away from cracking his cultivation technique. You bastard, there is no truth in your mouth. I have to catch you today and tear your mouth apart. Sun Chang was very angry that this arrogant escorted herbal medicine from the last time he beginning, I have been deceiving them. But he would believe his words, so he was tricked several times. He was tricked once again today, and Sun Chang's heart was also unbearable. After that, he stopped talking and adjusted his emotions, because Tai Chi is all about peace of mind. Angry, his tactics were messed up, so Sun Chang immediately adjusted his mood, and then found the rhythm. Although Zhang Kuang is carefree, he is very careful. He heard Bufu's instructions before, and he should pay attention to the mystery of his practice. Therefore, there was a little confusion in Sun Chang's exercises just now. Although he was quickly adjusted, he was still discovered by Zhang Kuang. Ha ha ha, this time I really know the secret of your attacking technique. It turns out that your flaw is here. This is because Sun Chang did not believe his words, nor was he influenced by him, and continued to fight with Zhang Kuang with his Tai Chi exercises. Who had calmed down, played Tai Chi Quan skillfully and smoothly, but his arrogance fell into a quagmire again. Another hour passed, and it was still half an hour away from what Buff had requested, and he was arrogant again, and now he was sweating profusely. Most of his strength has been consumed, but he still insists on gritting his teeth. Since Sun Chang revealed that little flaw just now, there has never been a single flaw. The current Sun Chang, whose heart is still water, is no longer tempted by arrogant words. Insolent, I don't have the energy to attack with words anymore. He continued to grit his teeth and insisted, as long as it was not the time Buff agreed, he would not retreat half a step back. Sun Chang was also slightly surprised now. He thought that Zhang Kuang would run away like before, but he found that this time Zhang Kuang was holding on. This was beyond his expectations. If he continued like this, Zhang Kuang would definitely be exhausted by himself and then killed. What Sun Chang thought in his heart did not affect the movements in his hands, and continued to suppress the arrogant acts with Tai Chi exercises. Finally, when the time came, Zhang Kuang still had 2 layers of strength, but in Sun Chang's view, he had no strength. Sun Chang believed that as long as he persisted for another quarter of an hour, the arrogance would collapse under the horse, and it would be up to Sun Chang to decide whether to kill or capture. But all of a sudden, Zhang Kuang began to exert his strength. This move almost used up all his strength, and then he got rid of Sun Chang's control, turned his head to hit his horse and ran into the distance. This is because Sun Chang did not let him go, and when Zhang Kuang fled, he chased after him. Sun Chang kept stabbing Zhang Kuang with his spear from behind, but his Tai Chi technique was more suitable for defense, but his offense lacked some sharp offensive. The continuous attacks were blocked by Zhang Kuang, who suddenly realized that it was very difficult to defeat this Sun Chang, but it was very easy to escape. It seems that Sun Chang is a defensive general, with strong defensive power, but not good at attacking. Insolently remembered this point firmly, and it played a big role in the fight against him later. Zhang Kuang fled back to the soldiers and horses, and the 2 soldiers and horses began to fight. The soldiers of the state of Yan, with great morale, kept chasing and killing the Qin army. But in fact, although the Qin army seemed to be defeated and fled, in fact, there was no real loss of too many soldiers and horses. Fang Yanggu stood at the head of the city, laughing loudly. Chapter 210 but so. Okay, that's great. I thought Sergeant Ah Qin was so powerful, but that's all. Seeing the ferocious and invincible arrogant and the invincible Qin army who were defeated and fled, Fang Yanggu couldn't be more happy. Shuangjiao County and Wuzheng County were conquered, but the Qin army, which was so powerful, arrived in Fangyang County, but returned with a disastrous defeat. This is certainly worth his joy, thinking that King Yan will definitely give him a lot of rewards. Fang Yanggu walked down the city to meet Sun Chang, who had returned victoriously. Ha ha ha, as expected of my Yan Kingdom's fierce general. As soon as he made a move, he hit the Qin army down. Sun Chang quickly dismounted, and came to Fangyang Valley. How dare your subordinates make the county magistrate drive us to welcome us into the city? It's okay, don't pay attention to these details. You are a hero of the Yan Kingdom now, and you should be treated with such courtesy. Sun Chang wanted to say something, but Fang Yanggu stopped him. Let's go, I'll hold a banquet for you to celebrate. This battle was really beautiful. The state of Yan has always been suppressed by the state of Qin. This victory is very meaningful. At this time, Fang Yangu quietly said to Sun Chang, at this time, there must be a victor. What the soldiers of Yan's state lacked is a kind of confidence, and this kind of victory can just give them some confidence in themselves. Sun Chang looked at Fang Yangu with meaningful eyes, and finally understood why Fang Yangu was hyping up victory. From the family, in any way, the Qin country is not considered to have suffered a big loss. Now to be precise, the troops and horses of the two sides are just testing each other, and there are no real casualties. So when he saw Fang Yangu so happy at first, he was still a little unsure after that. Moreover, after fighting Zhang Kuang, he suddenly found that it is not easy to defeat Zhang Kuang, but it is also very difficult to kill him. Didn't care about these anymore, since Fang Yangu knew what he had in mind, then all Sun Chang would obey his arrangements. At the banquet that followed, Fang Yangu vigorously touted this victory and Sun Chang who brought this victory to the Yan kingdom. Fang Yangu also said that he wanted to tell King Yan that he wanted to give Sun Chang and rewards, which made all the generals around him envious. They all expressed their willingness to fight against the Qin army, and looked at the high morale of the generals. Fang Yangu looked at Sun Chang triumphantly, and his eyes were filled with a sense of success. Sun Chang also smiled bitterly to himself. No one knows better than him how much water this victory is, but who can care about the victory in front of them? Yes, I said I would do it. That, Sun Chang is indeed very powerful, but I have now discovered a weakness in him, and it should be too correctly. Oh, what is it? Let's hear it. At this time, arrogant and triumphant was there. Ha 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 Gongya, you have to experience it yourself to know it, it's hard to describe in words. Fuck you, are you going to tell me whether or not the three of us will take care of you? Don't, I said, can't I say it? At this time, I was arrogant, put away the expression of laughter just now, and began to become serious. Looking at Buff, he said, how long, this? Sun Chang's Tai Chi skills are very powerful, but after I fought him twice, I gradually figured out a little way. Buff nodded, motioning him to continue. His first thing is to be defensive. It is very difficult to defeat Sun Chang. Especially against him with a strength like me, it will definitely suffer a big loss. Everyone agreed with him on this point, because Zhang Kuang was obviously not Sun Chang's opponent these two times. But his Tai Chi exercises only focus on defense, but he's too stretched on offense, so there's nothing special about him. Oh, how can I see? When I fought against him before, I desperately wanted to kill him, but the more I did this, the more I was destroyed by his strict defense and weird skills. Thinking of Sun Chang's sticky spear, Zhang Kuang felt nauseated in his heart. However, when I used all my strength, turned around and ran away, and when he chased after him, if his attack could be half as good as Kuang Zhang, I think I would have been slaughtered by him by now. Oh, no idea, his attack is so weak. However, this is also relative. How many people can compare to that panic attack? When everyone thought of this, they all nodded. Indeed, Kuang Zhang's strength was truly extraordinary. If it wasn't for Zhang Kuang, it would be really hard to meet an opponent. Buff looked at Zhang Kuang and asked him to continue. The defense of Sun Chi's Tai Chi exercises is really strong, but it only focuses on defensive counterattacks. Only when the enemy is entangled by him and exhausted of his strength can he be killed by him. But if you don't fight him, his tools are mediocre, that is to say, it is difficult for you to defeat him, but it is not so easy for him to kill you. Buff nodded, then looked wild with satisfaction. Zhang Kuang, you're doing a good job, just taught him twice, and you've already touched the weakness of his practice. It's also thanks to Shi Chong that you told me to carefully observe the mysteries of his exercises, and I have this experience. Ha ha ha, just like you said, you have to experience it yourself to know it. Just by listening to what I said, you don't even know what's in it. Here, my subordinates know. Hey, Zhang Huang, didn't you say that there is another weakness, that What weakness is it? I'm not quite sure about that weakness. I need to play against him before I can test it out. Oh, let's talk about what it is and let's analyze it for you. Zhang Kuang listened to Gongya's words and nodded. In the previous battle, when I talked to him, it seemed to anger him. I found that there was some confusion in his attack method, although he was quickly adjusted, but I still captured that moment. Zhang Kuang tried his best to recall the scene at that time, and then said solemnly to the crowd, I suspect that his practice must be calm. Once he gets emotional, his practice will be affected. Oh, that's what it is. Yes, although it still needs further confirmation, but I recall the forbearance and adjustment of his emotions he showed when he escorted the herbs to Wugong County and talked with me in front of the city gate. He really needs to maintain a state of peace of mind in order to exert the power of his Tai Chi exercises. Chapter 211 _ The Secrets of Sun Cheng's Exercises. Insolent thinking about it now, it is true. When talking about this, Buff also recalled the situation that day. According to the state at that time, Xu Ziyang was killed by his sword, but he did not panic. I thought it was because the relationship between him and Xu Ziyang was not very close, so he didn't care. Now it seems that his state at the time should be his best defensive state, and once Buff shoots him, he will also respond in the best state. This Sun Cheng is indeed a talented person. If we can recruit him and spread his Tai Chi exercises, the strength of our Qin army will increase a lot. Crowd was cheered up when they heard Buff say this. They had never thought of it like that. At this time, when I heard Bufu say it, I thought it was very feasible. Just imagine what kind of scene would a Qin soldier who knows Tai Chi go to fight against the enemy. Wow, that Sun Cheng is not so comfortable. It seems that he is very loyal to the state of Yan. Insolent. If Yan Kingdom lives up to its existence, then who will he be loyal to? This. Ha ha ha, alright, all of you are doing pretty well today, especially the arrogance. Your performance was outstanding today. I will remember one piece of military merit. It will be rewarded when you break through Fangyang County. Hurry up and rest. Thank you so much. After Buff left, everyone started laughing and chatting there. Zhang Kuang, it's okay this time. Another achievement. Ha ha ha, thanks to Shi Cheng's pointer. Yeah, Shi Cheng is really a strange person. Even a stupid pig like you can teach so well. Gongya, I want to fight with you, don't run. Ha ha ha, I'm an archer, do you stand there and let you hit the arrows? Oh, I'll go, Gongya, you really shoot. Okay, look at the axe. A war, there are winners and losers, but they are all celebrating the victory. Such a thing is also a rare scene. After the banquet, all the soldiers went back to their rooms to rest. How long? Come in, Uncle Liang. It's very long. Zhang Kuang's progress is going well, what should Gongya do? Uncle Liang, what do you think? My subordinate is stupid. Ha ha ha, if you are stupid, there will be no smart people in the temptation. Ha ha, it's too long for an award. Now Fangyang County must hold another celebration dinner. Buff stood up and looked outside, Yuanyang County, which was also brightly lit. Yeah, what a long time. They haven't won a victory for a long time. They must be so happy now that they will stay up all night. Ha ha ha, you're right. It's like a long drought and a sweet rain. They really need a victory to restore their confidence. But what the subordinates don't understand is this matter. According to your instructions at the time, deliberately losing to them will be of great benefit to us, but... Uncle Liang, you have to look a little farther. You said that Fangyang County won this victory. Will you give the credit to Zhaoyang County? This is definitely not the case. How can the credits that I finally get are equally distributed to others? That's right. You can win and get credit for yourself. So why would you ask others? This. Uncle Liang suddenly realized. The deepest meaning of the plan to come to Buff is here. Shi Cheng, you are saying that Fangyang County will not go to Zhaoyang County for help when fighting with us. In the past, if we lost 2 more games to him, and every time we lost to him, it would make him feel difficult, so he must think that all our elites have been dispatched and have gone all out. If he can handle it like this, then does he need to let Zhaoyang County share his credit? My subordinate understands. Uncle Liang, you will command the troops and horses in the direction of Zhaoyang County. Do it according to your own ideas. Here. After Uncle Liang left, Buff stood in the tent, looking at the city in the distance. I don't know what he was thinking about. After such an hour, Buff seemed to have made a decision, and his face began to become firm. Then he smiled slightly, went back to bed, and went to rest. On the second day, Zhang Kuang led another army to call for battle. This time he brought 4,000 soldiers and horses. Seeing the increase of Qin's troops and horses, Fang Yanggu also added 2,000 soldiers and horses to Sun Chang. With the experience of the first 2 times, Zhang Kuang was much more comfortable with Sun Chang. Still the same routine, this time insolent performance is more skillful, still the same exhausted, and then run away. Sun Chang still couldn't kill the exhausted Zhang Kuang on the way to escape. This time it was Sun Chang who won the victory. Although the Qin army increased by 1,000 soldiers and horses, and the time to be defeated also increased a little, it still ended in failure. The consecutive victories made Fang Yanggu, the magistrate of Fangyang County, extremely happy. He had already sent a signal trooper to report the victory to Yan Wangxi in the capital of Yan, and Yan Wangxi commended him for his performance, giving Fang Yanggu the left general and Sun Chang the right general. This made Fang Yanggu happy. He didn't expect that a county magistrate could be named a Zuo general, which was beyond his expectations. But what also surprised him was that Sun Chang was on the same level as him and became a right general. In this case, they would be on an equal footing in the future. The 6 kingdoms, the top of the school captain was the Pai army, that is, the deputy general, and the top of the Pai army was the general. But this general was only appointed as an official when the army was marching to fight, and it would be removed after the battle was over. On top of this, it is divided into the positions of generals, generals on the left, and generals on the right. This is an appointment that will not be revoked. Among them, the rank of general is the largest, commanding the generals and generals on the left and right. Among them, the lower generals are more senior than the left and right generals. Such fine grading is also done in order to be able to obey the management and dispatch during the war. When Fang Yanggu heard that he was named a left general, it was really a great thing, but when he heard that Sun Chang was named a right general, he felt a little dissatisfied. He is the magistrate of Fangyang County, and Sun Chang is only his subordinate, and now he is on an equal footing with him. At this moment, Fang Yanggu can't accept it. But he didn't show it either, because he knew that the reason why Yan Wangxi named them 2 generals was because Sun Chang won the 2 battles. So now it is impossible for him to turn against Sun Chang, but he will try his best to maintain the relationship between them. Congratulations, Sun Chang, you have become the right general, and now you can be on an equal footing with me. Having followed the county magistrate Fang Yanggu for many years, Sun Chang really knew this man's temper too well. Although his mind was not bad, he would sometimes still be jealous of the virtuous. Chapter 212 finally fight back. My subordinates dare not. My subordinates will always be the entourage of the magistrate. Hey, don't say that, otherwise, I'll be decapitated. Although Fang Yanggu said this, he was very happy in his heart. He never thought that Sun Chang was quite aware of the current affairs. Even if he was promoted to the right general, he still respected himself. Subordinates understand that these words are only hidden in subordinates' hearts. Okay, Sun Chang, I really didn't see you wrong, and I didn't go to me to commend you for your credit to Yanwang Jiayuan. The general's caring heart for his subordinates will always be remembered by his subordinates and will not be forgotten. Well, you're so humble and polite, it is worth my care for you. Rest assured that I will definitely promote you more in the future. Here. Thank you, General. Ha ha ha. Well, today is a good day. Archery, I want to have a few drinks with the right General Sun Chang. King Yan, Fang Yanggu, the magistrate of Fangyang County, has only won 3 battles. Just naming him General Zuo, isn't the reward a bit too much? Humph. You know what can win against the brave Dakan soldiers. Of course, you must give them bonuses, and for the consecutive victories, I really can't think that our country of Yan has such brave generals and soldiers. Li Jian looked at King Yan Shi, and felt very helpless in his heart. King Yan was good everywhere, but he was blindly optimistic. As an emperor, he was too dull. But his father has always been the national captain of the Yan country, guarding the Yan country. He must not betray the country of Yan. Even if he dies, he must live and die together with the country of Yan. Yan Wangshi doesn't value Li Hian's loyalty, nor does he understand it very well. He only knows that Li Hian is very powerful, and others say that he is very powerful. But Yan Wangshi didn't like him very much, because he took care of himself too much, and he was always doing things he didn't like to do. Just like this time, he just sealed 2 generals, and Li Hian also had to take care of it, and Yan Wangshi was also very troublesome. Li Jian saw what he said. Yan Wangshi didn't want to listen anymore, so he didn't say more. Anyway, this matter wouldn't have much impact. I'm tired, go back to Li Hian, I'm going to rest. Looking at the high sun outside, Li Jian shook his head, sighed and left. After Li Hian left, Yan Wangshi was happy. Finally gone. It's really annoying to have to deal with it all day. You all come out, let's play together. Here in Fangyang County, Sun Chang looked at Bufu's barracks in the distance, a kind of worry, and he didn't know why he always felt this way. It seemed that he had stepped into a trap. He did not understand why the Qin army always fled after one hit like this. Yang Jiyu didn't feel like he was fighting desperately at all, but it was always victorious, but Sun Chang didn't feel that way. He also tried to tell Fang Yanggu what he thought, but Jiyu was so immersed in the joy of victory that he couldn't listen to what he said. Sun Chang shook his head helplessly, sighed and returned to his residence. This scene was thinned by eyes in the dark, and then these eyes were hidden in the dark and disappeared. This Sun Chang, what is he thinking? Why is he so depressed after winning? No way. In front of him with some doubts in his heart. Fang Yanggu never understood why Sun Chang was always sullen when he was victorious. Could it be that he doesn't want to win the unhappy appearance? Suspicion gave birth to a ghost. The more Fang Yanggu thought about it, the more suspicious Sun Chang became, so he has been sending people to monitor him for the past 2 days. Sun Chang didn't feel anything, and he never thought that he would be watched by others in his own place. General, I don't think General Zuo is very happy. He has been looking in the direction of the Qin army's camp, shaking his head and sighing for some reason. Oh, shaking your head and sighing, it's really hard to figure out what Sun Chang is thinking. Yeah, General, several consecutive victories, but not even a single soldier of the opponent was caught, and that Zhang Kuang also escaped one after another, but he was not injured at all. Hearing the words, Fang Yanggu pondered for a while, but also felt terrified. Right, why didn't I think that he didn't see the soldiers of the Qin army this time, and a few died. And has been, Sun Chang's arrogance, who has never been hurt. General, and last time, he and Captain Xu Ziyang went to escort the herbal medicine to Wuzheng County. Why Xu Ziyang was killed by the Qin army, but he came back here unscathed, all this is very suspicious. Fang Yanggu's eyes widened as he looked at the guard in front of him. This guard has always been hiding in the dark. It is his eyes in the dark that can be absolutely trusted. What you said is very reasonable, but now without evidence, you can't make a fool of yourself. Fang Yanggu felt that the guard's words became more and more true. When recalling the several battles between Xu Chang and Qin Jun, Fang Yanggu felt even more terrifying. This must be because Xu Chang and Qin Jun colluded and deliberately acted for them. It must be like this. Fang Yanggu has been very sure of his own thoughts, and his eyes flashed with a fierce gleam of resentment. You continue to monitor closely, and report to me as soon as there is any trouble. Well, my subordinates retire. Also, send someone to contact the magistrate of Zaoyang County, Hai Danfang, and let him get ready to attack the Qin army camp together. Here. After the guards left, Fang Yangu stood up and looked out the window with mixed feelings in his heart. He really didn't want to believe that Sun Chang would betray the country of Yan and betray him. Sun Chang has been with him for so many years, and he has always been loyal to him. If it weren't for these things, it was obvious that Sun Chang was suspected of treason. He would never believe it either. Just wait and see. In the Qin army camp, in Bufu's tent. It's so long, we've lost 4 times in a row, isn't the time yet? Buff shook his head, also very puzzled, which was also beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that things would develop like this, and the battlefield was changing rapidly, and it didn't matter. Okay, we will take the initiative to attack tomorrow. You can give it a go and catch them off guard. Ha ha ha, that's great. I've been fighting so hard during this period of time, I've been pretending to run away, it's really unpleasant. It's true, I feel depressed. I can finally compete with each other tomorrow. Zhang Huang, you led 3,000 troops to attack Fangyang County first, you can give it a shot. Here. Ganya, Qi Ying, you two led 3,000 troops to ambushed on the hillside between Zaoyang County and Fangyang County. Chapter 213 _ Generals. If you find that reinforcements from Zaoyang County are advancing towards Fangyang County, you must do your best to stop them. Here. Uncle Liang, you led 2,000 people, and joined the bow and arrow behind, Qi Ying. I led 2,000 military horses to meet them behind Zhang Huang. In the battle tomorrow, let them know the bravery of my Dakin soldiers. Here. Everything was arranged, everyone returned to their own places to rest. Buff didn't fall asleep, and sat thinking about things. Fangyang County and Zaoyang County Bufu did not take it seriously. Reason why they played so delicately was to exercise the commanding ability of Zhang Huang, Ganya and Qi Ying. Buff wants to train them into very powerful generals and make plans for the future. In his view, with Wang Jian's army pressing forward step by step. On the other hand, he has also attacked the city and conquered the land, and together with Shuangjiao County and Wuzheng County, these important military places have already been captured by him. And the death of Quanzong of Qiguo is also his foreshadowing. I believe that it will break out soon, and when the support of Qi state is lost, Yan state will lose the last straw. Then there will be no who can save their country. But after the Yan kingdom is over, will the war end? The answer is yes, no. The ambition of the Qin state, although the king of Qin did not show it, Buff saw it clearly. Putting the meat in his mouth, how could the wolf not eat Buff and plan for the future? Now his subordinates are all arrogant, Ganya, Qi Ying and my uncle. But let them be on their own, and now they are still lacking some heat. Now we are only fighting the county seat, but in the future we will be fighting the county seat. It will not be a fight of several thousand people, but a battle of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. In order to let them master the ability to command troops in advance, Buff will always sit in the commander's seat and not participate in the battle. If it is Bufu, whether it is Shuangjiao County, Wuzheng County or the current Fangyang County and Zaoyang County, with his ability, he alone will easily break the city. But now he decided, instead of waiting so slowly for them to grow, he would take them to more battles. Only in this way can you really train them. After making the decision, Buff went to sleep peacefully. Of the second day, all the soldiers and generals in the Qin army's camp were ready to go, and the troops were divided into 4 directions and marched in the direction of Fangyang and Zaoyang. Standing at the head of Fangyang County, Fang Yangu felt somewhat numb when he saw Qin Bing coming to attack the city again. Because in his eyes, it's all just acting. Qin Jun was just pretending to be there. Made him feel the greatest danger was the Sun Cheng beside him, whom he thought was Qin's domestic counterpart. General Zuo, look at how the formation of Qin soldiers feels today. In fact, Sun Cheng felt it just now, and the Qin army was just like when they marched in Fangyang County. Sun Chang clearly felt that the current army was very different from the past, and it was not an exaggeration to say that the force was astonishing. General, the Qin army's siege seems to be different from the past. We have to be more careful. Oh, how is it different? Did General Wright see something mysterious? General, this is the Qin army sieging the city neatly arranged. The momentum is like a rainbow, and it is completely different from the previous times. Oh, so it is. The right general can be sure to defeat them. Seeing Sun Chang's embarrassed appearance, Fang Yanggu sneered in his heart. Sun Chang, why did you betray the country of Yan? Although he thought so in his heart, he still did not show the slightest doubt on the surface. It seems that General Zuo is a little embarrassed. Didn't the previous victories all go well? Why is it so embarrassing today? I don't know, the general has fought against the Qin army before, and the feeling to his subordinates is that the Qin army has no intention of attacking the city at all, but has been testing the strength of our young county. Oh. Hearing Sun Chang say this, Fang Yanggu felt very surprised. He couldn't see what the magic gun in front of him was thinking. His previous actions and all the signs indicated that Sun Chang had betrayed the country of Yan. But from his words and expressions, he was really worried about the Qin army's siege this time. Which is the real Sun Chang's inner thoughts? Fang Yanggu is also at a loss right now, and he has no clue, but now is not the time to think about it. General, this subordinate is willing to lead 3,000 soldiers and horses out of the city to fight. Okay, I hope that General Zuo will come back victorious, and I will scramble for you at the head of the city. Here. After a while, the gate of Fangyang County opened wide, and a soldier in silver armor and holding a zongba spear came out on horseback, and behind him, 3,000 soldiers followed. As always, Sun Chang came to Zhang Kuang by beating a horse. But this time, he looked at the aura of Zhang Kuang and the soldiers behind him, and his expression was completely different from before. Ha ha ha, we are here, Sun Chang again. Today I will fight to the death with you. It looks like you are going to fight to the death today. Are you really going to attack the city? It's all seen by you. It seems that you are not stupid. You were taken care of before, and you have been pressing and beating. This time, let us decide the outcome seriously. Look at the axe. Didn't speak any further, and started to fight against Sun Chang with a frenzied and serious expression. Tricks are still the same as before, although they are arrogant and imposing, but facing the real gun's Tai Chi exercises, they still can't be easily eliminated. But now Zhang Kuang is not in a hurry. The battle with Sun Chang these times has given him experience. He knew that the more impetuous the battle with Sun Chang, the easier it would be for flaws, and it would take the most effort. He and Sun Chang were fighting there, and in the eyes of outsiders, there was no difference between them and the previous fight. Fang Yanggu, who was standing at the head of Fangyang County, was even more convinced of his thoughts. This is obviously the same as before. It seems that after a while, the soldiers of the Qin country should turn around and run away. Then Sun Chang took advantage of the situation to pursue him again, and it was the same process. It's just that today's Qin soldiers seem to be much more serious. I didn't think I had noticed it, so I became more realistic. While Zhang Kuang and Sun Chang were fighting there, Bu Yufu gave an attack order from behind. The flag in the hands of the commanding soldier pointed forward, and the soldiers of the Qin state shouted and killed for a while. The terrified Yan soldiers took a step back. They all looked left and right, and they were all talking about it. What's wrong with Qin Guobing today? It seems to be different from before. Yeah, I feel the same way, and looking at their eyes has become a lot fiercer. Stop talking, you should be punished if you talk again. Chapter 214-Attack. As the banner of the messengers changed, the Qin army began to attack, and they finally showed their true strength. The soldiers of the state of Yan were still immersed in the dream of the previous victory. In the previous battles, the soldiers of the state of Yan chased the soldiers of the state of Qin and fled quickly. But today, Qinjun has not taken a step back until now, but is constantly approaching. Of Chengtu also became serious at this time, and it was not until now that he could see the difference between the Qin army and the previous one. As the Qin army approached, the two armies quickly collided, and at this moment, something that shocked Fang Yangu suddenly occurred. A one-sided form had already appeared on the entire battlefield, and the soldiers of the state of Yan were seen falling down piece by piece like wheat being reaped. That is true death and true slaughter. Qin army did not panic at all, and continued to attack. Although the number of troops and horses on both sides was the same, their strengths were too different. What, is this still that Qin Jun? Fang Yangu opened his mouth and widened his eyes. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't believe that Qin Jun, who had been beaten 5 or 6 times before, had such strength. Quick, go and notify Zhaoyang County to request support. It was only at this time that Fang Yangu realized the seriousness of the situation. He did not dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly sent people to Zhaoyang County to ask for reinforcements. On the battlefield was especially anxious. Looking at the soldiers beside him, they fell one by one, and Sun Cheng's eyes were cracked. He glared wildly with anger, until now he felt a hint of war. Compared with the previous connection, it was like a child's play. He wanted to retreat back to the city, but was entangled tightly by madness. If you want to leave, it's too late. I won't let my enemies go easily like you. Sun Cheng was so angry at the arrogant words, and the change in Qin Jun was too unexpected for him. Although he also saw something, it was far from what he imagined. Sun Cheng's heart was chaotic, and the Tai Chi exercises were full of flaws. Kwang seized the opportunity and slapped an axe on the back, sending Sun Cheng flying out. Blood spurted out of his mouth and fell to the ground unconscious. When Fang Yangu saw this on the city wall, he immediately understood that he was caught in the enemy's alienation scheme. Hey, I blame myself for being too suspicious. Sun Cheng was severely injured, and his life and death are unknown. I really shouldn't have been too suspicious of him before. But it's too late to say anything now. Qin's soldiers have already attacked the city wall. The Yan state soldiers who had just run back to the city immediately grabbed something to hold the gate of the city wall firmly. Rushing in, at this time Chen Qin's siege vehicle, the siege vehicle, appeared again. With a bang, the door began to shake continuously, and the residues and sawdust on it fell one after another. At this time, Buff's troops had already rushed up and joined the engineering troops. Fangyang County is in jeopardy, and Fangyang Valley is open. Quickly mobilized troops and horses to defend the city, but fortunately, the horses that Sun Cheng had just brought out were only part of them. Fang Yangu believed that as long as he persisted for another half an hour, the reinforcements from Zhaoyang County would arrive, and at that time, they would definitely defeat the Qin army by attacking back and forth. So he ordered his soldiers to defend the city gate with all their might. Moreover, it was ordered that as long as the operation matured for half an hour, all the soldiers would have their salaries doubled. If deserters are found, they will be executed on the spot. This kind of reward and punishment is ordered to stabilize at once. The state of Yanguo was already in a state of panic. From then on, it gradually stabilized and began to defend seriously. The soldiers of the state of Yan, who had stabilized, were on the defensive, and the soldiers of the state of Qin had difficulty breaking through the gate of the city immediately. Siege vehicles are still there. They slammed into the gate of the city one after another, but because there are soldiers inside, they are very tightly guarded, so they have not yet knocked the gate open. Fang Yangu's soldiers of the state of Yan stabilized, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If this is the case, it is more than enough to persist for half an hour. Is there any news from the people who went to Zhaoyang County to ask for help? Not yet, General. What is this situation? In the past, Chaoyang County was already approaching. Subordinates don't know. Trash, send troops to check. Here. Fang Yangu stood at the top of the city and looked into the distance, looking forward to seeing the shadow of taking care of the reinforcements. There was nothing in the distance, and Fang Yangu suddenly had a very bad premonition. The Qin army can attack Fangyang County or Zhaoyang County. Could it be that when Fangyanggu was still thinking wildly there, Qin State was still struggling to attack the gate of Fangyang County? Although the soldiers of the state of Yan had stabilized a little, the bravery of the soldiers of the state of Qin made them unable to resist at all. The gates of Fangyang City are now in tatters, and although they can still resist the Qin army's entry, they won't be smashed by siege vehicles in the near future. Why is there no reinforcements from Zhaoyang County? Hayden Fang, what are you going to do? In the direction of Zhaoyang Line, he had already led 5,000 soldiers out of the city, trying to rescue Hayden Peak in Fangyang County, but encountered trouble he could not imagine. Less than 300 meters out of town, they encountered the ambush of Gongya and Qi Ying, and first, countless insights fell from the sky. Although there were shield soldiers to resist, some Yan soldiers were killed. Hai Danfeng saw that the soldiers of the Qin state actually set up an ambush here, and knew that there were definitely not many people in this soldier and horse, so he ordered the soldiers to rush forward. Seeing that Qi Ying couldn't stop him, Gongya quickly retreated back. Qi Ying, hurry up and retreat first, and connect with Uncle Liang. I will block them first. Okay, be careful. After speaking, Qi Ying took his soldiers and retreated to the back. Qi Ying is a scout, an archer whose combat ability is not as good as bow and arrow. After Qi Ying left, Gongya ordered someone to fire a wave of arrows and left quickly. Seeing them retreat, Hai Danfeng quickly followed. The soldiers were extremely fast. He didn't want to let go of these archers who had killed many of his soldiers so easily. If you let them get close, these archers are nothing to fear. His infantrymen can easily kill archers. Uncle Liang, Gongya and the others are in danger, hurry up and support them. Don't worry, they'll be fine, as long as you bring the Yangyang reinforcements here, you can definitely wipe them all out. But, bow and arrow to them. They are all fast horses, and the soldiers of the state of Yan can't catch up with them at all. Moreover, if they have bows and arrows as bait, only the reinforcements from Zhaoyang will come here. How are you going to be a good uncle? This is the narrowest part of the road, and the hillsides on both sides are densely branched, making it the best place to attack with fire. Chapter 215-Fire Attack. Uncle Liang, Gongya and the others are here. In front of him on a fast horse, and his soldiers behind him, looking a little less. It should have been killed by the soldiers and horses of Zhaoyang County. Gongya galloped forward while quickly hitting the horse, and from time to time turned around to shoot the soldiers of Yan State. None of the arrows of the bow failed, and none of the arrows were empty. Every arrow was shot at a soldier of the state of Yan who was chasing in front. The soldiers of the state of Yan were shot off their horses one after another, and they were killed in succession. The speed of the soldiers of the state of Yan's pursuit slowed down. The soldiers of the state of Yan, who had no bows and arrows in their horses, were thrown out a distance. Quick, Uncle Liang, quick! Gongya shouted, and Liang Bo waited until Gongya and the soldiers ran over, and immediately ordered the fire. The fireball rolled down the hillside, igniting the trees on both sides of the hillside, forming a raging fire that surrounded the troops and horses of the state of Yan who were running in front. The flames set their clothes on fire, and the horses ran to and fro in the fire, and the smoke was so thick that they could not keep their eyes open. Soldiers rolled on the ground, hoping to put out the flames on their bodies, and the war horses threw off the soldiers riding on them and rushed out of the fire. The soldiers who fell from their horses were immediately ignited by the flames in the valley. Running around with fire, howling in pain, until lying motionless on the ground. Looking at the scene in front of them, Qi Ying and Gongya were also a little touched. This is too miserable. The method of Liang Bo's fire attack is really easy to use, but it is better to use it sparingly in the future. Seeing their miserable appearance, Qi Ying couldn't bear it. Stop being a woman's benevolence. This is a battlefield. People have a heart of kindness. They shouldn't be here. Think about the time when Gongya was chased and killed. Gongya and Qi Ying heard Liangbo's words, and they realized in their hearts, yes, this is a battlefield. If Gongya was caught by them just now, the end must be very miserable. Without any hesitation, the three men led the soldiers to leave here, and the mountain fire burned for a long time before it was gradually extinguished. Hai Danfeng looked at the scorched corpses all over the ground and was furious, scolding the Qin army for being cruel and ruthless. Then he led the remaining soldiers and horses to continue the pursuit. Those who were trapped by the fire just now were only the soldiers of the Yan kingdom who were chasing ahead. Most of the soldiers of the state of Yan were only blocked by the fire. Now that the fire has been extinguished, the soldiers of the state of Yan, led by Hai Danfeng, began to pursue again. Due to the delay of the fire, Ganya, Qiying and Liangbo had already evacuated to a safe place. Here in Fangyang County, Fangyanggu has persisted for an hour, but still did not see the rescuers from Hayden Peak in Zhaoyang County. What the hell is going on? Why haven't the rescuers arrived yet? Yes, the county magistrate and general only insisted for half an hour before reinforcements could arrive, but now an hour has passed. We can't hold on anymore, and Fangyang County is about to be breached. Brothers, hold on, the reinforcements will be here soon, come on. But such voices were immediately drowned out by complaints and doubts, looking at the already shaken military heart. Fang Yanggu suddenly roared, "Arrest those who talk nonsense, and those who disturb the heart of the army, behead." Swish, two heads were chopped off and fell to the ground, and the heart of the soldiers of the state of Yan who was about to retreat immediately became firm. No one wants to be killed by his own people before being killed by the enemy. Don't worry. It must be the soldiers of the Qin state who stopped the reinforcements from Zhaoyang County, but I believe they don't have much strength, and the reinforcements from Zhaoyang County will definitely defeat them and come to rescue us. Soldiers, as long as we persist for a while, we can turn defeat into victory. If we lose the city, we will also lose our heads, so now we have to fight to the death. Although Fang Yanggu shouted with great enthusiasm, the effect he received was mediocre, because the soldiers had been boosting their morale just now and persisted for so long. However, they have not been able to wait for the reinforcements from Zhaoyang County until now, and they are already a little disappointed. Now Fang Yanggu speaks vividly and passionately, and the effect he receives is much worse than before. Seeing that the soldiers did not share his passion, Fang Yanggu felt helpless. Although what he said was very good, in his heart he didn't have much hope for defending Fangyang County. The reinforcements from Zhaoyang County were late, and Fang Yanggu had a premonition that something was going wrong. They are about to shatter right now, and maybe they will be broken in less than half an hour at all. Of Fangyang County's soldiers, last defense. Once it is breached, Fangyang County's soldiers, heart of confrontation will disappear. Buff stood behind the soldiers and horses, overlooking the battle in Fangyang County. That Fangyang County would be breached in a short time. At this time, in the direction of the sun behind him, a figure of a soldier and horse began to appear chaotically. Bufu raised his eyes and looked into the distance, and when he got closer, he could see clearly that it was Ganya, Qiying, Liangbo's soldiers and horses. It seems that time is running out, presumably they can't resist the reinforcements from the direction of Zhaoyang. Okay, it seems that I have to do it. Chituma, you haven't participated in the battle for a long time. Feng Tianhuaji, you are the same, let's start the killing today. Go. Reins were pulled, the red rabbit horse began to change, turning into a green and red dragon foal, a mount that looked like a giant dragon, and flew towards Fangyang County. Ha 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 ha, Shichong, I finally made a move, and I can appreciate His Majesty again. Insolent, I will help you break the city, tell the soldiers to retreat first, and I will destroy the city gate with the siege vehicle. Withdraw. At the gate of the city quickly retreated some distance, and made way for the green and red dragons to run forward. At this time, I saw a flash of blue and red light, and the red rabbit horse turned into a blue and red dragon horse, and came to the front of the city gate. Buff got off his horse and walked slowly to the city gate. The soldiers of the state of Yan were still defending hard there, and suddenly felt the pressure from outside lightened, and the attack stopped abruptly. Hey, why did the attack stop? Did the reinforcements from Zhaoyang County arrive? Yes, It must be, otherwise, why did the Qin soldiers attack so violently just stop suddenly? Ha ha ha, great, we finally persevered. Great, we won. Just as the soldiers of Yan State were cheering and cheering, a voice came in. I'm afraid you can't wait for the arrival of reinforcements from Zhaoyang County. Well, who's talking there? Look, there's someone at the door. Ah, my god, what is that? Is that a dragon? Chapter 216 break the city with one punch. Did he say something just now? At this time, I saw Buff raise his right fist, and then slowly retracted it to the right side of his body. Then he quickly punched Chengmin, only to hear a bang, and the whole door was blown open. The soldiers of the state of Yan were so frightened that they retreated and fled, some of them froze in place, and even forgot to escape. Run! The monster is coming. That man is a monster, he actually broke the city gate with one punch. The soldiers of the state of Yan became chaotic, fleeing everywhere. Even if Fang Yangu killed 2 people, they could not retreat. Don't retreat, don't panic, he's just alone, go back to defend me, go back. Fang Yangu kept shouting and slashing and killing the soldiers of the state of Yan with his sword. There is a disease that he can't dodge enough to be hacked to death by his sword, and some are lucky enough to escape his sword and quickly flee to the side. What's more, he actually started to fight back. But Fang Yangu's military skills are still good, and ordinary soldiers are not his opponents at all. They were all killed by him, the former county magistrate of Fangyang County, and now the sword of Zuo general of the Yan Kingdom has not a drop of Qin soldiers' blood on it. But he chopped off the heads of more than a dozen compatriots of Yan. The fleeing soldiers of the state of Yan were filled with resentment when they saw Fang Yangu, who was slashing and slashing his comrade brother with the sword that was constantly waving there. They no longer ran away, but looked at Fang Yangu in front of them with angry eyes. You all go back to defend the city, those who violate the military order will be killed without mercy. Who was standing still, staring at him, still, shouting fiercely. But no matter how he shouted, none of the Yan soldiers moved. Instead, he was surrounded by a group. Although he was not too close to him, it was not easy to get out of this surrounding circle. After Fang Yangu's continuous shouting had no effect, he felt that it was abnormal. Looking at the angry gazes of the Yan kingdom surrounding him, Fang Yangu groaned in his heart and secretly said, "Not good. Was too impulsive just now, and now I have committed public anger, and it is too late to stop now. What are you doing to rebel?" After all, Fang Yangu was a former county magistrate, and these soldiers were somewhat frightened when they saw his appearance. This is Fang Yangu's official prestige, this is the space for himself to breathe. As soldiers of the state of Yan, you don't think about resisting the Qin army and defending your homeland, but only thinking about running away and abandoning the city and betrayal. How can you face your fathers and villagers face to face? Being reprimanded by Fang Yangu, the soldiers bowed their heads one after another. Fang Yangu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had already controlled the plane. Fortunately, he stabilized the scene, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. It's not bad at all. I didn't expect your eloquence to be so good. Only, no matter how good your eloquence is, you can't cover up the fact that you killed your compatriots. What's more, now that the city has been broken into 5, resistance is futile, and it is understandable to choose to escape, but you are there to kill and hack, and you say that the righteousness is dignified, really ridiculous. Whoever speaks there and stands up. How to tell the truth, you are afraid. The expressions of the soldiers began to change again. They all looked back one after another, and it was the one who was talking just now. The one who broke the city gate. A little closer to Buff, quickly run to the side. Go, almost fell to the ground. Seems that they are very afraid of Buff, yes, they have never seen such a powerful person. Breaking the city gate with one punch, is this something a human can do? But even so, he couldn't open it with a fist alone. It's beyond their cognizance, so when such a person is in front of them, they feel like they're looking at a monster. In front of the monsters, the soldiers of the Yan Kingdom couldn't have any fighting spirit at all. All they can do now is to stay away from him, and even some soldiers of the Yan Kingdom have already begun to turn around and run away. Who the hell are you? Who am I? I thought you knew my name. My name is Buff. I'm the captain of the Qin army. At this time, the soldiers of the Qin army were led by me. Humph. I know that you are the leader of the Qin army, but I was just wondering what kind of person you are to open the city gate with one punch. It turns out that you are concerned about this matter. It's not a big deal. As long as you have enough strength and your fists are hard enough, you can do it. The scene, there was an uproar, and the soldiers of Yan State couldn't help but marvel. How could this be a matter of strength? How much strength can this be done? The fist is hard enough, no matter how hard it is, it can't compare to this thick red pine board. My God, he said it too lightly. Is he human? Liang Guobing seemed to have forgotten about the city's destruction, and all his attention was now attracted by Buff. You are too arrogant, and now you are alone, surrounded by so many of our soldiers and horses. Let's see how you can escape. After Fang Yangu said these words, many soldiers, look at me, I look at you and feel very surprised. No one thought that Fang Yangu would actually say such a thing. It seems that Fang Yangu has no good way to deal with this Buff. Are you kidding me? You're killing me. If you want to beat me in this way, it's too naive. Humph. I know you're trying to delay time, but in fact you've been doing it all the time. Doing this, including the full resistance before, is all to wait for the reinforcements from Zhaoyang County to come and save you, right? Fang Yangu was shocked when he heard Bu Yufu's words. He knew that since Bu Yufu had already thought of this, he must have already thought of a countermeasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this, and he stood here talking to him calmly. Seeing that Fang Yangu was looking at himself without speaking, he knew that he was also incapable of doing things right now, and there was nothing he could do. Fang Yangu, I will give you two paths for you to choose. The first one is immediate. Give up resistance, surrender immediately, and then raise your troops to attack Zhaoyang County. When Fang Yangu heard that Bufu asked him to surrender, he still wondered if he should promise him a plan to delay the army first. But he didn't expect that Buff directly asked him to raise his troops to attack and build Yangxian County, which made his wishful thinking a moment ago. The other way is that you fought with me in the last battle. If you win, I can leave, and I won't attack Fangyang County. What if I lose? Ha ha ha, you are nothing more than the General Zuo of the Yan Kingdom. You are afraid of losing before you can fight. Chapter 217 Thinking of running away all the time. When Fang Yangu said that sentence, he regretted it, and he didn't know why he could say such a thing. Maybe it was Buff's strength that made him timid, maybe he felt that he couldn't win Bufu at all. But this kind of emotion should only be kept in the heart, but it was too embarrassing for him to say it. He turned his head and glanced at the Yan State soldiers around him. All he saw were contempt and contempt. The soldiers of the state of Yan were whispering there. The general also said that when he reprimanded us just now, he said that he would run away from the enemy and have no face to see his parents on a blind date. He was afraid that he would be like this before he could stand. Yeah, it's so shameless for such a person to have the face to speak of us. Listening to the whispers of the soldiers around, Fang Yangu also felt disgraced. There was no way, the words had already been said, just like the water that was poured out could not be taken back. Buff, I agree to your second condition, I hope you count. Don't worry, I'll never talk like some people do. You. Fang Yangu couldn't speak to Buff, but fortunately he didn't speak anymore. He raised the sword in his hand and stabbed Buff. The sword is a good sword, but it's a pity that the person who used him really humiliated this sword. When the sword was about to stab Buff in the throat, I saw that his footsteps were moving and he had already dodged away, and then his body had come to the side of Fang Yangu. Fang Yangu, who stabbed the air with a sword, ran out of control and ran 2 steps forward, and Buff tapped him on the back. Fang Yangu felt a strong force coming. No longer unable to control his body, he fell forward and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha. The soldiers of the Yan kingdom who were onlookers couldn't help laughing when they saw Feng Yangu being so embarrassed. This kind of picture is really weird. Now that the city gate has broken 5, the soldiers of the Qin army have rushed into the city and began to chase and kill the soldiers of the Yan kingdom who are still resisting. And surrendered would not be killed by the soldiers of the state of Qin. Before attacking the county town, Buff had instructed not to slaughter the prisoners and civilians. At this time, Qin state soldiers had already occupied most of Fengyang County. Some have also come to this position of Buff. Why are you laughing at these traitors, who betrayed the country of Yan and the people of Fengyang County? Are you still qualified to laugh at me? At this time, Feng Yangu's reprimand was extremely pale and powerless, and the soldiers of the Yan kingdom who were watching didn't even feel ashamed. It seems that your prestige in Poyang County is not too high. It seems that you usually fish for the common people, so you can fill your own pockets. Yeah, usually high above, it's not good for us soldiers, and they shout and drink, and they beat and scold at every turn. That's right, he also scoured the people's fat and people's cream for his own use, and even robbed the United States, ha ha ha. Hearing the soldiers scolding him like this, he told all his scandals. Buff also thought it was extremely ridiculous. He did not expect that Feng Yangu would be so unbearable in the hearts of the common people and soldiers. And I didn't expect Feng Yangu to be so domineering in this Fengyang County. It seems that you not only have low prestige, but you even hate you. If I were a shark, your words should follow everyone's wishes. Kill him, kill him. A soldier of the state of Yan seemed to have a lot of hatred against Yang Jiyu. Maybe he had suppressed it for too long, but this time he got the opportunity and shouted loudly. Feng Yangu's eyes widened angrily, and angrily glared at the soldier. Therefore, being oppressed by Feng Yangu's aura, his voice gradually became smaller and his body shrank back. But his retreat does not mean that everyone will retreat. His silence did not mean that everyone did not speak, looking at Feng Yangu, threatening the soldier's eyes. The soldiers of Yan country forgot their fear and only had anger. Kill him, kill him. For a while, the shouting shook the sky, and Feng Yangu also began to be shocked. He did not expect that the resentment of the soldiers against him would be so strong. Feng Yangu no longer went to the Yan state soldiers to fight. He felt that all this was Buff's fault. It was Buff who made the soldiers hated him and started to resist him. He looked at Buff angrily, raised the sword in his hand again, and his expression began to become serious. If he still wanted to keep trying to survive before, now he is determined to fight Buff for life and death. Feng Yangu sighed in his heart that he had just become a Zuo general not long ago, and he has not had a good time, and now he is going to die here. In fact, he knew that he was no match for Bufu at all. Even Sun Cheng Feng Yangu could not beat him, let alone this Bufu. The reason why I agreed to Buff's bet before was just to stabilize him and delay for some time. Including the friction with the soldiers, is also within his calculations. He knew it well, he knew the attitude and thoughts of the soldiers towards him, and he knew what he had done. But he just wanted to do it on purpose, and he knew what effect Buff wanted. He knew that Buff wanted to provoke public anger, and then he killed himself to win the hearts and minds of the people. Be able to become a general, Feng Yangu's resourcefulness is absolutely extraordinary. Looking around, the soldiers of the Yan kingdom were still there, shouting angrily. Feng Yangu also shook his head helplessly. He didn't know that these idiots were taken advantage of. No wonder Fengyang County was breached. Don't think about these things anymore. Feng Yangu knows better than anyone about winning the king and losing the bandit. Since Fengyang County had been breached, even if he escaped by chance and returned to Yandu, the crime of losing the city would be enough to chop off his head. Therefore, his current state of mind is very peaceful. Since he cannot escape death no matter what, he is determined to fight to the death. Even if he can dig up a piece of meat from Buff, it will be good. Looks like you've finally gotten serious and stopped thinking about running away. Feng Yangu stared at Boof with wide eyes. He felt that the person in front of him was really terrible. All his thoughts and calculations had not escaped his eyes. Also outstanding in martial arts, such a person. He was actually just a captain in Qin state. If a person like you was in the state of Yan, he would definitely be a national captain, but you are indeed a small captain in the state of Qin. I don't understand why you are subservient to the state of Qin. Ha ha ha, have you started lobbying me? You're really persistent about living. Fang Yanggu shook his head, then looked firmly at Buff and said seriously, I have given up the idea of escaping. I am just very curious, how could a talent like you be so willing to only do a small captain? Was Fang Yanggu's serious expression. Buff knew. This time he didn't have any tricks and calculations. Chapter 218 hit the road with peace of mind. In fact, Bufu is also very optimistic about Fang Yanggu. As an opponent, he does not want to win himself all the time. Every word and even every action is in his calculations. This is actually a kind of talent, but it's a pity that Buff doesn't need such a talent. Otherwise, Buff would have the heart to subdue him, but Fang Yanggu would not agree. Since you are so obsessed with this matter, I will tell you. After you die, you will be a wise man. At this time, Buff came to Fang Yanggu's side, and he was not afraid that Fang Yanggu would suddenly attack him. Because he had absolute confidence, he killed Fang Yanggu before Fang Yanggu attacked him. The smart Fang Yanggu seemed to realize this, so he also gave up the idea of attacking Buff. Whispered a few words in his ear that no one else could hear. After speaking, Buff patted Fang Yanggu on the shoulder. At this moment, Fang Yanggu was already stunned, his eyes staring straight ahead without blinking. He couldn't believe what Buff said just now. This was something he had never thought about. Can the things Buff said really be done? He probably didn't have a chance to see it. Before he could speak again, Buff had already shot. Fang Yanggu only felt that he suddenly flew into the air, and then fell to the ground, looking at his headless corpse and slowly closed his eyes. Now you can hit the road with peace of mind. Looking at Fang Yanggu lying on the ground with his head cut off by him, Buff took his sword in his hand. This is a good sword, and your master will be me in the future. Just now, they were still screaming desperately, but after seeing that Fang Yanggu was really killed, the soldiers of Yan State suddenly became silent. Fang Yanggu is dead, Fang Yanggu is really dead, but what will happen to them? Qin army, can you let them go? Although there is only Bufu alone, surrounded by soldiers of Yan country, no one dares to come forward and fight him. They were slowly backing away, trying to keep the furthest distance from Buff. But only now did they realize that they were completely surrounded by Qin soldiers, and they couldn't escape from here at all. Clatter, a spear was thrown to the ground, and then the sound of weapons falling to the ground could be heard incessantly. So far Fangyang County was breached, and Buff gained another city. Arranged for Zhang Kuang to send someone to appease the soldiers of the state of Yan who had surrendered and repaired the gates of the city. Bufu climbed to the top of the city and looked at the soldiers and horses of Zhaoyang County, who were standing still in the distance. Buff narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking in his heart how to take Zhaoyang County as well. Come on, we're back. Uncle Liang, Xiao Xiao and Qi Ying came to Buff, and Buff looked at the soldiers and horses of Zhaoyang County in the distance. You did a good job and bought enough time for me. Otherwise, the reinforcements from Yangxian County rushed to the front and back to attack, which would definitely put us in a dilemma, and that would be dangerous. Gongya and Qi Ying glanced at Bo, then bowed to Buff and said, damn this subordinate. Hearing this, Buff turned his head, looked at Gongya and Qi Ying suspiciously, and then glanced at Uncle Liang. Uncle Liang bowed his head and said nothing, and Buff was even more puzzled. What's the matter with you? You have already successfully completed the task, and the delay is longer than expected, giving me time to break down the city. This is all credit and no blame. Gongya and Qi Ying lowered their heads even lower, and Uncle Liang still stood there without speaking. What the hell are you doing? Uncle Liang, tell me. Wow, let the two of them explain this to you in person. Ganya and Qi Ying glanced at each other, then looked at Boof. Xichong, it's my fault. Earlier, Uncle Liang wanted to use fire to attack the reinforcements from Zhaoyang County in the valley. Because Ganya hadn't returned, I proposed to rescue Ganya, but Uncle Liang stopped him. 1. Oh, how dare you have a fight with Uncle Liang? Damn it, subordinate. Humph. Go on. Sir, my subordinates, when Uncle Liang used fire to attack the soldiers and horses in Zhujiang County, the woman was benevolent and blamed Uncle Liang for being cruel. Humph. The two of you are really confused. One woman is benevolent, and the other dares to disobey on the spot. I think you two really don't want your heads subordinate to the death penalty. Buff sternly reprimanded. Ganya and Qi Ying did not dare to refute. If there is anyone else who can listen to Ganya and Qi Ying in this military camp, it is only Buff. Before attacking Fangyang County, I gave Liang Uncle the command to block the reinforcements from Zhaoyang. How dare you disobey his orders on the battlefield? And Uncle Liang didn't dare to speak. They knelt there and listened to Buff's hair. Buff reprimanded them and turned to look at Uncle Liang. They are in disobedience, and they can be executed first and then slapped. Military law does not allow personalities. How do you think it should be handled? Decision. Ah, Ganya and Qi Ying's legs were so frightened that they almost sat there. Buff and Uncle Liang laughed and looked at them. Ganya and Qi Ying saw the faces of Bufu and Liang Uncle, and they immediately understood that they were teasing themselves and relaxed. Just as he was about to stand up, Buff became serious. Do you really want me to cut your heads off? Who made you stand up? Hearing that Buff was really angry this time, Xiao Xiao and Qi Ying hurriedly knelt there with a good attitude. Tell you, you have made a big mistake this time. Don't think that if you have a good relationship with Uncle Liang, you can disobey his orders on the battlefield. This is a big taboo in war. Buff scolded Ganya and Qi Ying fiercely. He wanted to teach them that there can only be one voice on the battlefield, that is, the commander's voice, and there is only one military order from him, which is also a military order that must be executed. Disobeyed the military order died, and those who questioned the military order died, and he had to let Ganya and Qi Ying know clearly. My subordinates are wrong, so long, we really know wrong this time. Humph, do you know that this time the county seat is being fought, and that in the future, maybe a quarter of an hour can change the outcome of a war? Buff continued to scold them. If it wasn't for Uncle Liang's wit and the reinforcements to come here half an hour earlier, the people who died would be our soldiers from the Great Qin Kingdom, you know. This time Qi Ying and Ganya can't speak anymore. They know that they really made a big mistake this time. Fortunately, there are no irreversible consequences. Otherwise, they will face Bufu and Qin in silence. Soldiers. Chapter 219_Prevent Sneak Attack. Do you understand what I said? Understood, Xichong, we won't make the same mistake again in the future, please Xichong, give us another chance. Humph, it's not me who you asked for. Buff said and then turned around, carefully, and Qi Ying understood Buff's meaning. They came to Uncle Liang and bowed deeply. Uncle Liang, our brothers made a big mistake this time, please forgive us this time regardless of your previous suspicions. Uncle Liang hurriedly lifted the two up and looked at them with rosy eyes. You and I are both brothers, don't be like this. Uncle Liang, alas, we are so confused. Hey, Uncle Liang. Qi Ying pointed to Buff and wanted Uncle Liang to help him and beg for mercy. Uncle Liang understood, smiled and shook his head and walked forward. It's very long. Although Qiang has made a mistake, it has done a good job in blocking the enemy this time. If there is no bow and arrow Qiang to lure the enemy into the depths, my fire attack strategy will be difficult to implement. If the merits and demerits are equal, don't punish them. Buff squinted at Uncle Liang, with a question in his eyes. Uncle Liang nodded. Well, since Uncle Liang has interceded for you, I will forgive you this time. If you do it again, I will not forgive you. Hey, what a long way, how dare we do it again? If we sell it again, our head will be gone. HMPH. It's good to know, it's just the beginning. There will be more and more battles in the future, but the order must be enforced on the field to turn a soldier into a sharp blade. Do you understand? Here, this subordinate understands. It's very long. Buff said nothing, nodded, and turned away. At this time, the reinforcements from Zhaoyang County had already retreated, and Buff turned around and put away the serious expression just now, and looked at Gongya, Qiying and Liangbo with a smile. Today, you have conquered Fangyang County, and you have contributed greatly. Uncle Liang went to send someone to prepare a banquet. I want to celebrate for you. Here, this subordinate will do it now. Let's go too. Ha ha ha, you two guys, today you will be fined not to drink alcohol and guard the city here. Ah, how long? Didn't you say that you forgive us this time? Why do you still punish us? Humph, you have made such a big mistake, and you are punished not to drink. It's already cheap for you, and you still dare not accept it. No, 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 how can you disobey? You should be punished, you should be punished. Seeing Gongya and Qiying smiling, you couldn't help but smile and left. Leaving the tower, Buff came to a room in the city lord's mansion, where a person was lying on the bed, covered with medicine cloth. This person was the one who was slapped Sun Chang with an axe. At that time, Zhang Kuang kept his hand, and did not beat him, but severely injured him and left him in a coma. After that, Zhang Kuang ordered him to be carried back to the camp, and after the siege was over, he told Buff. Buff complimented the arrogance, and then came here when everything was arranged. Because of the smearing of double jiao bone powder, Sun Chang, who was here, recovered quickly from his injuries, and his life was no longer in danger. How is he? It's very long. His injury is basically not serious, but he is still in a coma. The doctor said that he will wake up at the latest tomorrow. Okay. Insolent, you have fought against him many times. You should know more or less about his character. Do you think he will surrender to us? Wow, this man is highly skilled in martial arts, and his Tai Chi exercises are indeed very strange. At the time, I just thought it would be a pity to kill him, so I didn't kill him. As for whether he can surrender or not, my subordinates don't know. Bufu listened to Zhang Kuang's words and nodded. Indeed, it is not an easy thing to conquer Sun Chang. But it doesn't matter, it's God's will to do the best. If he surrenders very much, he will be the magistrate of Fangyang County. Here. Let's go. I have arranged a celebration feast. Let's go together. Ha ha ha, that's great. We can have a big drink with Gongya and Qiying again. Those two guys, I'm afraid they can't drink today. I have already punished them to guard the city at the head of the city. Oh, what did they do wrong? Buff nodded, and then told Zhang Kuang what happened before. Zhang Kuang was also furious after hearing this. These two idiots would actually make such a mistake. I'll teach them a lesson later. Ha ha ha, just stop gloating over there. Hey, Shichong, why can you guess my mind right away? Ha ha ha, remember to bring 2 bottles of good wine and good food when you go. Here. At this time, Buff looked at Zhang Kuang seriously and said, tell Gongya and Qiying that you must take strict precautions tonight. I'm worried that Zhaoyang County will attack Fangyang County tonight. Oh, I see, Shichong turned out to be like this. Well, let's go. Even if they didn't attack, it's not wrong for us to be more careful. It's amazing, then I'll be defending the city with the 2 of them tonight. Anyway, it's not interesting for me to drink alone. Well, it's fine, don't drink too much. You'll miss the right thing. Don't worry. How long? Above the head of Fangyang County, Gongya and Qiying stood there, complaining about each other. I just blame you, the kindness of women. You said that the soldiers of the Yan Kingdom were our enemies. Why do you feel sorry for them so that we can't drink here while guarding the city? Okay, it's all my fault, and I shouldn't blame Uncle Liang for arguing with him about saving you. Humph, with my ability to use people to save me, you underestimate me too much. Why didn't you know good people? I'm not worried about you. Hey, it's better now. After being reprimanded for a long time, we couldn't even participate in the celebration banquet, and we had to defend the city here. Our brothers' lives are really hard. Ha ha ha, your life is still hard. I think your life is good enough. If you were someone else, your head would have fallen. Zhang Huang, why did you come here? Oh, what are you holding in your hand? It's wine. You're still funny enough, knowing that the brothers are here to defend the city and can't go to the celebration feast, so they brought wine here specially. You think it's beautiful. I drank this wine myself, not for the two of you who disobeyed military orders and dared to disobey. Ouch. Who did you hear about the good uncle? Go, don't talk nonsense. I listened to what you said. Hey, Uncle Liang can't be blamed for this. Our brothers were really too much at the time. Besides, we are all brothers. How could Uncle Liang die? I was too impulsive at the time. Do you know now that I was impulsive at the time? Chapter 220 _ Bo's words. How could you be caught so easily with Gangya's ability? You don't believe me, you don't believe him. At this time, Uncle Liang also walked up to the tower, holding wine and meat in his hand. Uncle Liang, why did you come here? Why did you come here? No, I was just worried that the people of Chaoyang County would sneak over while we were having a banquet, so I came to take a look. Zhang Huang looked at Uncle Liang and nodded. Uncle Liang, it's no wonder Shi Chang said that you understand his mind best, and your thoughts already coincide with Shi Chang's. Haha, it's very clever, and it's far-sighted. It's not something we can compare. Haha, don't say this, Uncle Lai Liang. Our brothers toast you and apologize to you for what happened before. Yes, Uncle Liang, thank you for interceding for us. Why are your brothers being so polite? It's just that the four of us are together, let's have a few more drinks. Okay, Uncle Liang, seeing that you took the wine and the meat again, it must be for these two boys. Let's eat together. 4 of 4 are on the tower, drinking and eating meat is not happy. At this time, I suddenly heard a bang, the sound of something hooking on the wall. Well, this is... Shish, don't make a sound, someone must have attacked. Xiaoshang and Qi Ying picked up their weapons, came to the city wall, and looked down against the city wall. Although it was already night, by the moonlight, dozens of men in black could be seen climbing up with ropes. I'm going, I was really guessed by Shi Chang, someone really attacked. Insolent, keep your voice down, don't be heard by them. Uncle Liang, what do you say, do you want someone else to come? It's just a few small trash fish, you still need to call others, the four of us can handle it completely. That's right, it's not easy to deal with them. Shish, come on one. Sticking to the edge of the city wall, following the rope, he climbed up a man in black, just in front of Uncle Liang. The man in black turned over and went down the wall, and suddenly saw a person standing in front of him looking at him, startled, and was about to make a sound. His mouth was covered by someone from behind, and then a cold dagger slashed against his neck, and the black man died. Someone outside the city shouted in a low voice. How about anyone up there? At this time, Qi Ying whispered, the people above have been killed by me, it is safe now, come up. After a while, 2 more people came up from below and were stabbed to death by Qi Ying and Gangya with daggers. There was still no sound, and the Shiyu people had already been killed by them in this way. There is an ambush. At this time, Gangya, Qi Ying and the others were discovered by the previous sneak attack, shouted loudly, and then began to retreat downward. The people who had just climbed up the city wall, the individual shouts, also began to retreat downwards one after another. Seeing that they had been discovered, Uncle Liang and the others quickly attacked and cut off the rope hooked on the wall. The people who had withdrawn halfway fell down and killed a few more. Remaining dozen people fled in a hurry, and the bow and arrow shot a few people to death. Dozens of people attacked, and only a few escaped. There, Zhang Huang burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you guys, still want to sneak attack on us, now it's comfortable. Ha ha ha, Xichang is really a god. It's like a god. Yeah, What a great length. Uncle Liang, since their sneak attack failed, they probably won't come again. Well, probably won't come again. Okay, now we can have a good drink. You know how to drink, ha ha ha. This time, the four of them really started drinking. I can't believe they would be ambushed. Humph. Dagger Sheng, you also said that they would hold a celebration banquet, and they neglected to take precautions, and as a result, dozens of elites died of us. Alas. Miscalculation, who would have thought that they were so alert, and seemed to have known that we would attack. I said it was because we leaked the wind that it was discovered. Shouldn't know about this, only the four of us, the rest of us don't know. Could it be that there are traitors among the four of us, ha ha ha. Dagger Sheng, I see you as a traitor, ha ha ha. Fuck you, don't talk nonsense. If the magistrate hears it, I'll be in trouble if I take it seriously. Ha ha ha, what are you afraid of? The magistrate thinks so highly of you that he won't believe that you are a traitor. Okay, stop joking, let's be serious. This assault failed, we can't stay here anymore, we must hurry back to Zhaoyang County. Indeed, the best chance for a sneak attack has been lost, and it's useless for us to stay here any longer. Now that Fangyang County has been broken into 5, Qinjun has already established a firm foothold. If we confront them here again, we will only suffer losses and will not have much effect. Dagger Sheng is right, we should return to Zhaoyang County and discuss countermeasures with the magistrate. Okay, since you all agree, let's retreat out of here now. Good. Having said that, the four of them sent orders and left the vicinity of Fangyang County with thousands of soldiers and horses. These 4 people are all generals under the command of Hayden Peak in Yang County. They are all highly skilled people, Dagger Sheng, Quang Long, Zhang Qi, and Kuei Pu, who have followed Hayden Peak for many years and won many battles for him, with tacit understanding and strong martial arts. This time, they followed Hayden Peak to assist Fangyang County, but because of Gongya Liangbo and the others' obstruction, time was delayed. By the time we arrived in Fangyang County, it was already too late. At that time, Hayden Feng wanted to lead an army to attack the city, but was stopped by Dagger Sheng. He obeyed Dagger Sheng's suggestion, and he would slack off while Bufu and the others attacked the city. Then, taking advantage of the darkness, he quietly climbed up the city wall, and then secretly opened the city gate to make a sneak attack. Will be unexpected results, but I didn't expect that his plan has been seen by Buff. All these elite soldiers who climbed to the top of the city were killed. Dagger Sheng didn't know how to explain this failure to Hai Danfeng, but even if he didn't need to explain, Hai Danfeng wouldn't blame them. They have followed Hayden Peak for many years, they are very aware of Hayden Peak's temperament, and they are also very loyal to Hayden Peak. Different from Fang Yangu, Hayden Feng cares about the relationship with his subordinates very much, and he also attaches great importance to talents. It is very popular with the army and the people, so Zhaoyang County is much more difficult to deal with than Fangyang County. These things, Buff and the others have also heard. Qi Ying's scout skills are by no means ordinary, he has all the information and told Buff all of it. Chapter 221-Wake Up Grandson. So Buff first chose to attack Fangyang County first, and at the same time he sent Qi Ying, Gongya and Liangbo 3 generals to block the reinforcements from Zhaoyang County. If it hadn't been for Liangbo's ingenuity and fire attack, he stopped them and they arrived in time. Buff and the others are really dangerous. Uncle Liang and the others drank wine all night at the head of the city. Of course, they did not let their guard down, until dawn, and no one attacked. Uncle Liang and the others went back to rest. Zhang Huang didn't go to rest directly. He was still thinking about Sun Cheng who was unconscious there. He came to Sun Cheng's room and opened the door quietly, not daring to make too much noise for fear of disturbing him. Although he knew that Sun Cheng might not wake up yet, Zhang Huang still did it. He is usually carefree, in some respects, he is also a very thoughtful person. You are here. Well, you woke up. I thought you needed to be in a coma for a while. I've been awake for a while, but my body can't move for the time being. Your axe is really powerful. Hey, that is, let me tell you. In fact, I didn't use all my strength, otherwise. The two sides did not continue to say the following words, but Sun Chang had already guessed what he wanted to say. I'm wondering why you didn't kill me, but saved me instead. Actually, there's no reason why. I just think it's such a pity that people like you die like this. Talent is ridiculous. You manage a defeated general and praise him as a talent, which seems to insult him. Zhang Kuang heard Sun Chang's words. His face changed. I'm a straight person. I look down on it when I look down on it. I think it's powerful. I just think it's powerful. I don't have so many twists and turns. I will do things to insult others, but I will do it with strength. Hee hee, this is very similar to your character. After fighting with you so many times, I have learned some of your character. Sun Chang reluctantly wanted to sit up, but the pain all over his body prevented him from doing such a thing. Zhang Kuang quickly came to his side, stretched out his hand to help him up, and then let him sit there by the head of the bed. Although he is a man of 5 big and 3 rough, he is very delicate and careful when he does these things. Sun Chang looked at Zhang Kuang, and now he is very curious about him. What kind of person is this? He is not afraid of death on the battlefield, he is extremely brave, he has been defeated countless times but never gives up, and he will look for flaws in it. Then beat your opponent. But what he did from the moment he entered the door just now, his thoughts were delicate, completely different from the rudeness on the battlefield. Ha ha ha, why are you looking at me like this? I'm not interested in men. I'm done. Sun Chang lowered his head and assessed it gently. Well, what did you say? Zhang Kuang did not hear what Sun Chang said and asked again. I said that I was convinced. I am willing to surrender. Ah, I didn't persuade you to surrender. Do you need to think again? If you have any conspiracy, I persuade you to give up. Kuang didn't expect that Sun Chang would say such a thing, and when he turned his head, he felt that this was Sun Chang's trick. Laughed when he heard Zhang Kuang say this. Ha ha ha, how can I use any tricks in front of you? Buff's ingenuity, man. It is rare in the world, and the martial arts are even more outstanding. No one can match such a person. How can such a person be subservient? This. Why don't you still believe me? Didn't you and Buff always want me to think about it? Sun Chang looked at Buff and said calmly, I was in a coma yesterday, but I also heard some conversations between you and Buff. Oh, so you heard what I and Shi Chong said, so what did you think? I've been thinking about this since I woke up just now. They thought about a lot, including death. At this moment, Sun Chang closed his eyes and sighed deeply. When I thought about death, I suddenly remembered what you said. Ah, what did I say? You said that once my Tai Chi exercises are widely spread among soldiers, it will be very powerful. Well, I just said it casually at the time, but does it really work? I think it's possible. Although Tai Chi is infinitely mysterious, it is extremely easy to learn, and getting started is extremely simple. At this time, Sun Chang's eyes, who mentioned Tai Chi exercises, suddenly lit up. Ordinary soldiers can learn to get started in half a month, but to achieve great success in cultivation requires hard work and practice. Insolently nodded, looked at Sun Chang with a serious and firm expression, and knew that he was not joking. In this matter, I still need to ask for instructions. I can wait for you. Tell you how long. I sincerely surrender, please believe him. I believe what you say. Buff came in from outside. Like Zhang Kuang, he was concerned about Sun Chang's injury. Fangyang County has already been conquered by them, but now they need a talent who can manage Fangyang County, and Sun Chang is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. But he is in a coma now, and even if he wakes up, it would be more difficult to recruit him to surrender. Who had just arrived at the door, was overjoyed when he heard the conversation between Sun Chang and Zhang Kuang. In this way, the matter that he was thinking about in his heart could be solved very well. When he came to Sun Chang's side, Sun Chang wanted to stand up to meet him, but was stopped by Buff's hand. You are recovering from a serious illness, so you don't need to be polite. Since you sincerely surrendered, we will be brothers. Buff looked at Sun Chang happily. I have always loved talents, and talents like you are even more desperate. You take good care of your injuries. After you recover, you will be the magistrate of Fangyang. When Sun Chang heard Bufu say this, he immediately got up and wanted to bow down, but he couldn't support half of his body with gritted teeth. Zhang Kuang helped him by the side, and then the sharing went smoothly. He got out of bed and bowed to Buff with his hands together. The captain is so kind, he will follow him to the death and never betray. Ha ha ha, well, get up, get up. Zhang Kuang helped Sun Chang up, then returned to the bed and lay down. Sun Chang, I know what you're thinking. You just lost Fangyang County. As the Yan Kingdom who passed away, you must have some discomfort in your heart. This subordinate dare not. Ha ha ha, in fact, it's nothing, it's excusable and understandable. At this time, Buff came to Sun Chang's side, and whispered 4 words in his ear. Chapter 222-Buff's Thoughts. Sun Chang's eyes lit up, he looked at Bufu with wide eyes, and asked eagerly, if it's really what you said, what should you do with you, Captain? Now you're just a captain. Hey, don't talk to Shi Chong like that, Sun Chang. Ha ha ha, it's okay, it's all my own. He knows what I think in my heart, and he will go to war with me with all his heart. Didn't you tell Sun Chang just now? How could someone like me be subservient for so long? Ah, could it be that you think? That's still in the future. It's useless to think about it now. Now that you have returned to me, I have also told you my plan. I hope you will serve me wholeheartedly. Betrayal will not only end in death. Since the subordinates know the captain's idea, they are willing to follow the day when the school committee has asked for the idea to come true, and witness the arrival of that moment with both eyes. Ha ha ha, faint, that moment will come sooner or later, but we all need to work together. As long as you are loyal to me, I will take you to witness that glorious moment. The county magistrate, the failure of this sneak attack is a misstep, and I am willing to accept the punishment. Hai Danfeng looked at Dagger Sheng and the others, and said plainly, you can't blame you for this incident. If we attacked the city at that time, we would definitely be ambushed by them. Your suggestion at that time was correct. Since they can be so prepared for a sneak attack at night, they must have a way to deal with us when the city breaks down. Thank the magistrate for the impunity. Well, you are all my capable subordinates. How can I punish you for this trivial matter? I am just worried that the Qin army led by Bu Fu will definitely continue to attack our Zhaoyang County after finishing Fangyang County. The magistrate doesn't need to worry too much. As long as he dares to come, we will let him come and go. Yeah, county magistrate, the 4 of us, 4 of our brothers, can swear to the death to protect Zhaoyang County. It's good for you to have such determination, but that Buff's men are really brave. And the strategist who stopped us from rescuing Fangyang with a fire attack should not be underestimated. Hai Danfeng was not relieved because of Kuang Long's guarantee. He fought Liang Bo Gongya and Qi Ying. At first, he didn't take Qin soldiers seriously, but after fighting with them, he knew their tactics, so he became worried. Originally, I thought that Boof and the others had just broken through Fangyang, and they wanted to take advantage of the situation to take them down in one fell swoop. But Dagger Sheng's words stopped him from thinking. When Buff and his advisors attacked Fangyang County wisely, he sent troops to stop the reinforcements from Chaoyang. Now that Fangyang County was defeated, he might not have been prepared for them. At that time, Hai Danfeng felt that what Dagger Sheng said was reasonable, so he decided to attack Fangyang Line. This really made him dodge the catastrophe. When Buff stood at the head of the city and looked at Hayden Peak in the distance and they were leading the soldiers of the Yan Kingdom. He has been thinking about the sea, and if he attacks, he will take advantage of the situation to defeat them, and then take Zhaoyang County. It's a pity that Haydenfeng and the others led the Yan Kingdom soldiers to retreat, and Buff shook his head helplessly. That there were quite powerful advisors in the barracks of Hayden Peak. In fact, Hayden Peak did not evacuate very far. Dagger Sheng suggested to him that he should lead first, and most of the troops were evacuated back to defend Zhaoyang County. Then he led thousands of soldiers and horses, and took advantage of the fact that they were holding a celebration banquet in the evening. The defense was slack, and then they attacked, but unfortunately failed. Now Hayden Fang still remembers the tragic situation of the soldier who was burned to death in retrospect. And that, an archer, with all the magic skills, Hai Danfang couldn't let it go. Seeing the look of the county magistrates frowning, Dagger Sheng and the others looked at each other. If the magistrate is so worried, it's better to ask for help in Yangle. Yangle County is the closest to our construction, and there are many people with high skills. Yangle County Quanglong, that's your hometown. Yes, County Magistrate, his subordinates were born and raised there, and also learned their martial arts there. Well, Yangle County is famous for martial arts. It is famous for its martial arts, and its folk customs are sturdy. Most of the generals of the Yan Kingdom come from there. Dagger Sheng looked at the magistrate and continued to say, the magistrate, since the generals under Boof are brave, we can go to Yangle County for help, and ask people with high martial arts to help us defeat the enemy. Hai Danfang nodded after listening to Dagger Sheng's words. What you said is reasonable, but I have little contact with the magistrate of Yangle County. I'm going to ask for help this time. I'm afraid he won't agree. Don't worry about the magistrate. I'm willing to go there and persuade the magistrate of Yangle County to send troops to help. Oh, you are willing to go. I heard that the magistrate of Yangle County is very fierce. It is difficult to listen to what others say, and his personality is eccentric and moody. I am afraid that it will be dangerous for you to go here. County Magistrate, don't worry. I'm 90% sure I'll go, but I need Quanglong to go with me. This is fine. Finally had a smile on his face when he heard Dagger Sheng say that he was 90% sure, and he swept away his sadness. Dagger Sheng, if you can really invite a strong general in martial arts, I will promote you to the county magistrate and manage the important affairs of the city for me. County Magistrate, the reward is not in a hurry, and it will not be too late to reward me when I come back. In this way, Quanglong and I will set off immediately. I think that Bufu has just finished fighting Fangyang County and will definitely need to rest for a few days, and will not attack for the time being. Hai Danfang nodded, looked at Dagger Sheng and Quanglong. He said sincerely, the magistrate of Yangle County, good wine is like life. I will prepare a few jars of good wine for you to bring to him. I believe that with this, even if he doesn't borrow troops, he won't be too embarrassing for you. Thank you, Magistrate. There is a 2-day journey between Yangle County and Zhaoyang County. Even if it is a fast horse, it will take 2 days at the fastest. After Dagger Sheng and Quanglong left, Hayden Feng sent troops to guard the city gate to prevent Bufu from attacking the city. After Sun Chang was fully recovered, Buff appointed him as the magistrate of Fangyang County, in charge of all affairs of Fangyang County. He also gave him 3,000 soldiers and horses for him to use, in addition to the original Yan soldiers, plus these 3,000 Qin soldiers together, they were handed over to Sun Chang for control. In order to avoid the discord between the Qin army and the Yan army, Sun Chang offered a plan to Bufu to let the Qin army and the Yan army mix together. This case, if the soldiers of the Yan army are not together, if they do not form a certain force, they will not be rebellious again. After listening to Sun Chang's suggestion, Buff was very sure of his idea. This method is also applicable to other counties he has attacked. Now Buff has three cities, 2 of which are still military strongholds. Chapter 223-Qingfeng Sword has a very effective management for the soldiers in the city that Buff controls. To this end, Buff also rewarded Fang Yangu's sword to Sun Chang, which of course added free attribute points. Weapon, Qingfeng Sword. Quality, medium-grade characteristics. Sharp, the highest quality is not mentioned, you can add some points. Close black lens bracket. When Sun Chang took the sword in his hand, he felt the sharpness of the sword, and with a gentle wave, it seemed that everything in front of him would be cut open. Immediately in my heart, I was extremely surprised. After following Fang Yangu for so many years, Sun Cheng of course recognized his treasured sword. Fang Yanggu also showed the sword to him, but at that time, Sun Cheng clearly remembered that there was no such sharp feeling. This sword. Seeing Sun Cheng's puzzled look, Buff laughed. It seems that you have seen the original body of the sword, but this sword has been transformed by me, and it is sharper than before. Although your Tai Chi exercises are amazing in defense, their attack power is not satisfactory. At this time, Buff took the insurance from Sun Cheng. This sword just makes up for your lack of attack power. Its sharpness can cut through steel. I believe you will like it. Come on. At this time, the soldier came over with a spear. The tip of the spear was very thick, and there was a crescent-shaped dagger beside the tip. The soldier took him in his hands and held him straight forward. Buff took 2 steps forward, then raised the sword in his hand and stroked down lightly. A puff, then a clang, the front tip of the spear was cut off and fell to the ground. What a sharp sword! Sun Cheng stood there and sighed uncontrollably. Bufu took back the sword, inserted it into the scabbard, and handed it back to Sun Cheng. After Sun Cheng took the sword, he couldn't put it down. Then he knelt down on one knee and said, "Captain, for treating me so kindly, my subordinates are grateful." "Ha ha, Sun Cheng, get up quickly, the strategies you gave me before are very useful to me, not to mention that the sword is given to the hero, it's just right for you. My subordinates don't dare to be the captain. The captain is the real hero. The subordinates are satisfied if they want to be the captain and a pawn." "Ha ha ha, I understand what you mean, but what I want now is not a groom, but a county magistrate who can manage the people of a city. Can you do it? My subordinates must live up to the colonel's forgetfulness and manage Fangyang County well." "Okay, I believe in your ability. I'll come," and then turn around and walk towards the lobby of the city lord's mansion. Sun Cheng immediately followed, and in the lobby, Zhang Kuang, Liang was already waiting there. "How long? I called you here today because I have something to discuss with you about building Yang County." Hearing that Buff said that he was going to build Yang County, their eyes lit up with arrogance, and Qi Ying, bow and arrow, was gearing up for it. Thinking that Gangya Qi Ying was chased by Zhaoyang County's original name, he fled in a hurry, and now he finally has a chance to take revenge. "How long? When are you going to attack and build Yang County? Insolent, how many times have I told you that if you want to be a general, you have to keep your head down, you always look like a monkey, how can you do it?" Ha ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing, Gangya and Qi Ying even more so. Wow, if Zhang Huan can be a general, he is also a general who burns his ass. That is, as soon as you hear that there is a battle, you will be in a hurry, like a hungry wolf seeing meat. Ha ha ha. Hearing Gangya and Qi Ying laughing at him, Zhang Kuang rolled his eyes and said, "Sir, I'm mainly anxious to avenge Gangya and them. You said that the soldiers from Zhaoyang County led by Haydenfeng drove them desperately last time. Run away, we must avenge this revenge." "Humph. Insolent, our call is to fight and retreat, what are you trying to escape?" "Hee hee, if Uncle Liang hadn't attacked and rescued you with fire, you would still be able to laugh here." "Okay, stop arguing, I called you here to hear Sun Cheng tell me about the generals guarding the city in Zhaoyang County, don't make trouble." "Here. Buff, after I told them, everyone began to restrain a lot. Sun Cheng, please tell everyone the information about the generals in Zhaoyang County, so that they have an idea. Knowing yourself and knowing the enemy can help you win 100 battles. Here. Everyone, the land of Zhaoyang County is twice as large as that of Fangyang County, and the population is large. The county magistrate, Hai Danfang, is generous and treats his subordinates very well." This is Sun Cheng looking at the crowd, and then continued, "There are 4 generals under his command, Dagger Sheng, Kuang Long, Zhangqi and Kreipu, all of whom are highly skilled. Oh Sun Cheng, how are they better than you? I'm much stronger than me. If I really want to fight, my chances of winning are very small. Why are they so powerful? This is really unexpected." Among the 4, Dagger Sheng is a strategist, good at tricks, and the brain of Haydenfang. Quang Long is a strong martial artist. He was originally from Yangle County, but after lobbying by Dagger, he was recruited by Haydenfang to assist him in Zhaoyang County. The one you mentioned. Yangle County is the one. The one famous for martial arts. Yangle County. Zhang Quang and Gongya said at the same time. Why have you heard of it? Wow, Yangle County is famous for martial arts. Many children have been practicing martial arts since childhood, and many famous generals have appeared there. Zhang Quang is right, it's very long. It is said that there is an unwritten rule in Yangle County, that is, you can compete at will in Yangle County, as long as you don't die, you won't be charged. I've also heard that the magistrate of Yangle County is very belligerent. He once said that as long as someone can take over his 10 strokes and 10 strokes, he will be rewarded. But very few people can take his 10 strokes 10. I heard that one person will be rewarded with 100 stone grains after the next move. Quang was very excited when he heard Uncle Liang and Qi Ying's vivid words there. This is Sun Chang taking Liang Bo's words and saying, the one you said. The person who took over the 10 strokes of the Yangle County magistrate was Quang Long. What you said is true. Zhang Quang suddenly jumped up. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that if Sun Chang was really sure that it was that person, he would now run to compete with him. Yes, it's him. So I say he is a strong martial artist. At this time, he was arrogant and suddenly calmed down, and he turned to look at Buff. Buff looked at him with a smile, and seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. Don't worry, he will give it to you when you attack and build Yang County. Thank you Shichang, ha 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 Shichang understands my mind too well, Shichang is so kind to me. Chapter 224 _ Liangbo offers advice. Everyone laughed when they saw the insolent look. You bastard, as soon as you hear that you have a strong opponent, you are as happy as a child. Isn't it? But for the sake of his happiness, this time, Quang Long, let him. Well, leave it to him. But don't let others beat you. Hey, Gongya, Qi Ying, thank you so much, don't worry, I'll definitely see him with his head. Buff looked at everyone's happy appearance, and it didn't look like he had encountered a strong enemy at all. Sun Chang, go ahead and talk about it. What about Zhangqi and Crepe Tiger? Zhangqi is good at riding and archery, and has the stunt of piercing Yang with 100 steps. Although he has no special skills in Crepe Tigers, he has dabbled in all kinds of skills, and he is very accomplished. Good at riding. At this time, it was Gongya's turn to light up his eyes, and someone dared to claim that he was good at riding and shooting in front of him. Hey, no, when we stopped the reinforcements from rescuing Fengyang County, we didn't find such a powerful archer. Then maybe he didn't go out of the city, he must leave a person to guard the city. Gongya nodded and felt that what Sun Chang said was reasonable. Seeing that Sun Chang had introduced all the skills of these 4 people, Bufu thought about it and asked, how is the county magistrate's skills in Zhaoyang County? Wei Shanwei, the magistrate of Zhaoyang County, has average skills, but he is generous in handling the world, treats his subordinates kindly, and wins the hearts and minds of the people. After listening to Sun Chang's words, Buff began to frown. Sun Chang, if the magistrate of Zhaoyang County wants him to surrender to me, is there any good way? This subordinate doesn't know. Well, let's do this today. Let's put the matter of attacking and building Yang County first, and then I will think about it. Here. In fact, with Bufu's strength, one person can level Zhaoyang County, but this is not Bufu's original intention. He does not want to occupy the city in this way, it is doomed that he cannot go far. Buff has lofty ambitions, and this is just a secret in his heart. But if the magistrate of Zhaoyang County is really as Sun Chang said, he is a kind and generous person who loves the people like a son. So if he were to be killed, it would definitely arouse the resentment of the people and soldiers in Zhaoyang County. Although Bufu is not afraid of these, if there is a way, he still hopes to be able to subdue Haydenfang, the magistrate of Chaoyang County. It's so long, can I come in? Come in, Uncle Liang. What a long time, Did you stay up so late? Is it because you are worried about subduing the magistrate of Zhaoyang County? Buff stood up and came to Liang. That's right, just because of this, I haven't thought of a law yet. Sir, my subordinates have some ideas, I'll discuss it with you. Oh, what are you talking about? Wow, Sun Chang said that Hayden Peak is like a son, and he is kind, and he also said that he is also very kind to his soldiers. Buff nodded. Sun Chang had indeed said so before. It's so long, if that's the case, I don't think it's difficult to subdue him. Oh, tell me, what's the best way? Sis Chong, since he loves the people like a son, we will start from this aspect to use the might of the Qin army to intimidate the people and soldiers, make them feel fearful, and perhaps force Haydenfeng to submit. You mean to surrender by force first? Then use the safety of the people to threaten Hayden Peak. Actually, it's not a threat. Since Hai Danfeng loves his people like a son, he definitely doesn't want to see his people suffer from the war. So as long as we defeat his generals and soldiers and break through the city, he will naturally choose to surrender. Uncle Liang's words surprised Buff for a moment, then lowered his head and pondered for a while. Yeah, that's right, Uncle Liang, your analysis is very correct. It seems that no matter what, you have to break down his city first and then talk about it. Sir, in order to conquer Zhaoyang County, I suggest that when attacking Zhaoyang County this time, the battle between generals will only be wounded and not killed. Buff listened and nodded, which was also his idea. Only in this case, Gong Yaqing and the others will have many more restrictions, and it will be difficult to exert their true strength. This may not be an opportunity to train them, and they can also wait for the opportunity. If the generals of Zhaoyang County kill us, even if the city is massacred, we will exterminate them all. Bufu said firmly at this time, a small Zhaoyang County is not enough to be compared with my brothers. If I have to choose, even if it is Tu Yicheng, I will not give up anyone. It's so long, keep your love for us in your heart. Okay, I get it. It seems that siege is inevitable. As for the killer, we will see the situation later. Here, that subordinate retire. After Liang Bo left, Buff also lay down and rested. Since he has decided to attack the city, he will discuss how to attack the city tomorrow. At this time, Dagger Sheng and Quang Long had already arrived at the city lord's mansion in Yangle County. Sitting on their chairs and watching the guards around them were all big and strong men. He stared at him eagerly, as if he was about to call at any time. Quang Long lowered his head and drank tea to himself, ignoring the provocative gazes of those people. People who practice martial arts have a certain feeling for those who are highly skilled in martial arts. As soon as the two entered the city lord's mansion, the guards kept their eyes on Quang Long. What do you think of Quang Long? The trumpeter was talking to Quang Long quietly while drinking tea. His voice was so small that only the two of them could hear him. The third guard on the left and the fifth standing on the left are all very powerful experts. Hearing what Quang Long said, Dagger Sheng glanced at the two people with his eyes. The two people who were still bowing their heads felt that someone was looking at them, and raised their heads to look in the direction of Dagger Sheng. The moment they raised their heads, their two piercing eyes flashed, gleam. Dagger Sheng quickly retracted his gaze. Yangle County has a rule that if you don't want to despise others, don't keep looking at each other with your eyes. Otherwise, the other party will think that you are provocative, and then he will shoot at you until it is decided. Seeing Dagger Sheng withdraw his gaze, the two stopped staring at him and lowered their heads again. How is it better than you? Although not as good as me, but not much inferior. Are you sure you can beat them? Don't worry, Yangle County, except for the magistrate, I can handle the rest. But that was before you left. You don't know how many people with high martial arts skills will be there after you leave. Well, you're right, but I haven't seen any great masters appear until now. Chapter 225_Come to Yangle. Ha 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 Quanglong, I didn't expect you to come to me, why don't you just follow me, that weak scholar, what's so good about it? At this time, a burly man came out from the inside, walking with wind and laughing cheerfully. His facial features were like knives and axes. He was about 2 meters tall, and his muscles were bulging high, making him look full of explosive power. The magistrate of Yangul County, the general of the state of Yan, and Zhang Ku's nephew. Magistrate. Ha ha ha, Kwang Long, don't come here, come on, let's do some tricks first. As ordered. After a quarter of an hour passed, the bang was repelled by a palm, and he sat on the ground with a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Dagger Sheng went to help him up. Xiaoshan patted the dust on his body, and then clasped his hands and bowed. The county magistrate is highly skilled in martial arts, and I deeply admire him. Hey, your martial arts are amazing again, and it seems that you don't practice less often. I thought your martial arts would decline under that nerd. Dagger Sheng and Kwang Long returned to their original seats. Tell me, what are you doing here? Yangul County, the county magistrate, belongs to the martial arts civilization. I wonder if there is still a higher pursuit of martial arts now. Who are you and what do you mean? Kwang Long felt uncomfortable being stared at by Fang Zheng's tiger eyes, like being stared at by a fierce beast. The magistrate, this is the magistrate of Zhaoyang County, Dagger Sheng. Oh, it turns out to be a nerd subordinate. Dagger Sheng, what do you mean when you talk to me just now? It's better to be direct, I don't like to be roundabout. Here, the magistrate, do you know about Kwangzong of Qi? What did a coward who jumped into a river ask him for? The county magistrate knows why he jumped into the river and committed suicide. Defeated by the Qin army, forced to die, don't mention that coward again. County magistrate, do you still remember that Xu Chang who used his own exercises to fight with you? Oh, that guy, I remember him. His martial arts are not bad and he is also a talent, but you are slightly inferior to Kwang Long. The county magistrate, now he has taken refuge in the Qin country. Before that, he fought against a soldier from the Qin country named Zhang Kwang, and was severely injured by an axe. Oh, for a soldier to be so powerful, that Sun Cheng's martial arts is not low, and his Tai Chi skills are infinitely variable, but he was defeated by this Qin country's arrogance. It seems that arrogant is wrong. Yeah, the magistrate is arrogant, the one who forced Kwangzong to jump into the river. What? Zhang Fengzheng, who was not too interested in what Kwang Long Dagger said to say, heard Dagger say so. He stood up from his seat at once, and there was a gleam of eagerness to fight anyway. But he looked at Kwang Long, and Dagger Sheng sat down again. You didn't come here to tell me this. Tell me, what is your purpose? Dagger Sheng and Kwang Long glanced at each other. It seems that when the legend mentions martial arts, he is very excited and loses his senses. Wu Kai is not like the legend. The county magistrate, now Fengyang County has lost his hand, and has been seized by Qin State. Forced, they will attack the nearest Zhaoyang County. Dagger Sheng's eyes rolled, and then continued, because the Qin State is arrogant, and its martial arts are strong, no one can match. So the magistrate of Zhaoyang County, Haydenfang, sent 2 of me to ask the magistrate to send a few generals to assist Zhaoyang County. Ha ha ha, that Haydenfang poached Kwang Long from me, and now he wants to poach people from me. He's playing a really good calculus. Magistrate. We are magistrate him. Hey, don't say it anymore, I won't send anyone there. Saying that, Zhang Fengzheng stood up and was about to leave. Kwang Long stood up in a hurry and was about to speak, but was stopped by Dagger Sheng. Ha ha ha, I thought that the 5th People's Magistrate in Yangshuo County was highly skilled in martial arts and was unmatched in all directions, but I never thought about it. Then Dagger stood up, looked at Kwang Long and said, since people are also afraid of being defeated by Qin soldiers like Kwang Zhang and Sun Chang, we have no meaning here anymore, let us go, Kwang Long. When Kwang Long heard Dagger Sheng's words, his face changed suddenly, and he whispered to Kwang Long, Dagger Sheng, don't say that, it will anger Zhang Fengzheng. Bold. At this time, the 3rd guard standing on the left made a move, and saw that his right hand was in the shape of a claw. Grabbing at Dagger Sheng's throat with a move, Quang Long hurriedly stood in front of Dagger and attacked. The fifth person to the left of Dagger Sheng's shot also started to attack. Fighting with Quang Long. If it is only one person, Quang Long can still cope, but both of them are strong in martial arts and attack Quang Long together. Quang Long is also tired of dealing with it. Seeing that Quang Long was gradually losing ground and was in danger of being injured, Quang Longer hurriedly walked up to the county magistrate Fang Zheng and said, "Using more to bully the less, and using two to fight one is the martial art of Yangle County. But it's a pity that although these two have high martial arts skills, they are not as good as the enemies of Bufu." "Stop it, Quang Long, who is this buff you're talking about?" Looking at Quang Long who was slightly panting beside him, Dagger Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he continued, Quang Long would definitely be severely injured. Buff is the general of the Qin soldiers who attacked Fangyang County this time, and Zhang Quang is just his subordinate. "Oh, you mean, his martial arts are better than arrogant? Ha ha ha, it can't be compared. That buff can break the gate of Fangyang County with one punch, and break into Fangyang County alone, but no one dares to fight against him." The magistrate of Fangyang was cut off by his sword. His strength is so strong that it is a rare rival in the Six Nations. "Humph, Quang Long, I know that you literati are good at stirring up your lips, but I didn't expect such an exaggeration to actually make up such a story to tell me to deceive me into sending troops into battle." At this time, Fang Zheng sat back again, smiling and looking at Dagger Sheng and Quang Long in front of him. In his eyes, Dagger Sheng and Quang Long were not enough to arouse his desire to fight. He wanted to kill them as easily as pinching an ant. "Although I have never communicated with the scholar and magistrate, I don't want to embarrass his subordinates, you go back." At this time, Quang Long took a step forward. "Magistrate, you should be very clear about who I am, so you should at least believe what I say." Seeing Quang Long's serious look, Fang Zheng's expression became serious. "You mean to say?" "That's right, what Dagger Sheng said just now is true, and that Buff's strength is not only that. If I fight against him, I believe that I will be defeated in less than 5 moves, and the strength is unfathomable." Chapter 226_optimistic about you. "Well, Quang Long, I have always been optimistic about you. You should know what you mean to me." The magistrate, "I have been very grateful to the magistrate for your love and cultivation of me, so based on what I know about the magistrate, if I meet an opponent like Buff, it should make the magistrate feel very happy." "Oh." Hearing what Quang Long said, Zhang Zhengfang burst into laughter. "There are fewer and fewer opponents who can make me happy now, Quang Long. If it's really like what you said, I really want to fight him." At this time, Fang Zheng looked at the 2 guards next to him who had just shot. "These 2 people are my personal bodyguards. I cultivated them with my own hands. They are highly skilled in martial arts. If they can resist one side, let them both go back with you." Although the strength of the 2 is not bad, if they fight against that arrogant, it seems that they will still be defeated. "How dare you look down on the 2 of us, county magistrate, we will fight him to the death." At this time, Fang Zheng waved his hand and looked at the 2 guards just now. "You are not his opponents. I already knew it when I played against him just now." After hearing Fang Zheng's words, the 2 guards stopped talking, but their eyes were still full of anger. "You mean someone who needs to be stronger? Your Majesty, his martial arts should be better than mine. Otherwise, even if I go back with me, I will not be able to resist Qin soldiers. If I accidentally die in battle, I can't explain to the magistrate." "Ha ha ha, this guy is like this. The nerd next to you is different. He has a temper with me when he has something to say." "Okay, call the 3. Magistrate, Hey, go. Here." After a while, 5 people walked in from the outside, and the 2 guards who just started with Dagger Sheng Quanglong were walking in front. There are 3 people behind them, all of them are very burly, and even the figure of Fang Zheng is comparable. "Magistrate. Well, today, Zhaoyang County sent a messenger to ask for help. I want the three of you to go to help them resist the Qin army. Are you willing? County Magistrate, then the Qin army has strong martial arts people, if not, we will not go. Ha ha ha, there is more than one, I heard they say that person can break the city gate with one punch. Ha ha ha, County Magistrate, how can there be such a powerful person? I am three people. After laughing for a while, I saw Zhang Fengjung's face was very serious, there was no change, and he looked at them seriously. Magistrate, is what you said true? Could it be that such people really exist? Fengjung nodded, then turned his head. These three people are my confidants, you have to compete with them. Respect is better than obedience. Dagger Sheng and Quang Long returned to Zhaoyang County with the strong reinforcements from Wudong Yangle County. They were warmly received on Hayden Peak, but they were lukewarm towards Haydenfang. On the contrary, Quang Long and Zhang Regret talked very enthusiastically and were very happy. Hai Danfeng looked at Quang Long and was very puzzled by this matter. The county magistrate, Yangle County is famous for martial arts, and also advocates martial arts. The strong were respected, for you who were born as a scholar. Although Dagger Sheng's words were not completely finished, Hai Danfeng already understood what he meant. Think that Yangle County has such folk customs. Okay, then you can entertain them for me. With them, you should have peace of mind in Zhaoyang County. County Magistrate, Quang Long had already fought against them before he came here, 20 tricks. Oh, it's not bad to be able to block Quang Longer's 20 attacks. The County Magistrate, it's actually Zhao Shan, he just raised the file, and the opponent's 20 moves were only defeated by the opponent. Why are they so powerful? Only then did Hai Danfeng seriously look at these 5 people. I thought in my heart that this time, Zhaoyang County was finally saved. Bufu didn't know that Zhaoyang County had recruited rescue soldiers, and they had never despised the defenders of Zhaoyang County before. Today's attack on Zhaoyang County, Zhang Huang, you are the vanguard, led 3,000 soldiers and horses, bow and arrow, you led 2,000 soldiers and horses on the left flank. Qi Ying, you led troops and horses on the right flank. Uncle Liang, you led 3,000 soldiers and horses to swept back array. Here, standing on Hayden Peak at the head of Zhaoyang County, watching the mighty Qin army attack them in Zhaoyang County. At this time, his mood was not as uneasy as before, he wished to fight the Qin army earlier, and then defeat them. Because of the arrival of the Yangle County generals, his heart has confidence. Originally, he was full of confidence because he had Quang Long and Zhang Qi, but when he heard that Buff had broken through the city gate and defeated Fengyang County alone, there was a fear in his heart, and the strength of Buff was really too powerful. Buff rode on the red rabbit horse and watched General Sanyuan, who had just rushed out of the city gate and came to Zhangquang with thousands of soldiers and horses. Gangya and Qi Ying were taken aback as they came to face the general, because this was a face they had never seen before. Come and sign up for the name. Grandpa's big axe will not kill nameless ghosts. Ha ha ha, the nameless, how dare you be so arrogant? One of the big men shouted there, looking arrogantly at him. Grandpa's name is Zhang Huang, how dare you fight me? My name is Li Yan, why don't you dare to watch me take your dog's life? He spoke, he rushed up on his horse. He used a pair of golden hammers with a big bull mouth, which whistled like a mad smashing over, and madly raised his axe, greeted him, and made a loud noise. Although the arrogant axe blocked Li Yan's hammer, his hands also felt numb for a while. What a lot of strength. It's not bad that you can actually block my hammer, so I'll let you try 2 more hammers. Said, he swung his sledgehammer and smashed it at Zhang Huang again. The round sledgehammer came to Zhang Huang's head in an instant. This time, instead of simply resisting, he threw up his axe to meet the smashed sledgehammer. With a bang, the 2 people's weapons collided again, making a loud noise. At this time, Li Yan's hammer was bounced high, and the arrogant axe was also smashed down. Axed tightly, his hands were shaking constantly, he was arrogant and did not dare to let go, for fear that once he let go, the axe would come out of his hand. Li Yan also felt a numbness in his hand, and his eyes looked at the arrogance in front of him in astonishment, and turned into ecstasy. Okay, I can't believe that among the soldiers of the Qin country, there are experts like you, and they don't come all the way to me. You are not from Zhaoyang County. Chapter 227 against Li Yan. Humph, how can there be a general like me in Zhaoyang County? I came from Yangle County. Oh, Yangle County, no wonder it's so powerful. Haha, it seems that you have heard of Yangle County. How to use your martial arts. If you surrender, I promise to recommend to our county magistrate to give you an official position, which is better than being a small pioneer in Qin State. Much stronger. Ha ha ha, Yangle County, I still don't take it seriously. Although he is civilized by martial arts, if we go there, one person can wipe out all the masters there. Hearing Zhang Kuang's contemptuous words, Li Yan was very angry. I'm not ashamed, this hammer must smash you under the horse, look at the hammer. Haha, be happy, come on. Zhang Kuang and Li Yan, where you and I fought for dozens of rounds, no winner or loser. But the arrogance at this time has already fallen to the disadvantage. His hands had been cracked, his palms were shaking, and the big axe in his hand seemed to be unable to hold. Li Yan's condition was slightly better, and his hands were constantly shaking, but his household registration did not open. Despite this, Zhang Kuang still didn't have a trace of cowardice. This pain was really not worth mentioning to him. At this time, Zhang Kuang was about to rush forward and continue to fight with Li Yan. However, the sound of Ming Jin sounded from the rear. Zhang Kuang stopped his figure and looked back. I saw Buff there, looking at them from a distance, retreating with a shout of gold, and marching forward with a bang, experiencing arrogance and daring not to go against it. It is convenient for you to fight here today, and I will come back tomorrow to fight you to the death. Humph, I will accompany you to the end. Two sides began to withdraw their troops, and arrogantly returned to the main camp, and came to Buff's tent. At this time Gongya, Qiying and Liangbo were all here. Wow, I had a good fight with that Li Yan, why did you want to call Jin to withdraw? Look at your hand, I don't want him to be abolished. It's so long, it's fine, this little injury is nothing to me at all. Buff waved his hand, then looked at Uncle Liang beside him. Uncle Liang took out the double jiao bone powder. Buff handed it to Zhang Kuang and asked him to apply it to the wound on his hand. Insolent, I know you are very brave, and you don't really care about this little injury. Buff looked at Zhang Kuang seriously, and then continued, if you continue to confront him, once you are torn apart in the afternoon, even if you are born with divine power, your cultivation will be completely useless. Zhang Zhuang looked at his hands and didn't speak anymore. He knew that what Buff said was very right. Others might not see it, but he felt it very clearly. If he confronted Li Yan again with such a force, his jaws would definitely be severely torn apart and his axe would be knocked to the ground. However, he thought of other countermeasures at that time and decided not to fight him recklessly. But before he could make a move, he was recruited by Buff. He didn't expect Buff to see his problem at such a distance. Okay, let's take a rest first. It's not too late to fight against him tomorrow. Here. Insolent didn't look as elated as before. This opponent is indeed a little tricky. Buff looked at the four of them, and he seemed a little depressed. What's the matter? Have you been playing smoothly, and you are at a loss when you meet a strong enemy? Wow, this Li Yan is indeed very powerful. He can fight Zhang Kuang so well, and he has the upper hand. Yangle County has issued a general. It's really not a matter of vain fame. Qiying, don't worry, I will fight in person tomorrow, and you can be swept by me next to you. How long? How are these shrimp soldiers and crabs going to work? Let our brothers deal with them. Buff didn't speak, just stared at the four. Here, my subordinates understand. The early morning of the second day, Buff rode the red rabbit horse and walked in the front. Looking at the three generals who came from face to face, Buff's eyes narrowed slightly, seeing that they were people who practiced martial arts all year round. Yo, why did you change that one today? The one called Zhang Kuang. Come out to fight. I'll come meet you. Who are you to sign up for? You don't deserve to know my name. I'm just wondering whether to save your life or kill you. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me. Looking at Boof, whose body is not burly and his muscles are not bulging, Li Yan's eyes are full of disdain. You're not enough to beat me with a hammer, and you dare to speak madly. Go back, you're not worth my shot, just call the one from yesterday. Arrogant to come out and fight me. Ha ha ha. To him laughed out loud when they heard Li Yan say this. Buff was not angry, just looked at Li Yan in front of him calmly. I heard that you are from Yangle County. Is it true? That's right. I am the Yangle County military commander who was invited by Zhaoyang County to destroy your Qin army, Li Yan. Oh, it's great that you're not from Zhaoyang County, so I don't need to hold back. Hearing Bufu's words, Li Yan was stunned for a moment, then looked at the two people beside him and laughed. This man is so interesting, otherwise you should stop killing him, catch him, take him back, tell jokes to the magistrate, and make the magistrate laugh. Yeah, Li Yan, you'd better be merciful and catch the one alive. Buff ignored them, and when his legs were lightly clamped, Chituma understood the meaning and walked forward. He didn't charge over like other generals, he just walked over slowly. Li Yan saw Buff come out and wanted to fight him, and his expression began to change. Get serious, this is a principle for their martial arts practitioners. You can laugh at your opponent before you start, but once you start fighting, you will go all out and never underestimate the enemy. Li Yan dashed forward on his horse, returned a round of the golden hammer in his right hand and raised it high and smashed it towards Boof. At this moment Buff stood motionless, not even dodging. Just when the sledgehammer was about to hit his head, he seemed to lightly raise the Fang Tianhua halberd in his hand. With a bang, the sledgehammer smashed on Fang Tianhua's halberd. Li Yan saw that Bufu did not dodge, and thought that this hammer would be enough for Bufu. But I didn't expect that my thigh was firmly held by Bufu's Fang Tianhua halberd, and there was no movement. Li Yan was very surprised at this time, and stared at Buf in front of him with wide eyes. The same goes for the two big men next to them, which is too unexpected for them. As Li Yan's companions, they certainly knew how strong Li Yan was. And they don't think that Li Yan will really keep his hands. The first principle of their martial arts practitioners is to go all out as soon as they make a shot, and they will not show mercy. Chapter 228-Buff's Strength. Looking at the scene in front of him, everyone was stunned, and Zhang Kuang's eyes widened. He knew that Buff's strength was superior, but only by experiencing it personally would he know how much strength it would take to resist Li Yan's sledgehammer. But Buff's upward block so lightly blocked Xiaobu's all-out sledgehammer, and the most important thing was one hand. Only then did Zhang Mad know how big the gap between himself and Buff is. Originally, he thought that he, who had been getting stronger recently, had narrowed the distance between him and Buff. But looking at the scene in front of him, he knew that he would not be able to catch up with Buff in his life. With a flick of Buff's hand, Li Yan's sledgehammer was provoked, and it looked effortless at all. After the sledgehammer was raised high, Li Yan stepped back, firmly grasped the sledgehammer in his hand, adjusted his body, and controlled his warhorse. If it wasn't for some precautions, the sledgehammer in his hand would be thrown out with a slight flick of Buff's hand. His Buff was calm and airy, and even his breath was not disturbed at all. This momentum shocked Li Yan's heart. How can you have so much strength? It was really hard for Li Yan to imagine that the person in front of him didn't have any particularly obvious muscles, but where did the terrifying power in his life come from that he could resist his sledgehammer, and he pushed it lightly. Open, even his county magistrate, General Fang Zheng, could not do such a thing. You don't need to know this at all, because it's useless if you know it now, you're going to die soon. Humph. Your strength is indeed not small, but it is not so easy to kill me. At this time, Li Yan swung the two sledgehammers with both hands, then closed them on both sides of his waist and pushed them forward violently. I felt a strong wind blowing towards me, and along with the strong wind, 2 huge round hammerheads came to my chest. With a bang, Buff put his phone on his chest on the 2 giant round hammers that were pushed towards him. Still motionless, Chituma didn't even move, and this time it was one-handed. Li Yan is really stunned. He has used all his strength. If the power of one hammer is 500 jin, then the 2 hammers together are 1000 jin. But this 1000 jins of strength was of no use to Bufu. Bufu just held up the Fang Tianhua halberd in his hand, and then looked at Li Yan lightly. It's not possible. The 2 big men next to him shouted in amazement. They really didn't believe the scene in front of them. The most surprising thing now is Li Yan. He has used all his unique skills, but he is still easily resisted by Buff. It looks like he hasn't used his true skills yet. Li Yan is still there, pressing forward with the hammerhead desperately, but his head doesn't move at all, and his face is now covered in sweat. The cloth shirts in the house were all wet, not because of tiredness, but because of panic. These 2 hammers are already your limit, this time it's my turn to shoot. This is Buff, withdrew his Fang Tianhua halberd, then stretched it forward, and a dragon roar came out from Fang Tianhua halberd. Shocked Li Yan's heart. Li Yan was in a trance for a while. This was the first skill Longwei on Bufu Fangtian's halberd. Puff. Sound. Xiao Biyu, who had no time to defend, was pierced by Fang Tianhua's halberd. Li Yan's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, blood spurted out of his mouth. He wanted to say something, but couldn't say anything. Buff pulled Fang Tian and the painted halberd backwards. Li Yan's body moved forward, his head fell down like a back, and died. Looking at Li Yan lying dead on the ground, Buff said calmly, "There, it seems that killing you is actually quite an easy thing to do." He looked up and saw the 2 strong men. These 2 strong men are now stunned. This is really amazing. How did Li Yan get killed in an instant? But Buff turned his head to look at the 2 of them. He was shocked. At this time, they were looking at Buff, as if they saw a killing god the same. Buff's calm expression looked so terrifying in their eyes. The cold light on Fang Tianhua's halberd, thinking that Li Yan died just now, under this weapon, but not even a bit of blood was left on it. Those 2 big men no longer had no intention of fighting, and ran to the back. Buff didn't chase them, just stood there motionless, watching the army in front of him evacuating quickly. Ha ha ha, it's really unbearable. It looked very powerful, but was stabbed to death by a long shot. How long, mighty? The soldiers of the Qin state cheered and shouted. Without Bufu's order, they did not pursue, and the soldiers and horses of Zhaoyang County were hurriedly retreating. Everyone was laughing. Only Zhang Kuang looked at Li Yan on the ground with a solemn expression. Raising his head to look at Bufu's back, Zhang Kuang knew in his heart that Li Yan's strength was not that weak, and he was killed by Bufu with one move. This only shows that Bufu's martial arts are much higher than Li Yan. In fact, Buff can't do this at all. He can beat Li Yan first, and then capture him alive. But Buff changed his mind. He felt that he wanted to intimidate and oppress Zhaoyang County. Just when he blocked the call of Bo Shuang Hammer just now, he remembered what Uncle Liang said. It is easy to break through Zhaoyang County, but it is very difficult to gain a foothold in Zhaoyang County after breaking through and make them stop resisting. That requires a kind of shock and deterrence, which can only be achieved by showing absolute strength. So Buff pained the killer and used the cleanest way to kill Li Yan, who everyone thought was very brave, with a very relaxed attitude. The shock this brought to the soldiers of Zhaoyang County can be said to be very huge. Such a person can stab a general to death under his horse with a raised hand. Who would be his opponent? Who would dare to challenge him? Buff looked at the evacuated soldiers and horses of Zhaoyang County and knew his own the purpose has been achieved. Then, riding the red rabbit horse, turned around and walked towards the camp. Liangqiu, the 2 great men who had retreated to Chaoyang County, were as skilled in martial arts as Li Yan. Now sitting on the seat in the city lord's mansion, where there is a cloud of sorrow, no one dares to go up and talk to them, for fear of angering them and causing trouble to themselves. Same is true for Haydenfang, Dagger Sheng, Huanglong and the others who looked at the 2 of them and did not speak. After a long time, I saw Zhang Jing sighed, stood up, and walked slowly to the front of Hayden Peak. Chapter 229_Leave. County Magistrate. Now that something like this happens, with the abilities of our brothers, we can no longer protect Zhaoyang County. Yeah, so we decided to leave Zhaoyang County now and go back to Yangle County to report the matter to the magistrate. The two of you don't need to leave immediately. Even if you want to leave, you have to have eaten the dinner. I will prepare 4 fast horses, and it will not be too late to leave. Zhangqi and Lianqiu stretched out their hands, waved their hands, shook their heads, and said, I found out that we won't be participating. Li Yanggong died, and he really didn't want to eat, so he retired. If you have the county magistrate, ask someone to prepare a horse. Hayden Feng, seeing that Zhangqi and Lianqiu had decided to leave, no longer forcibly retained them, and ordered the horses to be prepared, and the 4 of them rode away. After the 2 of them left, Hai Danfeng, Dagger Sheng, Huang Long, Zhangqi and Zhou Hu were 4 in the lobby of Chengdu Mansion, discussing matters. How should this matter be? Li Yan was killed with a wave of his hand. The enemy is so powerful, how can we resist? County Magistrate, since we are defeated in close combat, we can attack from afar. The subordinates are willing to lead a light cavalry to sneak attack on the Qin army camp and shoot Bufu in the camp. It's a pity that Bufu is not only brave, but also resourceful. He saw through it when he attacked Fengyang County last time, but he was ambushed. Huang Long, I think you've been scared out of your mind. Although that buff is powerful, Li Yan is also mediocre in martial arts. Otherwise, why would he be stabbed to death with a single shot? Hearing Zhang Qi's words, Huang Long was not angry. He knew that if he hadn't personally experienced Li Yan's strength, he was just watching Buff kill Li Yun'er so lightly, and Li Yan's strength did not show at all. Especially Buff's last stab. Normally there should be enough time to dodge it, but Li Yan was stabbed in the chest without even responding. Huang Longer wouldn't believe how powerful such a person is. But Huang Longer had fought against Li Yan, and he clearly knew how strong Li Yan was. Although he didn't know why Li Yan didn't react at the time and escaped the halberd, it was not enough to show that Li Yan was weak. On the contrary, this shows that Buff's strength is far above Li Yan. Zhangqi, listen to me, I played against Li Yan in Yangle County, and Dagger Sheng looked at him next to him, which can prove that Li Yan's strength is very strong, and I was defeated by him after 20 moves. Zhang Regret listened to Huang Long's words, then looked at Dagger Sheng. Dagger Sheng did not speak, just nodded to him. Zhang Regret stopped talking. He knew that if it was really like what Huang Long said, the strength of this buff was really unfathomable. But now that we can't beat us, what should we do? County Magistrate, Nabufu is highly skilled in martial arts and unfathomable. Now the reinforcements from Yangle County have left. I can only keep the cost and avoid fighting. But it's not a long-term solution. Hai Danfeng began to worry again. The force was so shocking to him that he already thought in his heart that Zhaoyang County would be unable to guard against it. Dagger Sheng pondered for a while, then looked at Hai Danfeng and said, it's definitely not a long-term solution for us to avoid fighting like this, but at the moment we only have this one, but at the same time, we have to send soldiers to Yandu for help. Magistrate, this is the only way. Okay, that's the only way. Back to Buff at camp. Happy everyone was, he said with a smile. You saw it today, as long as you continue to work hard, your strength can be greatly improved. It's so long, let's forget it. No matter how hard we try, we won't be able to catch up with you. Qi Ying, why are you so useless? You gave up before you did anything. Ganya, don't talk about me, everyone is the same, and if you practice for 100 years, you won't be able to catch up with our very long pace. Wow, are you a god in the world? Why are you so powerful? It really makes us envy, jealous and hate. Haha, Xichang, Ganya is right. Don't talk nonsense, all this is the result of Xichang's hard work. As long as we continue to work hard, even if we can't catch up with Xichang, people like Li Yan will no longer be our opponents. That's right, Zhang Huang, I'll support you this time. We must step up our cultivation. Buff looked at Zhang Huang and the others and nodded with satisfaction. That's right, I believe that you will definitely become a generation of famous generals in the future. At this time, Buff looked at Uncle Liang next to him, and said, can my actions today shock the people and soldiers in Chaoyang County? It's very long, it will definitely be. I believe they will never dare to fight again. Uncle Liang, but in this case, how can we attack the city? I guess that since Chief Shi killed Li Yan of Yangle County, the 2 remaining generals of Yangle County will no longer stay here. Buff nodded, feeling that Uncle Liang's analysis made sense. If they leave, then there will be no one to fight against Shichong in Zhaoyang County, and they will close the city gates and stop fighting. Ha ha ha, wouldn't this be a shrinking turtle? Whether he fights or not, tomorrow we will lead troops to attack the city and directly attack Zhaoyang County. Insolent, if that's the case, we would have attacked the city long ago. Today, taking advantage of the killing of Li Yan, we will attack directly, and we will definitely receive particularly good results. Yeah, but why didn't we do that? Uncle Liang glanced at Bufu, and then continued, Shi Cheng's meaning is not only to capture the city of Zhaoyang County, but also to subdue their people and soldiers. Will this Yan people really give in to us completely? Buff looked at the crowd at this time and said, if the state of Yan is no longer there, just like the state of Zhao, like the state of He, do you think they have any other choice than to surrender? If you choose to give in, you will definitely find a strong country. Our Qin country is now a strong country. Shichong, you're right. I just got the news that King Jian of Qin has broken through another city in the state of Yan, and the original state of Qi is no longer allied with them. Qi Ying, why didn't you say these words earlier? As soon as I got the news, I immediately set out to build Yang County, and I didn't have time to report to the chief. Yeah, I didn't expect General Wang Jian to be so powerful. It's no problem to attack the city. Bufu also nodded, listening to Qi Ying's news. He was also a little shocked. He didn't expect Wang Jian's army to progress so fast. It seems that we have to speed up. Otherwise, we can only drink soup. Chapter 230_Great News. Qi Ying, do you know why the state of Qi is not in harmony? The state of Yan is in alliance. Sir, I don't know this subordinate, but I probably heard that it was because Huang Zhang was forced to commit suicide by jumping into a river before, and King Qi was furious, so. Wow, I don't think it's that simple. Just because of Huangzong's affairs, it's impossible for Qi and Yan to fall apart. Uncle Liang, are you saying that Qi has other reasons? It should be that King Qi saw that the state of Yan was incapable of recovering, so he didn't continue to maintain it. The wall was pushed down by everyone, and the state of Qi just made a correct choice. Humph. Falling into the hole, is this King Qi really despicable? Ah. It's also normal. But the subordinates learned that King Qi used a tactic to sow discord to make King Yan and his advisor Lihian feel bad about it. Lihian seems to have been dismissed from office. Oh, this is great news, Shichong, your decision has now paid off. Bufu nodded and said with a smile, the Lihian is very resourceful. If it weren't for him, the state of Yan would have been wiped out long ago. It was the state of Qi who took action to get rid of it. The state of Yan is really exhausted. Already. Wow, we really have to speed up. Otherwise, the city of Yan Kingdom will be destroyed by General Wang Jian and the others, and we will have no battle to fight. Ha ha ha, don't worry about being arrogant. There will be battles for you to fight in the future, but you still need to continue to improve your strength. Buff said earnestly, I will meet more powerful opponents in the future. Only by constantly improving my strength can I be able to fight against them. Bufu's words reminded Zhang Huang of Zhaobo and Sun Chang. Yes, there are still many fierce generals who will fight against him in the future, and he must become stronger. Here, the subordinates know, and the subordinates will work hard to become stronger. Seeing the light in Zhang Huang's eyes, Buff nodded with satisfaction. What Buff wants is this kind of momentum. Weaker strength and slower progress. these are not problems, you must have confidence in yourself. This is the point of Buff's arrogance. He will never give up. Even if he loses, he never loses confidence. This is the most precious thing. You also want the same. I have said it more than once. Now you must quickly become stronger, and use the current small-scale battle to improve your strength. Buff looked around, watching the crowd. The reason why we attacked the city so slowly, one is to lay the foundation, the other is to train you, so you have to work hard not to live up to my expectations. Here, the subordinates will definitely redouble their efforts to improve their strength. Good. Shichong, what should we do in Zhaoyang County? Buff bowed his head in thought for a while, then turned his head and looked down at the crowd. The only way out for Zhaoyang County now is to ask for help. The only place they can go is Yandu. However, the capital of Yan has begun to take care of itself now. In the north, General Wang Jian's army is constantly attacking the city, heading straight for the capital of Yan. In the south there is the state of Qi, where this jackal is peeping. Now that Yan Wangshi has driven Lihian away again, he really thinks that he died too slowly. There are internal and external troubles, and he can no longer manage this Zhaoyang County. Buff looked at Liangbo and the others and continued, now we just need to exert pressure like creating oxygen to create a field where we can break it at any time, but we are not in a hurry to shoot. Believe that in another day, when the letter arrives at dawn, Chaoyang County will definitely open the city and surrender. It's very long, what you said is very reasonable, but I'm worried that the Zhangyang County Council, the shareholders and the people, will fight to the death with us. In that case, it's useless to keep them, we can only make them heroes. Buff's body released a fierce aura, and everyone felt the breath of a king. Okay, let's do it first, Zhang Kuang, Liang Bo, Gong Ya, and Qi Ying, 4 of you, each with 4 soldiers to attack the city. Remember, don't really attack, just put pressure on them in front of the city gate. How long, if they go out of town to fight? Then destroy them. Here. 4 of them went out. Sun Cheng took a step forward and came to Buff's side. Lieutenant, why don't I lead the troops to fight? For the time being, you don't need to take action. You can appease the people of Fangyang County first. The people of Fangyang County have just recovered, and you still need more effort. Here. Imperial Palace of Yandu, King Yanshi sat on the throne, and Prince Yan was beside him. Qiji, where do you say the army of Qin led by Wang Jian has already reached? Back to Yan Wangshi, Wang Jian's army has reached Yuyang Yangxia capital. What has already hit Yuyang? Those military generals who defend the city are all waste, so how many battles can't stop the Qin army? King Yan, this is all about the relationship between the music. I think he must have negotiated with Qin state. Maybe he is Qin state's internal servant in Yan state. It's my fault that I didn't see him sooner. I didn't expect him to be so bold and dare to cooperate with the enemy and betray the country. King Yan was furious, and the gods did not dare to speak, for fear of offending King Yan, and his head would not be safe. Since Lihian was dismissed from office, Dabai's family fled to Zhao state overnight. This move made King Yan even more angry. In his opinion, if there were no ghosts in his heart, why did he flee from Yanguol Jian in such a hurry? This escape further confirmed the thoughts of King Yan. After that, he appointed all his cavalry as state captains and was in charge of all the affairs of the court. Qiji's talent is much worse than Lihian's, but he knows how to see King Yan's mind and face, so after taking office, he is quite liked by King Yan. Just leading the troops to fight, arranging the troops, or Lihian's skills are superior. But there is a way to ride, and he pushed all the things and reasons for losing the city to Rakuma. This way, King Yan hated Lihian even more, but now he has no way to go to Lihian to settle accounts, because Wang Jian's army and Xin Sheng's army have already reached the vicinity of Yandu. This made Yan Wangshi also start to feel panic. If you can't stop please, Wang Jian and the others in Yuyang County, and let them attack the vicinity of Yandu so easily, it will be really useless. King Yan, his subordinates will concentrate all their forces in Yuyang County to resist Wang Jian's army, and the rest of the small counties can be ignored for the time being. King Yan heard Qiji's words. He was silent for a while, and after thinking for a long time, he finally made up his mind. Okay, according to your words, the main force of all the troops and horses in Xinjiang caught Yuyang County to fight against Wang Jian's army. Here. Father, I will also lead troops to fight and kill Qin soldiers to avenge my humiliation. Chapter 231-Writer's Mind. At this time, King Yan glared at Prince Dan angrily. HMPH, if it wasn't for you, how could Qin state raise troops to attack us and Yan state dare to speak more here, so why don't you go further? Prince Dan originally wanted to compete with the Qin army with enthusiasm, but he was reprimanded by his father and king, as if he had been splashed with cold water. Although he was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to speak of his father's confrontation, so he could only retreat obediently. Qiji, you go down and make arrangements. I'm a little tired, you all go down too. Here. The ministers bowed their heads and retreated, and Yan Wangxi also returned to the bedroom. Crown Prince Dan looked at the back of his father, and his anger was unbearable. He did not expect that his father would treat him like this. When I was young, it was very difficult for me to see him every time, and when I was a little older, I was sent as a proton and suffered humiliation. I thought that after returning to the Yan kingdom, I would be favored by the king of Yan, and my years of hard work were considered worthwhile. However, although King Yan made himself the crown prince, he was still indifferent to himself as always. Moreover, this was the matter of Qin state's attack on Yan state, and it was all pushed to him. In fact, everyone with discernment knows that the fact that Prince Dan sent Jin Kai to assassinate the king of Qin was just an excuse for the king of Qin to attack the state of Yan. But King Yan always believed that if Prince Dan hadn't sent Jin Kai to assassinate the king of Qin, Qin would never have attacked Yan. Because of this incident, King Yan's attitude towards Prince Dan became even worse. Prince Dan is now disheartened, and he blames everything on Qin. So he wanted to lead an army to attack Qin, but unfortunately his father Yan Wangxi refused, and he himself was reprimanded. Crown Prince Danwei went to his room, depressed, but there was nothing he could do. He could only swallow his anger, and after leaving the palace, he returned to his mansion. Report, there is a report on the military intelligence of Zhaoyang. Cavalry, who had just sat down and wanted to rest for a while, heard a report from the military, and his head was also aching. Lahian, it doesn't matter if you leave, but I'm too busy. But with you here, I won't have a bright future, and I can only blame you for being too sharp. And Lahian were descendants of famous families and served King Yan for many years. Although they were both postgraduates of famous families, Lahian's talents were outstanding and won the appreciation of King Yan. However, the cavalry all performed mediocrely and did not make any obvious contribution, and the king of Yan was also lukewarm towards him. This time when the army of the Qin state came, although Lahian was unable to completely stop the Qin army's pace, it was also because of Lahian's reasons that the Qin army did not enter the capital of Yan faster. However, Yan Wangxi didn't want such a result, so he complained more about Lahian, and when the horsemen saw the opportunity, they spoke ill of Lahian beside Yan Wangxi. Qiji said that the reason why the Qin army was able to conquer so many cities was due to Lahian's fault, and he must have something to do with Qin. Once or twice, the king of Yan sneered at him with joy, but this was just a statement made by all the cavalrymen. But the continuous defeats and the fall of the city made King Yan more and more happy to Lahian. Coupled with the words of the cavalry, when Wang Jian's army attacked Yuyang County, Yan Wangxi finally couldn't bear it any longer. That Lahian's father, helped Yan Guo all his life, and did not hurt the face of Yan Guoli's great deeds. Unexpectedly, Lahian actually went to Zhao State. Yan Wangxi was thinking of teaching Lahian a lesson and taking the opportunity to restore his official position. Lahian's run made King Yan completely angry, and he also believed Qiji's words, so he gave up his original idea. If he were to capture Lahian now, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. The horseman came to the hall of the mansion and sat on the throne in the hall. Speak. What is the important military report? If you return to Guowei, Fangyang County has been overrun by the enemy, and Zhaoyang County has been attacked by Qin troops and horses. It can't be resisted, so I ask to send troops to support. What? This is really a wave of unresolved, wave after wave. Unexpectedly, even Fangyang County was conquered by Qin troops and horses. He didn't expect that Sun Chang, who had just been named general of the right, would actually betray the country. That Fang Yangu didn't return the report before, and drove the Qin army back. King Yan just named him general of the left, and why was the city suddenly breached? What about others in Yangu? The magistrate of Fangyangu has died for the country, and his subordinate Sun Chang has taken refuge in Qin. What? Hearing this news, all the horsemen were furious. He did not expect that Sun Chang, who had just been named a right general, would actually betray the country. It's true. It is absolutely true that Haydenfang, the magistrate of Zhaoyang County, sent someone to report that after Fangyang County fell, the Qin army killed Fangyangu, and Sun Chang, who had surrendered, appointed the magistrate. This traitor. The writers walked back and forth on the hall in anger, and their anger was difficult to calm down for a while. The subordinates did not dare to continue speaking, for fear that all the writers would get angry and implicate themselves. After a while, the writer calmed down and returned to his seat. What else did Zhaoyang County say? If you go back to Guowei, you, have nothing but to ask for help. Well, I see, go down. Here, the rescue thing. Well, go ahead. Here. The guard hurriedly backed away, daring not to speak. The letter soldiers waited for a long time, but did not hear a reply, nor did they wait for the state captain to summon him. But he didn't dare to leave, he didn't wait for the exact news, and he couldn't explain to Hai Danfeng when he went back. Where is the soldier? Hearing someone calling, Xinbing rushed out of the room and looked at the guards. We're welcomed by the captain, let's go. Here. Came to the captain's study, the knights stood there with their hands behind their backs. Lord Captain, someone has come. Knights turned their heads and looked at the soldiers in front of them. Now that Wang Jian's army has attacked Yuyang again, go back and tell your county magistrate that all the troops and horses of the state of Yan have been transferred to Yuyang. At this time, Qijing took 2 steps forward, and then continued, tell Haydenfang, we must defend Zhaoyang County, as long as it lasts for about half a month. When Wang Jian's army is defeated, he will send reinforcements to help him retreat. Enemy. Xinbing heard Qiji's words, he also sighed in his heart. In fact, after he came to Yandu, he already felt that asking for help would not work at all. Qijun's words completely cooled his heart, but the order of the national captain was the order of the king of Yan, so the letter soldiers could not have any doubts. Nodded quickly, then stepped back. Chapter 232-Guzhou Donkey is poor. After the Xinbing left, the cavalry no longer thought about the affairs of Zhaoyang County, Yan State and other places. Now they are attacked by the enemy, it is really hard to resist. The most important thing right now is Yuyang County, as for the rest, let's put it away first. Here in Zhaoyang County, Hayden Peak is still waiting for news, but when the signal soldiers come back, they will convey the meaning of King Yan to him. At that time, Haydenfang was completely desperate. Hai Danfeng looked at Dagger Sheng and the others with a wry smile and said, King Yan said that he would not come to support us in Zhaoyang County until after Wang Jian's army was repelled. What year and month will we have to wait? Now that the Qin army is outside the city, it looks like they are about to attack the city. How can we stop this menacing Qin army? County magistrate, the subordinates are willing to fight to the death with them, and even if they die, they will fight against the Qin army to the end. Yes, county magistrate, his subordinates are also willing to go out of the city to kill the enemy. Hai Danfeng looked at Zhang Han and Zhou who were talking, heaved a long sigh, and shook his head helplessly. I know your martial arts very well. Even if you go out to fight, You are definitely not the opponents of Bufu and the others. You will only lose your life in vain. Magistrate, we. Zhang Han and Zhou were still talking about something, but Buff raised his hand to stop them. Now that we are already poor, there is no way to do it. I can fight Qinjun to death, and I am not afraid of being killed by Nabufu. At this time, Bufu looked at Dagger Sheng, and then said haggardly, it's just that the people in my city will inevitably suffer from the war. If the Qin army is provoked and the massacre starts, how can I be worthy of these people who believe in me? County people. Magistrate, what do you mean? I've been thinking about this issue before the Xinbing came back. Now that the Qin state's attack on the Yan state is on the rise, it can be said that the momentum is overwhelming, and the Yan state seems to be hard to resist. Yes, County Magistrate, you were right. If you say something outrageous, the whole country is now helpless. Furthermore, Lihian was actually dismissed from office, and the country of Yan has no hope at all. Seeing Hai Danfeng like this, Dagger Sheng had already guessed what he was thinking, but when the words came to his lips, the magistrate was reluctant to say it. However, Shenxiang sighed and said, County Magistrate, since the matter has come to this point, we are doing unnecessary resistance to make it useless. It is better to surrender to Kaicheng, so that the people of Zhaoyang County can also avoid the suffering of war. After Dagger Sheng said this, Hai Danfeng immediately raised his head to look at Dagger Sheng. He knew that Dagger Sheng was expressing his thoughts for him. But, the county magistrate, I heard from the soldiers that the 3 cities that Bufu attacked before have never slaughtered the people, and even gave medicine to solve the suffering of the people. It seems that this Bufu is not a cruel person. Dagger Sheng, as a native of Yan, how could you have such an idea? We would rather die in battle than surrender to Qin. Dagger Sheng looked at the excited look of Zhang Han and Zhou Hu, and was helpless. If there was any way, no one would want to surrender. Zhang Han, Zhou Hu, don't be too much. Actually, Dagger Sheng said it very well. How come Kuang Long looks like this even you? Are you scared too? Nonsense, calm down the two of you, didn't you see when Buff killed Zhaobo? People like Zhaobo are not his opponents together, how could you possibly beat Buff? Dagger Sheng spoke with a stern voice, and every sentence made sense. Zhang Han and Zhou Hu were speechless. Even if you are not afraid of life and death, what's the point of doing this? You will not bring safety to the people, but will anger the Qin army once they slaughter the city. Are you worthy of the people of Zhaoyang County? Seeing that Zhang Han and Zhou Hu were not talking, Hai Danfeng came to their side. I understand your feelings, why don't I want to die for the country, but now, it doesn't make much sense to die for the country. It's better to keep a useful body to fight for peace for the people of Yan country. Zhang Han and Zhou Hu were still indignant because Dagger Sheng reprimanded them just now, and they gradually calmed down when they heard the county magistrate's words. The county magistrate, since he has decided to do this, it is not too late for this matter. If the Qin army starts to attack the city, it will be too late for us to surrender. Hai Danfeng heard Dagger Sheng say this, and then looked at Kuang Long, Zhang Han and Zhou Hu. Seeing that they did not continue to oppose it, they made up their minds. Let's go. Open the city gate, and I will go with you to see Boof. Even if he wants my life, as long as it can bring peace to Chaoyang County, it will be worth it. Subordinates swear to follow the county magistrate. Looking at Dagger Sheng and the other 4, Hai Danfeng was also very emotional. These 4 people have been loyal to him for many years, but now he is not hesitating. Hai Danfeng led the 4 of them out of the city on horseback and walked towards Buff's camp. Hey, Uncle Liang, look at the city gates open, how come 555 people who don't wear armor? It seems that Shichong is right again, this Zhaoyang County should not be able to hold on, and wants to surrender to Kaicheng. What a pity, I still want to fight that Kuanglong. Sun Chang always said that his martial arts are strong, and he originally wanted to fight him, why did he surrender? Zhang Huang, don't talk nonsense anymore, I'm going to train you again when you hear it. Ha ha ha, Shichong will not train us for this matter, he originally wanted to train us through such a siege battle. Alas, you know how to fight every day, but you don't understand how long it is. Ha ha ha, how can I be a big and rude person who understands that? It's enough for you to understand the long mind. I just need to constantly improve my strength. Why is it enough to go into battle and kill the enemy? Well, it makes sense. Yes. Uncle Liang, what's the matter with arrogance? At this time Ganya and Qi Ying also came over on horseback. Ha ha ha, Liangbo said they were going to surrender. Really? That's fake. Ji Chang is really predictable, everything is under his control. It's not the first day that you have the ability to see you, but we have the ability to reach the sky. Insolent, I know what you admire the most, let's see what you look like. Ha ha ha, there's no way, who is so powerful? Ha ha ha. He was still talking and laughing. At this time Hai Danfeng led Dagger Sheng and the others to the front of Uncle Liang. Who are you? And the two armies are fighting against each other. What are you doing in front of our camp without wearing armor? I am Haydenfang, Magistrate of Zhaoyang County. Chapter 233-Surrender. Hai Danfeng said politely, please also announce, we want to see Captain Buff. Humph, I remember you. You were very majestic when you led the troops to hunt me down. Ganya's words made Haydenfang a little embarrassed, but since he was ready to surrender, it was necessary to endure the other party's cold words. Maybe there will be more excessive things, so Haydenfang doesn't care too much about Ganya's attitude. What's the matter with you seeing us? At this time, Qi Ying did not ask angrily. Seeing their angry expressions, Zhang Han and Zhou Hu, who were behind Hayden Peak, couldn't take it any longer. About to attack when he wanted to go forward, but was stopped by Quang Long. Ganya and Qi Ying thought in their hearts that these people were quite able to endure. Now we are the enemy, and we are in the battle between the two armies. If you can't explain why you came here at this moment, we really can't report it, and we can't let you pass. Compared to Ganya and Qi Ying's words, although Uncle Liang still refused Hai Danfeng's request, his tone was much better. He didn't stop Qi Ying and Ganya from doing what he did. Looking at Zhang Han and Zhou Hu behind Hayden Peak, he seemed to be a little unconvinced. It would be good for Ganya and Qi Ying to give them some horsepower. That they were here to surrender, it was necessary to make them really bow their heads. Hai Danfeng looked at Uncle Liang, nodded, and then said, please tell me your Colonel Buff, I'm here to surrender on behalf of Zhaoyang County. At this time, Uncle Liang looked at the calm appearance of Hayden Peak, and his heart suddenly rose with admiration. In order for the people to not suffer from the war, he would rather bow his head and give up his dignity. The magistrate of Zhaoyang County loves the people like a son, and his reputation is indeed well deserved. Ganya and Qi Ying heard Hai Danfeng's words, and just wanted to continue to ridicule a few words, but they were stopped by Liangbo. Come on, go and report to Colonel Booth, and say that the magistrate of Zhaoyang County, Hai Danfeng, has raised the city to vote. Here. Soldiers received the order and ran to the camp quickly, and after a while, they saw Buff walking out of the camp quickly. I don't know if it was an illusion or what, everyone just felt that Buff, who was still a few steps away, had come to him. Ha ha ha, Haydenfang, you're finally here. I've been waiting so hard for you. Why did Captain Buff say that? We had long expected that you would surrender. Ganya, don't talk nonsense. Hearing Ganya say this, Haydenfang was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head helplessly and said bitterly, Captain Buff is really powerful and resourceful, and the lower officials are willing to bow down. Haydenfang, you don't need to be mourned. Victory or defeat is a common thing in military affairs. Today you are defeated by me, and tomorrow there may be other generals who will be defeated by you, but I can't say. Buff looked at Hai Danfeng and nodded with satisfaction. Buff was still full of admiration for this county magistrate who loves his people like a son. Haydenfang, you have a big heart. For the sake of the people of Zhaoyang County, you put down your dignity and bow your head. Many generals are not as good as you. Ashamed, ashamed. As a county magistrate, I cannot protect the country yet. The safety of the family is in danger, and I cannot protect the safety of the people. I am really ashamed. Hey, Haydenfang, you're wrong to think that way. The country of Yan has no way to recover at this moment, and the country of Qi has also ended the alliance with you. You can't save it by yourself. Haydenfang stood there and didn't speak anymore, but Bufu looked at him and continued. Don't worry, Haydenfang, Zhaoyang County will be under your control in the future, and you will still be the magistrate of Zhaoyang County. Your subordinate's official position remains unchanged. If you want to fight with me, go with me. If you don't want to, just stay in the city with you, and nothing will change much. Hai Danfang was shocked at the moment, including Dagger Sheng. The four of them were the same. Haydenfang and the others were ready to be humiliated, but they never thought that Buff would treat them so favorably. Why, is there anything you are dissatisfied with? You can tell me, as long as it's not too much, I can promise you. How dare the general of the Invincible Army make a request, but I don't understand why Buff Xiaowei treats us so kindly. Ha ha ha, later, you will understand. I know that there are still some hurdles in your hearts that you can't overcome. After all, defeating and surrendering is indeed a shameful thing. When he said this, Buff saw some unnatural expressions on the faces of the five of them in Haydenfang. He continued, I believe that after a while, you will change your mind and feel that the decision you made today is very correct. After listening to these words, Hai Danfang and the others didn't take it seriously. They understood what Buff meant, that is, after a period of time, they were completely used to the result of failure, and they got used to it. But in fact, this is not what Buff really meant. They didn't really understand until later. Of course, this is something else. Lieutenant Buff, the lower officer, is very grateful for your tolerance and kindness. It is worthwhile for me to not fight and let the people in the city not suffer from the war. Well, it really is that you love the people like a son. I didn't see you wrong. Well, it's decided like this. At this time, Buff squinted at Zhang Han and Zhou, and then said with a slight smile, the words have come to this point. If the two of you are dissatisfied with your heart, you can fight against my subordinate Zhang Kuang, as long as you can get hurt. I will tell you how to build Yang County. Shocked when they heard Buff say this, and their expressions instantly turned ugly. Buff looked at their nervous look, and then said, you two are bloody, but you are not smart enough, and your martial arts are not superb enough. If you want to sneak attack on me, you have too many flaws in your body. Hearing Bu Fu's words, whether it was Uncle Liang, Gengye and the others, or Haydenfang Dagersheng Quanglong, everyone was extremely surprised. Zhang Kuang and Gengye quickly came to Buff and guarded Buff. Hai Danfang and Quang Long looked back at Zhang Han and Zhou suspiciously, and they also understood what Buff meant. It's just that they couldn't believe it. Obviously they had already discussed it. How could Zhang Han and Zhou sneak up on Buff? Hai Danfang saw Dagger Sheng and saw that he had been staring at Buff. When he moved, he suddenly understood something. Dagger Sheng, Zhang Han and Zhou want to attack Captain Buff, do you know that? Dagger Sheng didn't hide this either, nodded and admitted it frankly. Oh, Dagger Sheng, you are so confused. Chapter 234_Sneak Attack. You know it's impossible to do this, so why take the risk? Dagger Sheng knew that after the incident was exposed, he would definitely not be able to survive. He turned around and knelt down in front of Hayden Peak, crying bitterly and said, the county magistrate, together with us, is as heavy as a mountain. We can't see you being humiliated. We thought that if we fought this life, we would also die with Bufu and the others. At this time, Dagger Sheng looked back at Buff, and then continued, last night Zhang Han and Zhou found me and asked them to tell me what they were thinking. I hesitated again and again, and then agreed with their approach. But today I heard Buff say these words, and his arrangement with the magistrate, it really exceeded my expectations, but this should be the best result. At this time, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, then stood up, looked at Hai Danfang and continued, our brothers can rest assured that the county magistrate can have this home. Saying that, he turned his head and became firm, still Buff, without a trace of fear. Captain Buff, our county magistrate has no knowledge of this matter. It was my idea to let Jonghan and Zohu sneak up on you when they surrendered. If you want to kill or slash, please listen and respect. Then he looked back at Hai Danfeng and continued, I just hope you can do what you say. Please don't go back on what you promised my county magistrate just now. You guys are really loyal and righteous, but you're really stupid, and the one next to you, you also took your weapons. This time, even Dagger Sheng's expression, you began to become shocked. He didn't expect that even Kuang Long had such an idea. He turned his head and looked at Kuang Long with wide eyes. At this time, Zhang Hankai said, Dagger Sheng, we went to Kuang Long before we looked for you, but we were rejected. But he didn't expect that he actually wanted to do this by himself. Now that they knew that they would definitely die, Dagger Sheng, Kuang Long, Zhang Han and Zohu all seemed relatively calm. They came together, looked at each other, nodded, and then turned back to kneel to Hayden Peak. Hai Danfeng looked at these four people, tears welling up. He never imagined that his 444 subordinates would actually do this. He walked over and helped them up one by one, then patted their shoulders and nodded. Then he looked back at Buff and said, Captain Buff, although I don't know about this matter, but I am willing to undertake it together with them. I surrender with sincerity, but I don't want to mess with people. Saying that, Hayden Feng pulled out the sword in his hand, and he was about to commit suicide. Magistrate. Seeing Hai Danfeng like this, the four Dagger Sheng who were kneeling on the ground were too late to get up to rescue. This time I saw a figure flashing by. Hai Danfeng only felt a flower in front of him, and the sword in his hand disappeared. More closely, Bufu had come to the front of the crowd at some point, and he was holding the sword that Hayden Feng wanted to take from Mo. Four of Dagger Sheng had already come to Hai Danfeng's side, and they were so frightened just now. They don't want Hayden Peak to die because of their four behaviors, so that they will not rest their eyes when they die. Ha ha ha, really is a sword, but it's a pity that it is used for self-killing. If it is used to kill the enemy, it should be a good weapon. Hayden Feng, I don't know what happened just now, why the sword in his hand suddenly ran into Buff's hand, and now he is looking at the expressions of everyone behind Buff. They looked at themselves with a smile and didn't know what they meant. Colonel Buff, since this is the case, we don't have the face to surrender again. We just want to make a quick decision. Captain Buff, please make it happen. Buff gently waved the sword in his hand, and didn't seem to hear what Hai Danfeng was saying. Well, yes, the four of them really deserve to die, and as their county magistrate, you really deserve to die if you don't have strict discipline. Buff's words were very calm, without the slightest anger, just said it calmly. Hai Danfeng and Dagger were stunned when they heard what he said. Hayden Feng nodded immediately, and then said, Captain Buff, please be kind to the people of Zhaoyang County. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, as if waiting for Buff to kill him with his own hands. At this moment, the four of them, Dagger Sheng Kuanglong, also came to Hai Danfeng's body and closed their eyes. Ha ha ha, really is a man, well, I'll give you one more chance. This is Buff turning and walking backwards, coming to Zhang Kuang's side, and then looking back at Hayden Peak. They are 5 people. I know that if you surrender like this, you must be unconvinced, so I will give you another chance, as long as one of the 4 of you can beat him. Oh no, even if you can draw a tie with him, I will forgive you. This time, I promise your surrender. Humph. Don't underestimate people, I'll fight him. Zhang Han, don't be impulsive. Dagger Sheng, it's a death anyway, it's better to fight hard before you die. Zhang Han is right, it's not bad to be able to have a good fight before that. Dagger Sheng heard what Zhang Han Zohu said, and after thinking about it, it was true, so he nodded and stepped aside. At this time, Buff whispered a few words in Zhang Zhang's ear. Zhuangzan glanced at Buff, and then nodded. I saw him take a step forward, then the tiger's eyes widened, staring at Zhang Han. Zohu said, which of you two will come first? I'll come first. Without waiting for Zhang Han, Zhou Hu spoke. Kuang Long walked out and came to Zhang Kuang. Ha ha ha, it's you. I heard Sun Chang mention you a long time ago, saying that he is not your opponent and wanted to fight with you for a long time. Today, you have to show your housekeeping skills. Don't worry, although I am not your opponent, I will do my best. What weapon? Big knife. Bring the big knife. Soldiers quickly took out a big sword and put it in Kuang Long's hand. Seeing Zhang Kuang nodded, Zhang Kuang saw that Kuang Long was still satisfied with the weapon in his hand, picked up his axe and rushed up. Look at the axe. Zhang Kuang raised his axe and slashed towards Kuang Long from top to bottom. Kuang Long's feet changed into a lunge, and he raised his big sword and blocked it upwards, and with a bang, the big axe was blocked by Kuang Long. And Kuang Long didn't move. Zhang Huang's heart was shocked. It seems that this Kuang Long is indeed well deserved. Seeing Kuang Long easily blocking his axe, Zhang Kuang has already begun to get serious. Kuang Long is now more focused than ever, even more serious than the match he had with the Yangle County Magistrate a few years ago. Chapter 235_Kuang Long in peak condition. Now that life and death have been put aside, and there is no more distraction in his heart, his strength has now reached his peak state. Forget everything, just want to use all my strength to defeat the person in front of me. In the blink of an eye, the two had already fought hundreds of moves, and they were still undefeated. Ha ha ha, happy, come on. Seeing the opponent's strength, Zhang Kuang also began to become excited. He used all his strength and began to fight against Kuang Long. In speed and strength made Kuang Long somewhat unable to adapt, revealing his flaws, and was kicked to the ground by the insolent kick. Kuang Long stood up, knelt on one knee on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stood up slowly. Looking at Zhang Kuang firmly in his eyes, he didn't flinch at all. He adjusted his breathing slightly, and then stepped on the 7-star pace. The big knife in his hand was still moving slowly. That's right, take out all your tricks. Was very happy when he saw that Kuang Long began to use his real skills. That's how arrogant personality is. The stronger the opponent, the happier he is. Kuang Long didn't say a word. His footsteps made a mistake, and his body jumped out, very fast. Before Zhang Kuang could do anything, he saw that the broadsword had stabbed into his chest. In desperation, he put his axe across his chest and blocked the broadsword. With a loud bang, the broadsword stabbed the side of the axe. The arrogant body couldn't help but take a dozen steps back. Zhang Kuang's head swung back, and a lion turned back, removing the power of the blow just now. Then he turned around and stood there, staring wide-eyed at Kuang Long in front of him. His posture hadn't changed, he just kept holding the big knife and looked insane. Kuang Longer's breath at this time has been slightly panting, but there is no change in the arrogance. Rubbing his chest with his hands, he looked at Kuang Long with a grin. I can't see that your strength is still quite strong, and you can push me so far, but you won't have such a chance again. At this time, the arrogant momentum changed, and he raised the big axe and rushed towards Kuang Long, but this time the speed was obviously much faster than before, and Kuang Longer felt especially obvious. Quickly adjusted his posture and took back the big knife to prepare for defense, but the speed of Zhuangzhang was indeed beyond his expectations. He never imagined that such a huge axe would have no weight in Zhuangzhang's hands. It's so easy to swing, and it's like holding two wooden axes, and the speed is amazing. Kuang Long was disrupted by the insane and stormy attacks, and he began to have frequent flaws. Managed to dodge Zhang Zhang's attack with his ingenious footwork, he still received Zhang Zhang's punch or kick from time to time. At this time, there was no suspense anymore. How could the unsupportive Kuang Long fight so aggressively and arrogantly? More fiercely, and Kuang Long, who was dancing with a big axe, was immediately defeated by Zhang Kuang. But he still didn't give up, stepped down, and dealt with the arrogance there. With this set of steps, he escaped the 10 moves and 10 attacks of Yangle County Magistrate Xiao Qiang, and was appreciated and valued by him. If it weren't for Dagger Shang, Kuang Long would be one of Xiao Qiang's men. Strong general. At this time, Zhang Kuang had already forgotten everything, looking at Kuang Long, who was shaky in front of him, but refused to fall. The more he fought, the more excited he became. It came suddenly in his ear. There was a coughing sound. This sound resounded in his head like a thunderbolt, causing Zhang Kuang to suddenly slow down from that crazy offensive state. As attack suddenly slowed down, allowing Kuang Long to see the flaw. The big knife circled in his hand, and then the handle of the knife was pushed forward, just against Zhang Kuang's chest. Zhang Kuang took advantage of the situation and was knocked to the ground, then fell down and rolled on the ground while clutching his chest, never getting up again. Seeing that Zhang Kuang was injured and fell to the ground, Gangya and Qi Ying quickly ran to his side to check his injuries, but found that Zhang Kuang who fell to the ground was not injured at all, and was still blinking at them there. Gangya and Qi Ying understood that it must be Buff who made Zhang Kuang deliberately lose to Kuang Long. Actually, Buff meant to make Zhang Kuang and Kuang Long draw a tie, but Zhang Kuang forgot what Buff said. With all his strength, he was so arrogant that he was about to bring down Kuang Long, and when he heard Buff's cough, he remembered what Buff had said to him before. Then he was deliberately hit in the chest by Kuang Long with a gun, and he fell to the ground and never got up again. Seeing Zhang Kuang there, wow, clutching his chest, unable to get up, you can't help but laugh. This guy can't act really, shouldn't it be so exaggerated? Kuang Long saw the arrogance of falling to the ground, where he was crying in pain, and he couldn't figure out for a while. He knew very well how powerful his attack was, and it was impossible for him to suffer such serious injuries with his arrogant body. Looking back at Dagger Sheng looked at him and shook his head. He looked at Buff again, and found a smile on his face that had just faded. Kuang Long thought about it for a while and suddenly realized, it seems that the reason why he is so arrogant is the reason of Buff, he is just pretending. Kuang Long seemed a little lonely. After all, he tried his best to fight Zhang Kuang to the death, but the opponent didn't. Do your best, and give way when fighting on the battlefield. This is an insult to the generals. Buy an arrogant axe, then let him be arrogant like this. If it was a battle between the two armies, Kuang Long would definitely scold him arrogantly, but now, no matter whether the game wins or loses, Kuang Long and the others are already the defeated army, and they just want to choose a decent way to die. But it couldn't do it. Kuang Long returned to Hayden Peak a little disappointed. At this time, Zhangqi and Zhou came over, patted his shoulder, and walked out. It's our turn. Buff came before the crowd at this time. Since Zhang Kuang has been defeated by Kuang Long, then you will no longer be held accountable for your attempts to attack me. Buff looked at Zhangqi and Zhou, and his momentum suddenly changed. Do you also want to challenge Zhang Kuang? Well, the two of you go together. If you can block my move, I won't be attacking Yang County. When Zhangqi and Zhou heard this, their eyes lit up and they hurriedly came to Buff. What you said, is it true? Fart, what do you think we are, and what you say is a nail if you spit it out. Said arrogantly, insulting him is okay, but insulting Buff is absolutely not allowed. Hey, it's alright, insolent. Buff stretched out his hand to let Zhang Kuang calm down, and then came to Zhangqi and Zhou. Chapter 236-1 Move. Don't worry, what I say will definitely count. As long as you can catch my move, I will never step into Zhaoyang County. At this time, he released his momentum, and Xiaowu suddenly felt that the Buff in front of him had changed into a beast, which made them timid. But what if you can't catch my move? Zhangqi and Zhou glanced at each other, then looked at Buff and said decisively, if we can't get a move from you, we will kill or kill you. Ha ha ha, what's the use of my 2 lives if I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. Then what do you think? I want you to surrender to me, and swear to always be loyal to me and never betray me. Zhangqi and Zhou didn't hesitate. If they really couldn't catch Buff's move, they wouldn't feel wronged by following someone like him. Okay, it's a word. Well, it's refreshing enough, then let's start. Dagger Sheng shook his head helplessly, thinking in his heart that Buff was really powerful, and with a simple aggressive method, he got Zhangqi and Zhouhu into the trap. Although Zhangqi and Zhouhu are good in martial arts, their resourcefulness can't even keep up with Quanglong. But Buff and the others heard that Zhaobo was stabbed to death by him, and even people like Zhaobo couldn't catch Buff's move. Quanglonger also knew it in his heart, but he knew the character of Zhangqian and Zhouhu, and if he didn't let them experience it for himself, they would not be convinced. Come on. Zhangqi and Zhouhu charged towards Buff with weapons. At this time, I saw Bufu draw out his sword, and then moved his feet, and the whole person disappeared. Zhangqi and Zhouhu saw the person in front of them suddenly disappear, and when they were still in shock, Bufu had appeared behind them. You have already lost. What, ha ha ha, it's so ridiculous. Do you think you'll beat us just by running behind us? Yeah, if that counts as a win, it's a big joke. You two exit. Don't be embarrassed here. Hai Danfeng couldn't help it anymore. Zhang regrets Zhouhu's behavior today as too stupid, and lost all face in front of Bufu and the others. Seeing Hayden Peak getting angry, Zhangqi and Zhouhu also restrained. They usually look at Hayden Peak as kind, but once Hayden Peak gets angry, none of them dare to provoke it. County Magistrate, why are you scolding us? It's obvious that he is lying there. If we can win, we won't accept it. You two idiots, if it wasn't for Buff's mercy, their heads would have fallen. Nothing is impossible, he didn't attack them, he just ran behind us. Yeah, if he attacks us from the back, it won't be a move, and he'll lose his words. You two are going to be mad at me, I have told you both, don't say it anymore, just touch your neck. Zhangqi and Zhouhu, they heard Hai Danfeng's words, and then touched their necks with their hands. There was a slight tingling sensation, and there was some wet sticky feeling on their hands. What's the situation? When I saw the blood on my hands, I touched the stinging part of my neck again. Zhangqi and Zhouhu slowly opened their eyes, then turned around. Look over at Buff. Buff had already retracted the sword to the scabbard at this time, then turned his head and looked at Zhangqian and Zhouhu calmly. Zhangqi and Zhouhu finally understood why Hai Danfeng said that they lost the original Bufu, and in the process of disappearing and reappearing, he had lightly slashed a sword on their necks. They don't feel anything because of the speed, which is horrible. This shows that it is really easy for Buff to kill them, and they don't even have a chance to react. Zhangqi and Zhouhu were extremely shocked. How could there be such a powerful person? They finally believed what Quanglong said. Some things really need to be experienced by themselves before they know how terrifying it is. They slowly came to Buff, then knelt down on one knee and bowed their heads. Captain Buff, we swear, we are willing to follow to the death and never betray. Okay, if you can bend and stretch, you can do what you say. You are a man. Follow me in the future. You will never regret today's decision. Here. After Zhangqi and Zhouhu were subdued, Zhang Kuang came to Quanglong's side. Gently patted Quanglong's shoulder and said, after you surrender, I will fight with you for another 300 rounds. This is what I will do my best. Quanglong looked back at the arrogant and sincere eyes, and then saw Buff standing there smiling slightly. Suddenly he felt that if he surrendered to this Qin army, he would not feel so bad. Buff came to Hayden Peak, then looked at Hayden Peak and said, in this case, there will be no more. The problem is that your subordinates have already been subdued by me. The ability of the lieutenant is greatly admired by the lower officials, and I am willing to surrender. Buff nodded in satisfaction, then laughed. Okay, that's it for today. Tomorrow you will open the hatch to welcome us into the city. Here. Captured another city without a single soldier, and also persuaded the county magistrate who guarded the city. Early morning of the next day, Hayden Feng sent someone to open the city gate to welcome Bufu's Qin army into the city. The people of Zhaoyang County were still a little panicked at first, but later they saw that their county magistrate and the 444 subordinates were the same as usual, and there was not much change. Their hearts were also stabilized, and the common people only needed to live and work in peace and contentment. As for who was going to be the official and who the city belonged to, it was no longer important at that time. Bufu and the others came to the master's mansion. Bufu naturally sat on the main seat. Haydenfeng sat next to him, and everyone sat in turn. Today, everyone can sit here together. I think you should thank your county magistrate. He is kind-hearted and caring for the people. This is one of the reasons why you can survive. Hai Danfeng and Dagger Sheng, when they heard Buff's words at this time, were no longer disgusted as before, but admitted in their hearts that what Bufu said was the truth. It all depends on Colonel Buff. He has a broad mind and can't bear to slaughter the people. I thank Colonel Buff on behalf of the people. Ha ha ha, well, let's not talk about this for now. Everything is still as promised last night. You are still the magistrate of Zhaoyang County, and your subordinates are still with you. Zhaoyang County will not be safe. Except that he is now from the Qin state, everything else remains unchanged. Here, my subordinates remember it. Chapter 237 _ Careful Planning. At this time, Zhangqi and Zhou stood up, then looked at Buff and said, Lieutenant, we are willing to follow you on the battlefield. Of Zhangqi and Zhou made Bufu feel a little surprised at the moment. He didn't expect them to have such an idea. You want to join me in fighting the killing field? Yes, we are willing to follow the captain to fight on the battlefield, and hope that the captain can succeed. Okay, since the two of you have this intention, of course I am very happy. In times of trouble, heroes will inevitably emerge in troubled times. You will not bury your skills when you follow me. Here, Colonel. Buff looked at Dagger Sheng and Quang Long, and then said calmly, what are your plans? Dagger Sheng glanced at Quang Long, then turned to look at Hayden Peak. Xiaowei, since Zhangqi and Zhou are willing to fight with the schoolmaster, the county magistrate must have no one around. I would like to stay and govern Zhaoyang County together with the county magistrate. Yeah, well, Haydenfeng really needs a good helper, so just stay. Here. What about you, Quang Long? What are your plans? Shen Chong, I have already agreed with Quang Long to fight him for another 300 rounds, so let him follow us too, so that we can have a chance to compete every time. Insolent, don't make trouble. I have to know what they really think. If they don't want to, it will be very troublesome to take them away by force on the battlefield. After being reprimanded by Buff for being arrogant, he retreated to the side. Looking at him, everyone laughed. It seems that the little haze just now disappeared, and they seem to have really become comrades. Dagger Sheng and the others, feeling the sincerity of Buff and their subordinates, also put down their grievances. I am also willing to follow, please let the captain complete. Well, that's it, Quang Long, Zhangqi and Zhou, you all come with me. Dagger Sheng, you stay by Hayden Peak to support him and govern Zhaoyang County. Here. Let us be of one heart and one mind and accomplish the great cause. One heart and one mind, complete the great cause. Everything went according to plan. Zhaoyang County has been surrendered to him, and the next step is to attack that Yangle County, which is civilized by martial arts. However, I heard that the county general Fangjung in that county seems to have a strength that cannot be underestimated. But Buff is not worried about this. Now that most of the British territory has been captured by the Qin state, I believe that soon, the Yan state will surely surrender to the Qin state. He must now speed up his pace and expand his strength, so that he can realize the ideas in his heart. Buff was still thinking there, when Xiaohai came to him. It's so long. There is an imperial decree from the king of Qin here. Oh, at this time, what will happen to Qin? Buff quickly walked out of the room and came to the top of the lobby. I saw a man in armor standing above the lobby. Oh, it turned out to be General Shu. I didn't expect you to come to me. Ha ha ha, Bufu, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. You actually broke through 4 Yan Kingdom cities without a single soldier. You are really brave. This General Shu, who is also a subordinate of General Wang Jian, whose full name is Shu Yan, has always been very kind to Buff, so Buff was very happy to see him. It's all by chance, General Shu. Army is too honored. Ha ha ha, Bufu, you don't have to be too modest. General Wang Jian will report your achievements to the King of Qin. After listening to it, the King of Qin heard that he was overjoyed and issued an imperial decree. Saying that, he took out a yellow cloth scroll from his waist, and Buff accepted the order. I recently heard that Bufu has repeatedly reported success here, and has captured 4 cities in the country of Yan one after another without costing a single soldier, 2 of which are still important military locations. At this time, General Shu glanced at Buff, his eyes full of approval. Buff is extraordinarily brave and has made outstanding contributions. I am very pleased to have this favorite general, and I have designated Buff as a general, and I admire this. The dust catches the order. He took the yellow cloth scroll from General Shu's hand, and handed it to Xiaohai next to him. This time, General Wang Jian heard that your record was outstanding, and he said a lot of good things about you in front of King Qin. General Wang Jian's love for me cannot be repaid. I only wish to capture more cities in return for my great kindness. General Shu nodded. I know that you value friendship and righteousness, otherwise, General Wang Jian would not treat you so kindly. Ha ha ha, General Shu, you have come from a long way, and I have prepared a banquet to wash the dust for you. Okay, I haven't had a drink with you since we've been apart for a long time. I just happened to have a drink with you today. Okay, great, ha ha ha. Banquet, everyone sat on both sides of the table, Bu Fu and General Shu sat on the main seat, the 2 frequently toasted and drank happily, and everyone also drank happily, extremely happy. Buff looked at Hayden Peak next to him, and then said, General Shu, this person was originally the magistrate of Zhaoyang County, Qin State. Oh, I heard about this a long time ago, and now I finally see the real person. You don't have to worry about Hayden Fang. Now that the world is full of disputes, no one can guarantee that their country will be invincible. Being an official, we must not only be worthy of the court, but also be worthy of the people. It is our duty to let the people live and work in peace and contentment. If we follow Boof well, we will have a bright future. Hai Danfeng listened to General Shu's words, looked at him without the slightest sarcasm, and nodded. To be honest with General Shu, when I just surrendered, my heart was really unpleasant. At that time, I just wanted the people to stop suffering, and I didn't think too much about other things. Hai Danfeng glanced at Buff and said, but after getting along with Colonel Buff, I found out that the soldiers of the Qin state were not as brutal as they imagined. Colonel Buff was broad-minded and talented, and could follow him. It is my blessing to be by his side. Hearing his words, General Shu laughed out loud. Hayden Feng, what you said is very good, but you are wrong about one thing. Oh, I also hope that General Shu will give advice. General Shu looked at Bufu and said with a smile, now Bufu is no longer a school captain. King Qin just issued a decree to make Bufu a subordinate general, and his official position is second only to General Wang Jian. Hai Danfeng was also greatly surprised when he heard what General Shu said, but he was relieved in an instant. The ability of your Buff, a mere captain of the Qin state, really wronged him. The King of Qin is wise, and General Buflong's ability is high and strong, and the position of general is well deserved. Yes, I think so too. When he looked at Hayden Peak, he didn't expect Hayden Summit to be like this. Chapter 238_Heartfelt. At the beginning, he also thought that even if the surrender of Hayden Peak was not a plan to delay the army, it would not be possible to surrender in good faith. But through Hayden Feng's sincere words and sincere expression, General Shu could see that this Hayden Feng admired Buff from the bottom of his heart. This made General Shu take another look at Boof, and it was not too difficult for a brave person to capture a city. Just like General Wang Jian, who attacked the city and captured the land, no one could resist the army, but the generals, soldiers and people in the cities he attacked were all afraid of him. Reason why they surrendered was entirely out of fear, and it was precisely because of this that there were a few cities that were captured by General Wang Jian. Later, after General Wang Jian left, the soldiers and the common people united and rebelled and recaptured the cities. Although it was suppressed by Wang Jian's army later, the people's resentment was very deep, so they could only send heavy troops to guard the city. Therefore, when seeing Haydenfang surrendering to Buff so convincingly today, General Shu was quite surprised. At the same time, he deeply felt Buff's ability. Ha ha ha, stop talking about this, come on, let's drink a few more drinks. Seeing that General Shu was silent there, Bufu didn't know what he was thinking, so he raised his glass and toasted to General Shu. Good, go. This night everyone drank heartily. Hai Danfeng and Dagger Sheng were unhappy because of their surrender, and they were bragging about each other with bowls of wine and Qi Ying with Gong Ya. Like friends, they were all relieved. The next day, after General Shu left, everyone sat in the city master's mansion to discuss how to attack Yangle County. Dagger Sheng Huang Long, listen to Hai Danfeng, we went to Yangle County to ask for help. Now tell us about the situation in Yangle County. General, the people in Yangle County are sturdy and fierce, and it is a common practice. All the people in Yangle County will practice martial arts. Dagger Sheng said there. Yes, if their people are in a war, they can all wear armor and go into battle, and all of them are quite powerful. So, when there was a war in the past, I wouldn't be involved in it if I was cold, and it can be said that it would not be targeted. Dagger Sheng talked slowly, and explained the situation in Yangle County one by one. If there was something unexpected, Huang Long added by the side. Everyone listened quietly, thinking about the situation in Yangle County. Buff, you are meditating there. Originally, you only thought that Yangle County is a county for practicing martial arts, and it is famous for its many generals. But he never thought that all the people of Yangle County could become soldiers and were good at fighting. No wonder Yangle County has always been peaceful, it turns out that no one dared to provoke it. It seems that this is still a hard bone. Listening to Dagger Sheng, Yangle County's current generals and soldiers are no more than 10,000 people. But the people of Yangle County are no less than 10. Remove half of the old, weak, women and children, and there are 50,000 strong men who can participate in the battle. That is to say, if you want to attack Yangle County, you must be prepared for the sixth battle, which makes Bufu frown. The soldiers and horses under his command, even if they are added to Shanghai Danfang, are no more than 20,000 to 30,000 people. How can they attack the heavily guarded Yangle County with fewer winds and more? At this time, Huang Long broke the silence and built himself in front of Buff, then he cupped his hands and said, General, I have a method, but it can be captured without a single soldier or soldier. Yangle County. What? When Buff and everyone heard what Huang Long said, they raised their heads and looked at him in surprise. Huang Long, there are no jokes in the army, so be careful when you speak. Hai Danfeng was worried that Huang Long had said something wrong, so he kindly reminded him. Hey, Danfeng, you have been worrying too much. In my army, there is no such concern. Everyone can speak freely. Those who have meritorious service will be rewarded, and even if they are ineffective and useless, they will not be punished. Well, General, your subordinates understand. Stop worrying about being punished for saying the wrong thing, so everyone can say what they want and say it all. Buff's heart, Haydenfeng's admiration, fell to the ground. Huang Long, just say what you have to say. Even if you say it wrong, I won't blame you. Here, General, as long as you compete with the Yangle County Magistrate, Feng Zheng, and then defeat him, and convince him, Yangle County will be at your fingertips. Hai Danfeng and Dagger Sheng were shocked when they heard it. They were just about to say something, but then they thought about it. This is indeed a good way. If it is someone else, this method will undoubtedly send him to death, because Zhang Fengjung in Yangle County is strong in martial arts and unfathomable, and it is not easy to defeat him. However, if it is replaced by Buff, then it is not it. The same, they have seen the ability of Buff, they are not sure who is more powerful. There is no one in the world who can compete with Zhang Fengjung. I believe there will be no one other than Buff. In fact, Haydenfeng and the others are also short-sighted. The world is huge, and among the 6 kingdoms, there are like clouds of powerhouses, but they have never seen it before. Now in their eyes, Boof is almost the best in the world, not to mention their strength, and they will definitely have a battle with that General Fangjung. Buff and the others listened to Quang Long's words, thought for a moment, and then nodded. Hayden Fang, what do you think of Quang Long's method? Returning to the general, but if it is put on others, it will definitely not work, but if the general goes, I believe there should still be a chance. Hayden Fang's words surprised Bufu. Hayden Fang and the others clearly saw their own strength, but they still had no confidence in themselves. It seemed that the magistrate of Yangle County, Zhang Fangjung's strength was not trivial. Buff continued to look at the others, and they all nodded, agreeing with Hayden Fang's opinion. Ha ha ha, what a long way, since this is much easier, as long as we defeat that Zhang Fangjung, Yangle County is ours. Zhang Quang laughed, and then looked at everyone with a look of no one else. This time, no one really competed with him, because everyone had seen Zalbo and his strength before. Although they were stabbed to death by Buff, no one in the audience dared to say that Zalbo's strength was not strong. At the time of the Three Sovereigns, a small wave of battles had been fought for hundreds of rounds without being defeated. If everyone except Buff, who could meet the General Fangjung confrontation, would only be arrogant. Shichong, you see that they don't speak anymore, they all agreed, let me fight first. Shichong, what do you mean? Buff looked at Zhang Quang's frustrating appearance, and shook his head helplessly. This guy is the master of the pain, the scar is healed, and the pain is forgotten. You want to play against him, General Fangjung? Chapter 239_knowingly ask. Buff asked knowingly and looked arrogant. Yeah, Shichong, since Quang Long said that as long as he defeats the General Fangjung, he can take Yangle County without a single soldier and a single soldier, doesn't this mean that Yangle County is put there for us to take it? Ha ha ha. Buff didn't laugh, just looked at Madness seriously. Zhang Quang laughed for a while, a little embarrassed to see that no one met. Hey, I know it for a long time. I won't underestimate the enemy. I've suffered a loss once, and I won't make the same mistake again. Only then did Bufu nodded, then looked at Zhang Quang and said, okay, since you are ready, you will still be the vanguard when attacking Yangle County. Ha ha ha, great. Don't be too happy for now. This time you are fighting against General Fangjung. Don't fight him. If you feel that you are invincible, you must retreat immediately. Can you do it? Zhang Quang is a real person, and he won't lie. Hearing Buff say this is somewhat contrary to his original plan, so he hesitated for a while. Seeing that Zhang Quang didn't answer him, he was slightly angry. Shichong, I can do it. I can do what you tell me. I listen to you the most, you know that. Buff then nodded, and then said solemnly, if you dare to disobey what I said, even if you win, you will have to deal with it by military law, understand? Here, my subordinates understand. Formulating the tactics, Boof and the others are going to set off to attack Yangle County tomorrow. In fact, it is still a bit hasty, but there is not much time left for them now. After returning to his room, his arrogant expression began to become serious. He knew that the opponent this time was a powerful one, and it might not be able to defeat him. Although he was full of confidence in front of Buff, in fact he not too sure. When Yu Zhaobo was fighting, he was still vivid in his mind. Zhaobo was just one of Fangjung's subordinates, and his strength was already able to compete with him or even have the upper hand. But Fangjung's strength must be above Zhaobo. Zhang madly sat on the bed, thinking about how to defeat Zhang Fangjung, when there was a knock on the door. Who? It's me. I didn't hear who it was at first, so I asked again. It's me, Quang Long. Oh, it's you, coming soon. Quickly opened the door, and then welcomed Quang Long in. Why did you come to me? If I want to compete, I can't do it. I have to recharge my energy to deal with that. General Fangjung. Quang Long looked at the arrogant and naive look, like this guy is so brave when he fights. I'm not here to compete with you. You are going to fight against General Fangjung tomorrow. I've played against him before, so I'm here to tell you about his characteristics. At this time, Zhang Kuang widened his eyes and looked at Kuang Long. He suddenly gave Kuang Long a big hug, and because of his excessive strength, Kuang Long was almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. You want to kill me? Hey, I'm so happy. That, you said you wanted to tell me about Zhang Fengjung, it's true. Kuang Long shook his arm and eased the place where he had just been restrained by arrogance. Then he said, otherwise you think I'm here just for you to strangle me. Okay, don't be so stingy, it's a big deal to invite you to drink. It's almost there. Kuang Long became serious this time, looked at Zhang Kuang and said, Jian Fengjung is very powerful, I can only catch 10 moves 10 under his hands, and now I will show you these 10 moves in 10, you have a good understanding of his martial arts. How much understanding you have depends on your comprehension. Come on soon, Kuang Long, I can't wait. Come. The two fought for a long time, and Kuang Long used all the moves that Fengjung fought with him, but they could only imitate his shape, but imitate the essence of his moves. But even so, when the battle was over, the arrogance no longer. He looked so happy just now. He sat there, frowning, recalling the process just now, hoping to find a flaw. However, no matter what, he couldn't find a way to deal with it. Looking at Zhang Kuang's appearance, in fact, Kuang Long had already expected this, because he used to be like this. Without disturbing Zhang Kuang, he quietly left Zhang Kuang's room. Kuang Long, who returned to his room, was sitting there thinking about a question. He was thinking about why he wanted to help Zhang Zan. Logically speaking, this person should be his enemy. But when he heard Zan Zan wanted him to fight against General Fengjung, this thought appeared in his mind. Kuang Long shook his head helplessly, maybe it was something he couldn't do, I hope this guy can do it. However, Kuang Long is really not optimistic about arrogance, he understands Zhang Fengjung's strength too well. Buff was not resting in the room at this time. He was doing something. In front of him was an armor, a middle-grade upper body armor, and an armor with free attribute points attached. He looked so delicate, and every part shone with light. Battle armor, chain armor grade, middle grade feature, strength and defense. Reduced damage. It has been upgraded to the highest quality, and cannot continue to add points. Close black lens bracket Buff looked at this armor with a smile on his face. This is a battle armor that improves defense power after he used 2 free attribute points just now. With this armor, there should be no fear of life in the Battle of Insolent tomorrow. In fact, Buff knew very well in his heart that Zhang Kuang was definitely not Zhang Fengjung's opponent, but with his confident appearance in front of the generals at that time, Buff really couldn't bear to pour cold water on him. If his breeze fell in front of Hayden Peak and the others, it would make him embarrassed. But I can't let Zhang Kuang go to death like this, so I made this armor. Buff treats Zhang Zan and the brothers who have been born and die with him very well. In the words of General Shu, it is too much love and righteousness. After solving this problem, Buff lay down on the bed to rest, and he has to continue the fight tomorrow. In Yangle County, in the city lord's mansion, Fengjung is beating Zhang Han and Liangqiu angrily. They clenched their teeth and dared not make a sound as they were covered in blood ditched by the whip. Because previous experience told them that if they dared to make a noise when they were whipped by the county magistrate, they would be beaten more severely. After whipping for a while, Fengjung stopped, the muscles on his bare upper body bulging high, looking as hard as an iron plate. It's just that the muscles that look as hard as an iron plate are covered with countless sword wounds and knife wounds. Chapter 240-Whipping. Anyone who sees these scars will be very surprised. How did this person in front of him survive? You two bastards, you have lost my face. Li Yan died in the battle, you didn't even take back his body, you still have the face to come back to see me. Scolding Fengjung, Zhang Han and Liangqiu did not dare to resist, nor did they dare to make any sound. In fact, they were prepared to be punished before they came back. Although I was a little sorry for Li Yan, the situation at that time was too sudden, and they didn't have time to react, and the matter had already happened. Looking at the terrifying blow, the only thing left in their minds was the idea of running away. Although they regretted thinking about it now, if they did it again, they couldn't guarantee that they would still escape like before, General Fangjung, but they didn't care. It doesn't matter why they run away. In his opinion, no matter what kind of opponent he encounters, he will never retreat. His only choice is to fight to the death. Because of this, even if he encounters an opponent stronger than him, he will give up and rush to fight desperately. As a result, many people were forced by his momentum and fell under his sword. Most of the wounds on his body were left like that, but I don't know if he was lucky or deliberate. Even though he was covered with wounds, none of them were fatal. In fact, what other people don't know, Zhang Fengjung has a unique ability, although he will be injured, but he will rely on this ability to start a fatal place. This is also the reason why he fought on the battlefield for so many years and did not die. After hitting Zhang Han and Liangqiu for a while, they saw that there was no good place on their bodies, but the two of them didn't make a sound from beginning to end, let alone begging for mercy. Only after Fang Zheng's anger subsided, he stopped the whipping, and lifted Fang Zheng's patient down. The two were lying on the ground and could no longer stand up. They looked at Zhang Fengjung with tears in their eyes. "You two bastards, don't feel wronged after a few beatings, at least you are still alive and can cry here." Zhang Fengjung also felt very heartache at this time. This Li Yanping is most worthy of his love, because he has the highest comprehension, learns things, and is particularly fast. And his personality is very similar to his own. So he valued Li Yan very much, but he didn't expect that this time, he was unfavorable in his apprenticeship, and was killed by Qin soldiers in front of Zhaoyang County. Even the corpse hand was not brought back, which really made Zhang Fengjung hate and annoyed. So when he heard the news of Li Yan's death, he tied up Zhang Han and Liangqiu, and started whipping them constantly. "You said, who killed Li Yan? If you go back to the county magistrate." Li Yan, one of the Qin army, named Buff, was stabbed to death by him. "Buff, it's better not to let me see you, otherwise my skin will cramp your muscles." "Magistrate, I believe we will be there soon." Zhaoyang County has been breached by him, Hayden has taken refuge with him, and their next target must be us. I don't think he'll be here in 2 days. Come and attack our Yangle County. Fang Zheng looked at Ji Xing with his eyes wide open. Ji Xing was not afraid of Fang Zheng, looked at Xiao Shang, and waited quietly for him to speak. "You mean they have the guts to come? Attack Yangle County? I'm sure they will come." The magistrate, his subordinates learned that this man named Bufu led 3,000 Qin soldiers to attack 4 Yan Kingdom cities in a row. With only 3,000 people, they attacked the 4 cities of Yan Kingdom. What are these generals defending the city doing? Zhang Fengjung roared angrily, but he knew very well in his heart that this buff could do this, not entirely because the defending general was incompetent, there must be his uniqueness. If a person brings it to him, it may be said to be incompetent, but if he has completely lost to him for 4 consecutive years, this buff really has some skills. "When did you say he would come?" "I believe that Qin soldiers will arrive here before tomorrow." Hearing this, Fang Zheng calmed down and looked at Kai Xing next to him. "Are you sure?" "Although my subordinates are only guessing, but based on the fact that he has connected 4 cities in a row, he has not stopped in any of the cities. There are various signs that he believes that he will come to us soon after occupying Zhaoyang County." "Ha ha ha, that's great." Fang Zheng changed his anger just now and laughed heartily. "The county magistrate, the Qin army is overwhelming, we should make more arrangements in advance. Why is the magistrate laughing so hard?" "Ji Xing, I have followed me for so many years, why don't I understand my temper? I am afraid that he will not come. Then I will not be able to kill them with my own hands. As long as they dare to come to me, they will definitely make them come and go." At this time, Fang Zheng stood up, and he was taller than Kai Xing, looking down at Kai Xing. "I know what you're worried about. Buff is really not an ordinary person. He can attack 4 cities in a row with only 3,000 people, and he also killed my confidant Li Yan. This person is a bit interesting. Seeing Zhang Fengjung's excited expression, Ji Xing hadn't seen such an expression on Zhang Fengjung's face for a long time. County Magistrate, we should still make arrangements in advance and order the whole city to be on alert to prevent the enemy from being caught off guard. Fengjung nodded, agreeing with Juxing's statement. You go and arrange, these things will be left to you to handle. I will wait for that buff to come to the door to compete with him, ha ha ha. To be able to kill Li Yan with one move, it must be very interesting to fight against such an opponent. Looking at the magistrate, thinking about the fight against Buff, Kai Xing shook his head helplessly. Juxing knew in his heart that no matter what he was saying after that, Fengjung couldn't hear him, so he had no choice but to stop talking. Juxing is Fengjung's advisor and the only literati who can hear Fengjung's words. He is very resourceful and unfamiliar with courage and martial arts, so he treats Fengjung differently, and divides it into a county seat, in charge of the county's large and small affairs. Although Yangle County seems to be the ruler of Fengjung, it is indeed the county chief Juxing who makes plans to govern Yangle County. But only Juxing can't defend Yangle County at all. With the great god General Fengjung, anyone who wants to attack Yangle County must weigh their weight. Of them complemented each other and managed Yangle County like an iron plate. Many people who wanted to attack Yangle County suffered huge losses in their hands. At this time, Fengjung's mood began to improve. Chapter 241-Good Mood. No longer as angry as before, he was convinced of Kai Xing's words. He believed that Juxing said that Buff would come, and Buff would definitely come here. He was a little impatient now, climbed to the top of the city and looked into the distance, hoping to see the shadow of the Qin army led by Bu Fu. But how could he see that Buff and the others just set off from Zhaoyang County? It will take at least a day to reach Yangle County. At this moment, Fengjung was standing at the window looking forward to it. It didn't look like he was waiting for an enemy, but more like he was waiting for a friend whom he hadn't seen for many years. Ji Xing saw Zhang Fengjung's appearance, and shook his head helplessly. Zhang Fengjung's character was very stubborn, and the things he looked for could not be changed at all. That is his own words. He can listen to a few points, but as long as he encounters a strong opponent, he will forget all other things, and only think about defeating the opponent. County Magistrate. According to the report from the scouts, Boof and the others have already departed from Shaoyang County and will arrive in Yangle County tomorrow. You don't have to watch it there. You can fight him tomorrow. Hearing what Juxing said, Zhang Fengjung quickly got down from the tower and came to Juxing's side. Have they come this way? Kai Xing, you are really amazing. You said they could come, and they did. Ha ha ha, I want to give you a credit. In fact, the current Zhang Fengjung is not the same as usual. What he thinks in his mind is very simple, that is, he wants to wait for Buff to come and fight with him. When Juxing heard Zhang Fengjung's compliment, he smiled bitterly in his heart, and told Buff to attack Yangle County. Zhang Fengjung was not worried at all but was so happy. Kai Xing, but not happy at all. Buff is now famous and has attracted the attention of many people. This little colonel of the Qin state actually had such a powerful strength. Although he had never seen Boof, he could imagine from Zhang Han and Liangqiu's description that the strength of this Bufu was not much worse than that of the county magistrate. Even when Li Yan was fighting against the magistrate didn't kill him, but he could kill Li Yan in one move. Juxing thought the magistrate couldn't do it. But he didn't dare to say this to General Fengjung. If he said so, Fengjung's head would be screwed off. Sighed and looked at Zhang Fengjung with a smile. County Magistrate, don't worry, Boof will definitely come. You should recuperate, preserve your strength, adjust your state, and defeat him in one fell swoop. Yes, Kai Xing, you're right, I'm going to wipe my big knife, ha ha ha. Juxing knows Zhang Fengjung, and he doesn't know what to say now, but he can hear it, which is the main reason why Juxing has stayed with Zhang Fengjung for so long. Juxing understands Zhang Fengjung's mind, and always tries his best to fulfill his thoughts. Therefore, Zhang Fengjung is willing to ask Juxing about anything, and he is willing to follow his arrangements for general matters. Buff led the crowd and led 20,000 Dale County to set off. The time between Yangle County and Zhaoying County is not too far, and it takes 1 day to arrive. Buff didn't urge the soldiers to hurry, he wasn't in a hurry. But Zhang Kuang was beside him, but he couldn't bear it any longer. It's too slow to walk like this. Why didn't I lead 3,000 Qingqi to go ahead first, and then choose a site in Yangle County earlier? Set up camp. Buff smiled and looked arrogant, but did not speak. Hey, Shichong, I'll keep. NT go to the siege, let me go first. Ha ha ha, you kid can't stand loneliness anymore. Fuck you, Gongya, don't talk nonsense. Ha ha ha. Buff looked at the arrogance and laughed. Okay, you can take 3,000 light cavalry to go first, remember not to set up camp too close to the city. Here. It's so long, don't worry. After speaking, Zhang Kuang led the 3,000 light cavalry and rushed forward quickly, and Buff's army also began to speed up and move forward. Zhang Kuang led the light cavalry to run fast, and after a while, they came to the vicinity of the city of Yangle County. Looking at the towering city wall, Zhang Kuang was very excited, that is, the defender of the city in front of him was his opponent today. Zhang Kuang can't wait to go to the battle now and fight him. But Buff's words were still fresh in his memory, and he dared not disobey his orders again. Resisting the impatience in my heart, I arranged for soldiers to start camping. At this time, the General Fangjung, who was standing on the tower, saw that the soldiers of the Qin state had come here, and quickly walked down the floor, put on his armor, and went out to meet the enemy on a horse. Xiaolu hurried forward to stop him, and Fangjung looked at Kai Xing doubtfully, not understanding why he stopped him. County Magistrate, you can see that this Qin soldier has only 2,000 or 3,000 people in total. It should be the first marching army to come and set up camp in advance. There will definitely be no strong generals. Zhang Fengjung heard what Ji Xing said, and then took another look at the Qin army standing in the distance, busy setting up camp. Feeling that what Xiaolu said was very reasonable, he put down the big sword in his hand, took off his armor, and returned to the tower. County Magistrate, since the advance army has arrived here, the main force will not be too far away. Yeah, Kai Xing, you're right, I'll just wait here, he will appear soon. After another period of time, dense figures began to shake in Fangjung's eyes. Buff and their soldiers finally came here. Come on. At this time, Fangjung shouted excitedly, but this time he didn't rush out immediately. Qin Bing, who had tens of thousands of soldiers in front of him, Zhang Fengjung was also puzzled, and he looked back at Juxing. Kai Xing, didn't you say that there are only 2,000 or 3,000 people in Buff? Now it seems that there are more than 20,000 people, how can there be such a difference? Kai Xing was also stunned when he saw the scene in front of him, and he did not expect that in these short days, Buff's soldiers and horses actually reached 20,000 people from 2,000 or 3,000. He believed that the news he got would not be false, so this must be the prisoner Buff recruited after attacking the 4 cities. But this is too much, not to mention the defending soldiers of the 4 cities, but the 20,000 soldiers and horses are already very staggering. The speed of this Bufu's development of power is really too fast. It seems that he must be killed in Yangle County, otherwise, the Yan Kingdom will have another great enemy like General Wang Jian. County Magistrate, these soldiers and horses must have been defeated by the defenders of the 4 cities and recruited to surrender. At the beginning, he really only had 3,000 soldiers and horses. It's actually developing so fast, how long it takes to attract so many soldiers and horses, it's really extraordinary. Chapter 242-against. Kai Xing, inform the generals, the soldiers are ready to fight. Here. At this time, Fangjung began to put on his armor, then mounted the horse, picked up the sword, and led 10,000 soldiers and horses out of the city to meet. Buff looked at General Fangjung and the soldiers of the state of Yan who rushed out of the city, and they all seemed to be very strong. Sure enough, it is a county of martial arts. It seems that the combat power is very strong, and it is indeed challenging to fight such a method of warfare. You are Buff, the one who killed my subordinate Li Yan in one move. Fang Zheng looked at Boof in a rough voice and asked. He could see that the person in front of him was arrogant and different. Ha ha ha, you are Fang Zheng, let me meet you grandpa. At this moment, Zhang Huang walked out from the side, carrying the big axe, and looked at Zhang Fengzheng arrogantly. Since you killed my most capable subordinate, and you dared to attack my Yangle County today, do hurry up and die today. Fang Zheng didn't even look at Zhang Huang, but stared at Buff with sharp eyes, as if he wanted to see through him. Bu Fu was not forced by his eyes. He looked at Zhang Fengzheng calmly, and said indifferently, if you are talking about the guy with the double hammer, yes, that person was killed by me. Buff replied calmly looking at Zhang Fengzheng. Maybe others would be shocked by his sharp eyes, but Buff would not. You are so rude, did you hear me talking to you? Seeing that General Fengzheng ignored him, Zhang Huang was instantly furious and shouted from the side. But no matter how he shouted, Zhang Fengzheng still didn't look at him. Seeing that Buff was not deterred by his eyes, he couldn't help but nodded, and then he turned to look at Kuang Long. Anger suddenly appeared on his face, and he cursed loudly. Traitor Kuang Long, I waited hard for you, but you dared to be a traitor. It's a shame that I was so optimistic about you back then and promised you to send Li Yan and others to help you fight the enemy. You actually united with the enemy to kill them, you disloyal and unrighteous despicable villain, how can you come to see me? Kuang Long lowered his head embarrassedly. Indeed, Fang Zheng was right, and he had nothing to refute. Since he had already made a choice, he had to go no matter what. Look at the axe. Zhang Huang was still yelling there at first, but when he heard Zhang Fengzheng start scolding Kuang Long, he was stunned at first, and then he became even more angry. He didn't want to listen to General Fengzheng anymore, so he charged at him with a big axe. Humph, the nameless, dare to do something to kill you and insult my big sword. At this time, a general rushed out from Zhang Fengzheng's side. He was a wolf, and Zhang Huang greeted him. Zhang Huang saw that Zhang Fengzheng did not make a move, and it seemed that he did not take him seriously. While very angry in his heart, he used his arms with anger, and he wanted to hack the Yan country general who rushed out to death under the horse, but things were not what he wanted. Seeing that the general swung his last wave, the two weapons collided. With a bang, the arrogant axe was raised high, and the mace in the hand of the general in front of him also fell down. Was the first time the two played against each other. When Zhang Huang began to calm down, he knew that the general in front of him was quite strong. He told himself not to be frizzy, otherwise it would be troublesome if the other party finds out the flaws. Who are you to sign up for? Humph, a mere ant can also know my name. Being arrogant is also helpless. Are all the soldiers in Yangle County so arrogant? Usually, he thought he was arrogant enough, but he did not expect to meet an opponent in this regard today. The thief is too rampant. Watch me marry your dog's life. Zhang Huang didn't speak anymore. He raised his axe to fight with this fierce general. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of moves had passed, and Zhang Huang became more and more frightened. He never imagined that he, who originally only wanted to fight with General Fang Zheng, was tied with his subordinates. If you say that, how powerful is Fang Zheng's strength? It seems that he still underestimates him. No matter what, he can only calm down and defeat the person in front of him first. Up his mind, the insolent attack began to be obviously fierce, and the speed increased a lot. Buff looked at the fierce general who was fighting against Zhang Zan, and his expression began to become serious. This person who is fighting against Zhang Huang is not simple, and his strength can be said to be on the same level as Zhang Huang, which makes Buff unexpected. Originally, I thought that Zhang Huang would not be able to fight against General Fang Zheng. Even if he could not beat him, he would not have any worries about his life, but looking at the strength of his subordinates, General Fang Zheng's strength seemed to be much more powerful. Seemed that he still underestimated him, and also underestimated this Yangle County. It seems that Yangle County really lives up to its reputation. Feng Zheng's eyes have never left Buff's place since he arrived on the battlefield. Watching the change in Buff's expression, Feng Zheng's heart is also very proud. He is also eager to try and compete with Buff, but as the commander of an army, at this time, he is willing to fight. Doesn't it make people laugh out loud? Thinking of this, Feng Zheng tried to control his own mood and suppressed his desire to fight. At this moment, he realized that Shuzi had been fighting for a long time with that guy who was yelling and screaming beside him. So he shouted impatiently, "Shuzi, why haven't you killed him for so long?" Hearing General Feng Zheng's dissatisfaction shouting next to him, the general named Shuzi suddenly became distracted, revealing a flaw. Although he wanted to save it, it was too late. Zhang Kuang had been fighting with him for a long time. He had long been depressed in his heart, thinking that Buff had asked him to fight against General Feng Zheng, but he had been fighting with the guy in front of him for so long. Seeing that the opponent finally had a flaw, how could Zhang Kuang let it go? The big axe slammed, slashing. Shuzi, who was hitting, hurriedly resisted. "Ha ha ha, Shuzi, you bastard, you were beaten like this, come back quickly. Don't get killed by that stupid guy." When Shuzi heard Zhang Fengzheng's ridicule, his heart suddenly became angry. He did not blame Zhang Fengzheng, but vented his anger on Zhang Kuang. Swinging his mace with all his strength, he slammed with the arrogant axe, and the arrogant attack was blocked. The danger was lifted. Shuzi continued to take advantage of the momentum and began to attack. "Hey, that's right, what did you call just now that you didn't get enough food for breakfast?" Xiaochang shouted Ramble by the side. This is Shuzi no longer. Under the influence of strong, concentrated and insolent battle, Zhang Kuang felt a pity in his heart for the lost opportunity just now, and at the same time was very amazed. Chapter 243-Fight against Shuzi. He himself was born with divine power, but he never thought that this guy named Shuzi could actually compete with him in terms of strength. Seems that it is really difficult to defeat him in a short time. Now the stolen money no longer thinks about the fight against Zhang Fengzheng, and only thinks about how to defeat the guy in front of him. But the two of them went through more than 100 moves, still no winner. Hu is no longer under the influence of Fengzheng, and the mace in his savage force, his aura has risen steadily. At this time, Zhang Fengzheng stopped talking. He knew that Shuzi had already gotten serious. It was really not easy, the opponent who wanted him to get serious. It seemed, this opponent's strength was not bad. Now that he seriously looked at the arrogance, was not inferior to Shuzi in terms of speed and strength, Feng Zheng nodded. It's no wonder that this guy kept yelling and screaming at the beginning. He is still a bit of a real skill. Hey, the stupid guy on the other side knows he's yelling. You have to be careful. After that kid Shuzi is serious, it's very scary, ha ha ha. Zhang Fengzheng may be in a very good mood today and talk a lot. The subordinate general next to him was also there, laughing. He didn't seem to be worried about Shuzi's safety at all. Zhang Kuang ignored Feng Zheng's reminder, and now he is engrossed in competing with Shuzi there. At this time, Shuzi, as Zhang Fengzheng said, was very serious. He hadn't been in this state for a long time. In Yangle County, no one dared to attack for a long time. However, these generals did not slack because of this. On the contrary, they had more time to practice martial arts. When he was fighting against his comrades, Shuzi couldn't keep his spirits up, and he couldn't be serious at all. Only when he was fighting against General Fengzheng would he go all out. Therefore, only Zhang Fengzheng knows how strong Shuzi is. Once Shuzi gets serious and fights 50 moves against General Fengzheng, Fengzheng won't be left behind. Fengzheng has never mentioned it to anyone, because Shuzi asked him to do so. Keep this a secret. Although he did not know why Shuzi did this, he still agreed to his request. Today, when Shuzi started to fight, Fengzheng thought that in just a few rounds, that guy who was arrogant and shouting would definitely be sacked. Didn't expect that he could fight Shuzi for so long, and he almost defeated Shuzi just now. This also made Zhang Fengjun begin to have a little interest in this guy who was fighting against Shuzi. It seems that Shuzi plans to attack with all his strength. Zhang Fengjun looked at the battle and said something to himself. As if he heard his words, Zi's attack method began to change, and his speed suddenly increased a lot. And the way of attacking has also begun to change, always attacking from unexpected angles. The sudden change made Zhang Kuang react a little, and was exploited by Shuzi's fast break. Shuzi, like Zhang Kuang, would never miss such an opportunity. But compared with Zhang Kuang, Shuzi had a better chance. A bang, the mace slammed into Zhang Zan's back. Zhang Kuang was smashed and flew out and fell to the ground, but Zhang Kuang immediately turned over and didn't seem to be hurt much. Standing there with a big axe, looking at Shuzi, shaking his shoulders. Shuzi was stunned, the scene in front of him was beyond his expectations. What's the situation? I hit this guy with such a heavy attack, and nothing happened. It's too strange. This guy is still human, so he's too resistant. Zhang Kuang also muttered in his heart, what a long battle, the armor is really too good. Just now, if there is no such armor, I am afraid that it will be explained here. Secretly glad that I had saved my life, and at the same time, I was grateful to Buff in my heart. He turned his head and glanced at Buff, who was smiling at him there. He grinned wildly, turned his head, raised his axe, and slashed at Shuzi. Shuzi was still thinking about what went wrong. The big axe was in front of him, and in a hurry, he blocked it with a mace. With a bang, although the axe was blocked, the huge thrust knocked him off the horse's back. After falling to the ground and rolling over, standing there, he looked even more embarrassed than arrogant. Ha ha ha, isn't it good for you to roll over as a donkey? Humph, that dog of yours just now is very characteristic of chewing mud. Look at the axe. Look great. The two people fought together on the ground, and it was still as indistinguishable as before, but this time, it was different from before. This time, he was arrogant and fought even more fiercely, and he was not afraid of being injured, so he fought Shuzi in a desperate way. This desperate style of play, Shuzi suddenly became very passive. His mace hit Zhang Kuang, although he felt a lot of power, but Zhang Kuang was like nothing. Apart from grinning and looking very painful, he didn't suffer any injuries at all. In turn, whenever Shuzi's mace hit Zhang Kuang's body, Kuang would use the axe to fight back regardless. Although he dodged most of the attacks, Shuzi was hit twice by the insolent axe. He is not as lucky as arrogant, he has a battle armor with attribute points added by buff to increase defense. He was hit twice by the arrogant axe, and he had suffered serious internal injuries, even breaking a rib. But Shuzi didn't flinch at all, and he didn't even frown, even though the corners of his mouth were already bleeding. Is your mace fake? How can you hit the opponent and it won't work? When Fengjun saw Shuzi like this, he also felt very strange. What the hell is going on? Shuzi's mace hit Zhang Kuang, but it didn't seem to work. Who the hell is Zhang Kuang and why is his defense so high? Hearing Zhang Fengjun's call, Shuzi also smiled bitterly in his heart. How could he know what it was for? If he had known, he would have thought of a solution. Ignored Fengjun and continued to entangle him, but now he doesn't dare to fight with him, he just uses his skills to fight him. At this time, Shuzi seized another opportunity and swept the mace towards the insolent leg. I thought that Zhang Kuang would not care, and then counterattacked as before, but unexpectedly, Zhang Kuang avoided in a hurry. Shuzi was a little puzzled. This was completely different from the usual style of play just now, and he carefully observed Zhang Kuang. Finally discovered the mystery of insolence, he suddenly realized, but still not entirely sure whether his idea is correct. So Shuzi began to attack insolent in a targeted manner to prove his idea. Chapter 244_Discover the Secrets. He kept swinging his mace and swept towards his bottom lane from various angles. At this time, Zhang Kuang changed his fighting style and began to dodge constantly. At this time, Shuzi smashed Zhang Kuang's back with a stick, and Zhang Kuang pushed his back, holding on to Shuzi's mace, still the same as before, the big axe in his hand slashed towards Shuzi. Shuzi was already prepared, and took 2 steps back, dodging the arrogant axe. This time Shuzi was finally sure what was the reason for San Huang's high defense. He no longer attacked the arrogant upper body like before, but instead attacked his lower body. Just now, Zhang Kuang was proud of his armor's high defense, and he traded injury for his life, forcing Shuzi to be exhausted and injured. But now he found that the method just now didn't work anymore. This Shuzi didn't know what to do, and specifically attacked his lower third, and no longer smashed into his armor. Zhang Kuang didn't dare to let his mace hit his leg, so he also knew something about Shuzi's arrogance. After Shuzi saw through the reason for Zhang Zhang's high defense, he gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing this, Buff signaled the soldier Ming Jin to withdraw his troops. Clang clang clang. Sound came from Buff's barracks. Zhang Kuang heard the sound of gold, and the figure who was about to rush up to fight stopped and looked back at Buff. Then he turned his head to look at Shuzi, and put away his axe. Humph! I'll spare your life today, wash your neck tomorrow, and prepare to come and die. Saying a scene, Zhang Kuang stepped back. Shuzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gently supported his chest with his palm, and then turned around and walked back. Hey, that, Buff, isn't it? What is Ming Jin doing? The winner hasn't been decided yet. Zhang Feng shouted in dissatisfaction, but he did not attack again. Zhang Kuang also didn't understand that if he played well, Shuzi was also injured. If he persisted for a while, he could be defeated or even killed. But when he clearly had the upper hand, why did Bufu want to call Jin to withdraw his troops? He returned to the main camp, and arrogantly came to Bufu's tent. How long? Why did Ming Jin withdraw his troops? After a while, I will be able to kill him. Insolent has always been straight, and he doesn't hide anything. Even with Buff, he doesn't care about anything. Have you not found it yet? If you continue to fight, you will lose, and you are very likely to be killed by him. Already. How long? This. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied, he believed that since Shi Chong said so, he must have found something wrong. Shi Chong, my subordinates don't quite understand. I clearly have the upper hand just now. Buff looked at Zhang Kuang's incomprehensible eyes. Not wanting to doubt what he said, he smiled slightly. Insolent, the mystery of your armor has been discovered by Shuzi. How could he be? What's the mystery of my armor? Buff didn't say anything, just looked crazy with a smile. It's so long, I'm so stupid, I really can't figure out how I found out. At first you play hard, give up defense, but you're just targeting those attacks that hit your armor, and once he hits your lower body, you dodge. Buff stood up this time and looked at Yangle County in the distance. This Shuzi is extremely intelligent and highly qualified. Through his relationship with you. Fight and find out why your defense is high. Buff turned to look at Zhang Kuang and said, after that, he changed his style of play for this reason. Didn't you realize that after that, he stopped attacking your armor, but instead attacked your lower body once? Hearing Buff's words, recalling the battle just now, Zhang Kuang's eyes widened. So-called authorities are fans, bystanders are clear. At that time, he only devoted himself to fighting with Shuzi, and did not pay attention to this detail. Was constantly analyzing him during the battle with him. And to discover the mystery of his armor in such a short period of time, this person is really amazing. If it continues, the outcome is really hard to say. Although Shuzi has been injured, it is nothing to the general. If he seizes the opportunity, he is really dangerous. He knelt down, kowtowed and said, this subordinate knows it's wrong. Please punish me. Buff helped him up, then looked at him and said, there is nothing wrong with you, and your strength is on par with him. You should pay more attention to the details in the future. Here, my subordinates know. Okay, you've been fighting for a day. Go back to rest early, and you'll have to fight that Shuzi again tomorrow. Here. After Zhang Kuang left, Buff sent someone to call Xiao Hai over. How long? What do you think of the crazy fight today? It's very long. That Shuzi's martial arts are very strong, and his strength is comparable to that of arrogance. If the fight continues, I'm worried. Yeah, you can also see that this Yangle County is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. It's really amazing that a fierce general can have such strength. Yeah, Yangle County is famous for its martial arts. There are many generals and masters like clouds. Therefore, there have been very few soldiers and horses from Yangle County who have come to attack. This is Xiaohai glanced at Bufu, and then continued, even if there were people who came to attack Yangle County before, they were all defeated and returned. Yeah, it seems that we have gnawed on a hard bone this time, and this Yangle County is harder to beat than the other 4 counties. Xiaohai didn't speak, just sat there quietly thinking. How long? We have 2 paths to take now. Oh, tell me. A relatively safe one is to withdraw our troops now. We will take a detour to attack other counties, and no longer go to Yangle County. As long as the Yan Kingdom is destroyed, we will besiege Yangle County with a large army, and I believe it will be easy to break through. Well, this is indeed a relatively safe solution. There is another one. But it doesn't matter. If you say it wrong, I won't blame you. With so much strength, how can a Yangle County be able to resist? Hearing Xiaohai's words, Buff was stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Xiaohai, do you know my true strength? It's precisely because I don't know how powerful Shi Cheng's strength is. That's why I say that. Xiaohai looked at Buff and shook his head helplessly. Although I have followed Shi Cheng for many years and have seen Shi Cheng's ability to reach the sky, I have never been able to see where Shi Cheng's limit is. It is very long, always capable of what others cannot, subordinates do not know, it is rare to live in the world. Chapter 245-Tough Shuzi. Although this Yangle County is very difficult to deal with, I believe that as long as you can make a move, you will definitely be able to break through it. Listening to Uncle Liang's words from the bottom of his heart, Buff also put away his jokes. Looking at Liangbo, he said seriously, you really are my military advisor. You can see everything clearly. You were right. If I think about it, Yangle County is really nothing to worry about. At this time, Buff looked at Uncle Liang with burning eyes. But I won't do that unless it's a last resort. Right now, our soldiers and horses need such an opponent to train themselves. This Yangle County is the best whetstone. The subordinate understands, so the subordinate is not worried. It's just that he has encountered an enemy this time, and his strength is stronger than before. I don't know if he can defeat them. Don't worry, Uncle Liang. I believe he can do it. Zhang Huang is the kind of person who will become stronger when he encounters a strong enemy, so you don't have to worry, tomorrow he will definitely defeat that. Shu Zi's. Although I am still not very optimistic about Zhang Huang, but since Buff said it, Uncle Liang believes that Zhang Huang will definitely be able to do it. This kind of trust and obedience regardless of the cause of the matter is something that Buff has done little by little, and let them see it. I said, what's the situation today, Shu Zi, how did you get hurt like this? Zhang Fengzheng saw Shu Zi lying on the bed, the medical officer. While diagnosing him, Shu Zi kept coughing and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. Doctor, how is he still alive? Hearing Zhang Fengzheng's words, Shu Zi coughed even more. At this time, the doctor took the pulse, and then turned around to look at Zhang Fengzheng and bowed his head. The county magistrate doesn't have to worry. Mr. Shu's life is not in danger for the time being. He just has a broken rib and needs to be rebonded. Also, he was hit by gravity, and there is some blood in his body that needs to be drained out. Oh, it turned out to be just a broken rib. I thought I couldn't survive today just looking at you. At this time, Shu Zi shook his head helplessly. Their magistrates were fine. This mouth that really gives me a headache. Orange struggled to sit up, but the severe pain prevented him from doing so. Hey, Master Shu, don't move around. If the rib pierces the internal organs, it will be troublesome. When the medical officer saw Shu Zi struggling to sit up, he was so frightened that he hurriedly ordered him. "Thank you, doctor, for a small internal injury, you don't need to be so careful." After speaking, Shuzi insisted on staying up, even though he was sitting there gasping for breath to relieve the pain. His forehead was full of sweat. But he still refused to lie down. Feng Zheng nodded when he saw Shuzi. He knew Shuzi's character too well. He was introverted and reluctant to speak, but he was very strong in his bones. For him, he really didn't care about this little injury. The medical officer had no choice but to shake his head, then turned his head and left. "County Magistrate, I'm going to get him some medicine. This step should relieve the pain. I believe that with Master Shu's physique, he should be much better tonight." "Doctor, please wait." At this time, Shuzi stopped the doctor who was about to leave, and said, "The boss prescribes a painkiller that lasts until tomorrow night. After tomorrow night, it doesn't matter if you die." Medical officer. Shocked. What the hell is this Shuzi doing? Is just a broken rib, not death at all. As long as he rests well, he can recover in less than 352 hours, but he is eager to relieve the pain, and it seems that he is going to do something drastic. When Zhang Fengzheng heard Shuzi's words, he understood Shuzi's character and his thoughts. According to, do what he said, there is no business for you here. Although the medical officer was surprised and difficult to understand, the magistrate was now restricted from speaking, and he had to do so. But before he left, he glanced at Zhang Fengzheng, then turned his head to Shuzi and said, "You are just following a rib, rest for 3 or 5 days, maybe you can recover in a day or two. But before you recover, if you continue strenuous activity, once the rib stabs the internal organs, it will really kill you." The doctor's words were not true. Shuzi looked at the doctor and nodded. "Thank you for the doctor's advice. I am very grateful to the doctor to help me with the things I asked for just now." Seeing that the hard persuasion was ineffective, the medical officer finished what he had to say, sighed, then shook his head and left. "Does it have to be like this? Actually, you don't have to do it. You know, there are countless masters in Yangle County, so you can rest for 2 days before you play." At this time, Zhang Fengzheng was no longer the abusive words he had just started, and looking at Zhang Fengzheng's stubborn eyes, his heart was full of worry. If General Fengzheng could listen to the words of any 2 people in Yangle County, except for Shuzi, who is now lying on the bed, it is the medical officer who just left. Because when Fengzheng was seriously injured, it was this medical officer who used his superb medical skills to save his life. While he was grateful to the medical officer for saving his life, he also admired the medical officer's superb medical skills. "Magistrate, you know my character. If there is no winner, I will never give up." Shuzi looked at Zhang Fengzheng firmly, without the slightest hesitation or retreat. Although the tone is very calm, but the firmness makes people unable to question. Zhang Fengzheng knew that this must be the result, and guessed that Shuzi would definitely say this, but he still advised him to pay more attention to his body. Knowing that his persuasion was useless, Zhang Fengzheng stopped talking about this issue. "Shuzi, tell me about your experience against that guy today. That guy looks very powerful. And there is one thing I don't understand very much, why your mace hit him without hurting him at all." Looking at Zhang Fengzheng's puzzled appearance, he had long thought that he would definitely ask this matter. "Magistrate, I already know the reason, so I decided to fight him again tomorrow. I'm 90% sure I'll kill him off the horse." "Oh, what's the reason? Let's hear it." Hearing Shuzi's words, Zhang Fengzheng was also interested, and he had forgotten about Shuzi's body just now. Shuzi smiled bitterly to himself, and when Fengzheng heard about the battle, he would forget everything, but he didn't feel any discomfort in his heart. He had a bright temper, they already knew it. "The magistrate, the one that Zhang Huang is wearing. The armor has some kind of doorway, it seems to be able to resist attacks and reduce damage." At this time, Shuzi recalled the time when he fought with Zhang Huang. Chapter 246-Armor's Secret. Thinking of his mace hitting his armor, he only felt pain, but there was no harm at all, so he not only clenched his fists. Although I don't know where he got the armor, the reason must be there. After listening to Shu Zi's words, Zhang Fengjun stood up. At this moment, he also began to recall the battle between Shu Zi and Zhang Kuang. Although at first, his eyes were fixed on Buff and he didn't notice their fight. But after that, when the carries had not been able to overcome the arrogance for a long time, his attention was completely on the fight. He felt strange at that time, the power of Shu Zi's mace, he had experienced in his new body. Although it can't hurt him in the slightest, if he uses his body to deal with it like this, he has to weigh it. At this time, Feng Zheng turned his head and looked at Shu Zi with golden light. You're saying that his armor is a treasure, which can reduce all damage. So your mace hit him without causing damage to him. Yes, County Magistrate, this is something I slowly tested out from the battle between me and him. Zhang Fengjun believes Shu Zi's words very much. Shu Zi is introverted, likes to seek truth from facts, and is definitely not someone who exaggerates. No wonder this buff was able to capture 4 cities without hurting one soldier. Later, they were not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also protected their bodies with treasure armor. Feng Zheng's mind was full of treasure armor, and he thought that if he could get that armor, it would be even more powerful, and there would be no rivals in the 6 nations. Ha ha ha, God is really helping me. If each of our soldiers in Yangle County has such a battle armor, we can conquer the world just around the corner. Shu Zi was taken aback by Feng Zheng's words, and then his eyes began to slowly emit light. Yes, why didn't he think about it himself? He only thought about how to defeat Zhang Kuang tomorrow, but he never thought about the battle armor. If it's really like what Zhang Fengjun said, then adding the people of Yangle County and the superb martial arts of the soldiers, they are really an iron-blooded teacher. The magistrate, what you think is absolutely feasible. I just don't know if that armor can be mass-produced. Well, this is a problem. Although our craftsmanship is good, we haven't produced a piece of armor that looks like that boy's body armor. Shu Zi's question calmed down Feng Zheng, who was excited by himself. Indeed, if there is only one piece of treasure armor, if it cannot be mass-produced, everything is empty talk. Actually, it's not that difficult. I just need to catch the buff and ask him to tell the origin of the treasured armor, and the problem will be solved. Zhang Fengjun lamented his ingenuity, and Shu Zi smiled bitterly when he heard Zhang Fengjun's words. Be able to have such a treasured armor, but not to wear it on top but to wear it on his subordinates, it can be seen that there should be a lot of treasures in the cloth. Even if you don't have any treasures on your body, if you are willing to consider yourself to be highly skilled in martial arts, you don't need it. Neither of these. Which one is it? For Yangle County, it is a very headache. But he didn't tell Zhang Fengjun what he thought, because even he himself was not sure what support Buff had. Although Zhaobo was stabbed to death by him, it didn't mean that he couldn't see how much Buff really was. Superb martial arts. Everything could only wait and see how things changed. Seeing that Feng Zheng was still excited, Shu Zi felt that his body was a little tired, and then he started to lie down. Oh, look at my patronage, Happy, I forgot about your physical injury. The doctor will bring you medicine in a while. You can take a good rest, I'll go first. Here, County Magistrate, I have a lot of inconvenience during the summer vacation, so I won't get out of bed to send the magistrate. Hey, you have done a great job today, but the enemy can't give you a reward right now. After you retreat, you will definitely be rewarded, so you can rest well. After Feng Zheng left, the medical officer took the medicine and gave Shu Zi to drink it, and still gave some instructions, hoping that he would not do any strenuous activities. Shu Zi looked at the medical officer and smiled, but did not speak. After the medical officer fed him the medicine, he helped him restore his ribs, and then tied Shu Zi's body with a piece of cloth, so that his ribs will not be misplaced due to tampering. The bowl of medicine you drink will numb the effect of pain. After another hour, the pain on your body will slowly disappear, but your real injury is still there, you just can't feel it for the time being. Many thanks to the medical officer. I don't want to say thank you. If I don't die this time, I will definitely repay in the future. Hey, there's no need to repay, just don't watch you lose your life because of this little injury. Seeing that Shuzi was still unshakable, the medical officer sighed and left. Shuzi lay there quietly for an hour, and the medicinal power finally came up gradually. The feeling of severe pain just now slowly disappeared. Shuzi slowly sat up, then slowly got out of bed and moved his arms. Even he couldn't believe it, his body really didn't feel any pain at all. Medical officer is really superb in medicine, a bowl of medicine has such a miraculous effect. While feeling the medical officer's superb medical skills, he also obeyed the medical officer's instructions and did not dare to do strenuous activities. Feeling the state of his body and the effect of the medicine, Shuzi was not moving. He knew that his injury was not healed, so he went back to bed to rest. But he lay in bed for a long time and couldn't sleep, closing his eyes was full of pictures of fighting with insolence. Tomorrow will definitely cut you off your horse. Like Shuzi, Zhang Kuang is also tossing and turning, and after listening to Buff's words, Zhang Kuang also knows that he has been seen through by Shuzi. Zhang Kuang knew very well that if it wasn't for the help of that armor, he might have been defeated long ago. Don't pretend to be strong in front of others. At this time, there is some loss in his heart. Although he has a carefree personality, it seems that he will not be troubled by these things. But in fact, Zhang Kuang's heart is very delicate, he has always worked very hard, and has repaid Buff for his cultivation. But the opponents he now encounters are getting stronger and stronger, making him a little tired of dealing with them. Oh, I can definitely do it. There, Zhang Kuang said to himself, because he was so immersed in his own emotions, he didn't even notice that Buff entered his room. What are you sure you can do? Are you cheering for yourself? It seems that you are not very confident in this battle. Langfang heard the sound, he looked up and saw that it was Buff who was standing there, and immediately got off the bed and came to Buff's side. Chapter 247-Lost Insolence. Shichong, why did you come to me? What's the matter? You ordered the servants to call me over to your place. Me too, nothing to do, I just came to see how you are doing. I'm fine. Although Shuzi's mace is very powerful, he can't do anything about my price increase. In fact, it hurts a bit, but it won't cause any harm. Buff looked arrogant, and then said calmly, take off your clothes, let me see. It's very long, don't look at it, it's really nothing. So in order to prove that there is no problem with his body, Zhang Kuang made 2 movements there. Buff didn't speak, just looked wild. Zhang Kuang knew what Buff meant, so he slowly opened his clothes. There were many bruises on his arrogant back and chest, and Buff was also very emotional. Actually, although the armor's defense is high, the pain of flesh and blood is not something that ordinary people can bear. This kind of pain will torture your heart. When you start to fight for your life, you have already lost. After Zhang Kuang put on his clothes, he looked at Buff. Wow, I know, if I really have a way to resist his attack, I don't need to fight for my life. Well, Shuzi's martial arts are strong, he is indeed slightly better, and his strength is on par with yours. This person should be your archenemy. Buff's words were calm and indifferent. No one else did not belittle himself, but just stated the facts like that. Zhang Peng nodded frequently when he heard Buff's words, and his unconditional obedience and trust in Buff was deeply embedded in his mind. But you don't have to be too frustrated. I have a way to improve your ability. Although it's just an external force, it's enough for you to beat him. Originally still a little lost and arrogant, when he heard Buff's words, he raised his head sharply, and then looked into Buff's eyes. Why are you treating me so kindly, always giving me the best help? Gong Ya, Qi Ying and the others are already a little jealous of me. You don't have to care what others think, they have their role, I will give them suitable help based on their strengths. At this moment, Buff patted Zhang Zan's shoulder. The reason why I take more care of you is to hope that you will grow up as soon as possible, and then be able to take care of me alone. The second is because the enemies you encounter are very powerful, so if you want to defeat them, you must improve your ability. Oh, that's what it is. Don't think too much, just remember one thing, that is, never be afraid of your opponent on the battlefield. As a general, confidence is very important. Here, this subordinate understands, and will no longer be frustrated. However, in the battle tomorrow, the subordinate is not sure that he will be able to defeat that. Choosy. Ha ha ha, that's right. Admit your own no, be realistic, only then will you make great progress. Here, my subordinates will be complete tomorrow. Crazy, don't worry, you will definitely win tomorrow. After he finished speaking, Buff left. After leaving, he sat back on the head of the bed arrogantly, and suddenly he found that there was an extra pair of combat boots on the table at some point. This is. Picking up the combat boots, after thinking about it for a while, the arrogant expression suddenly changed, and he burst into laughter. The next morning, just before dawn, the two soldiers and horses faced off in front of the gate of Yangle County. Zhang Fengzheng looked at Buff and carefully looked at the armor on his body, but he found that the armor on Buff was different from that on Zhang Huang. So he rode on his horse and stopped between the two armies. Whoosh! Fengzheng didn't move, he already grabbed an arrow in his hand, and with a little force, the arrow was easily broken by him. This kind of thing can't hurt me, so don't waste your arrows. He glanced disdainfully at the bow and arrow that was still aimed at it. For Zhang Fengzheng, the most shameful thing was to sneak attack on the opponent. But this time Gongya was not a sneak attack, but when Fengzheng was looking at him, he shot, and he didn't go all out. It's just that Gongya couldn't get used to Fengzheng's indomitable appearance, so he shot smoothly. Without another chance to bow an arrow, Fengzheng looked at Buff and said, "Buff, come out and talk." Seeing Zhang Fengzheng coming into battle, Buff had already guessed what he was going to do and thought in his heart, it seemed that the fish had finally taken the bait. He stepped forward calmly and looked at Zhang Fengzheng with cold eyes. At this time, Fengzheng looked at Buff, who was closer, and looked more closely at the armor on his body. Watching it for a while, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He knew that when he was in the distance just now, he had not read it wrong. This Buff's body was just an ordinary piece of armor, which was completely different from that of Zhang Huang. Buff looked at Zhang Fengzheng the whole time, sizing up that he did not speak, thinking in his heart, it seems that it is indeed the case. That, Shuzi already knew the secret of the armor on Zhang Huang's body, and he had already told Zhang Fengzheng. "Hey, are you here for a blind date and tell me to come out and watch without talking? What do you mean if you like the armor on me? As long as you open the city and surrender, I will give it to you." HMPH. I don't even bother to have that piece of junk on your body. In Yangle County, any craftsman can make it 100 times better than yours. At this time, Fengzheng rolled his eyes, looked at Buff and said, "Why don't we make a bet?" "Oh, how do you want to bet?" When Buff heard Zhang Fengzheng say he wanted to bet, he was also interested. "Today's battle, if I win, you will tell me the secret of that armor." Buff heard Zhang Fengzheng's blunt mention of the battle armor, he was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "So you are fighting the idea of that armor. In addition to martial arts, isn't your Yangle County famous for making weapons? Why are you looking at my battle armor today and what you said is worthless, and now you want it again?" "Bah, who cares about the armor on you? I'm talking about the one on the guy who fought on the ground yesterday." At this time, Buff followed Fengzheng's eyes, and Fengzheng's eyes were staring straight at madness. "Oh, it turned out that you were talking about that one. I didn't expect you to be quite knowledgeable." "Nonsense, I have been touching these things since I was a child. I know the weight of a battle armor weapon in my eyes. What's so strange about such trivial things?" Buff deliberately pondered for a while, then looked at Zhang Fengzheng and said, "But what if you lose?" "If you lose, you lose, what else do you want?" Buff was stunned for a second. He didn't expect that these 5 big and 3 rough men, who were also county magistrates of a city, would be so unreasonable. Chapter 248-Unfair Game. You are really interesting. What kind of bet you are is not fair at all. Why should I bet with you? Well, if you win, I'll give you this armor on me. That's alright. Ha ha ha, I don't like that piece of junk on your body, but I do have one thing I want. If you want to bet, we can bet on it. Oh, tell me what it is. Yangol County. Well, you guys are too arrogant. It's really unreasonable to bet a county with me with a piece of armor. Fangjung looked very angry, and when he heard Buff's unreasonable bet, he shouted there. Putting Fangjung's performance in Buff's calculations, if Fangjung is not angry with such a request, then Fangjung will be very difficult to deal with. Don't be angry yet. Listen to me first. Humph. The middle of the positions of the two armies, the soldiers and horses of both sides stared at each other, but now there is a dramatic picture. The generals of both sides were there, arguing and scolding, looking like they were bargaining, and the atmosphere suddenly became very strange. Is this still fighting? Soldiers on both sides have this feeling in their hearts. I said, how do you know that I only have the offer for that one piece? What are you talking about? Is there anything else besides that armor? Can you mass-produce this kind of armor? Seeing that the General Fangjung had been hooked, Buff deliberately hung him there and said slowly, it's not possible for mass production, but it should be no problem for tens of thousands of people to wear this kind of armor. When Zhang Fangjung heard Buff say this, he was overjoyed. If it wasn't for the two armies fighting, he would have rushed over and picked Buff up now. He was still thinking before, it would be a pity if there was only one armor. And if it was really like what Buff said, his idea yesterday might be realized. What you said is true, don't lie to me. Otherwise, you will die ugly. Ha ha ha, you don't need to threaten me. First, you are not my opponent. Second, I don't need to lie to you. Fangjung ignored Buff's first sentence and was very happy to know that Buff didn't lie to him. Okay, great, as long as what you say is true, then I'll bet on you, but... Turning Fangjung's eyes, he continued, but since the stake is so high, let's change the way of gambling. Seeing that Fangjung had been completely fooled, Buff secretly laughed in his heart. After all, he is a martial artist, and he is slightly inferior to his scheming. How do you want to bet? 2 of 3 games. As long as you win twice, I promise you to shoot and surrender. Okay, that's it. Buff didn't notice that the mystery in Fang's words. He said that he would win himself twice. Buff understood that the battle between the generals of the two armies only needs to be won twice. It can be seen that Buff has mastered Fangjung. This is the effect he wants. Fangjung, who does not look so smart, is actually very smart in his heart. After the two sides reached an agreement, the battle began. Shuzi walked out slowly, and Buff moved forward with great strides. He came to the middle. Shuzi only looked at Buff. Humph. Unexpectedly, you can still fight. I will definitely kill you today. Ha ha ha, on the contrary, I know you will fight. Come on, let me see how you killed me. Shuzi was taken aback. This guy seems to be different from yesterday. Look great. The horse rushed forward and fought with Zhang Kuang, because they had handed over once yesterday, and they are not testing each other. Go straight up and fight desperately, using all killing moves, trying to put the opponent to death. Because I already knew the secret of Zhang Kuang yesterday, the target of Shuzi's attack today is Zhang Kuang's Sha Sanlu. Zhang Kuang is also trying his best to deal with him. In terms of speed and strength, Shuzi is not under the arrogance. In addition to the relationship of martial arts since childhood, he is slightly better than Zhang Kuang in martial arts. However, after a long time, Zhang Kuang has clearly fallen below. Looking at the way of trading injury for life, after it has no effect on Shuzi, there is no way to restrain Shuzi's attack. It was already difficult to defend. Shuzi did not intend to give Zhang Kuang any chance. He wanted to kill Zhang Kuang in one breath. Chance. When Fangjung saw Shuzi, he had a very good opportunity to kill Zhang Kuang. Shuzi also seized this opportunity and swept the mace towards Zhang Kuang's head. Has not adjusted because he just gave me Shuzi's attack, revealing a very large gap. Seeing that the mace was about to hit his head, he suddenly moved his feet wildly and disappeared in place. Shuziji was about to get a blow, and he hit the air all of a sudden, causing his body to lose its balance. Seeing the arrogance disappearing in front of him, Shuzi was stunned. What's the situation? Be careful. When Fang Zheng's worried words reached Shuzi's ears, Shuzi instinctively ducked forward, but still did not escape the arrogant axe. Zhang Huang didn't kill him. This was the account of Bufu when he was about to fight. Because of the stake, Bufu knew that this was the town of Yangle County, and he could pay for it without a single soldier. An axe hit Shuzi's back. Shuzi spat out a mouthful of blood, lying on the ground and couldn't stand up again. Zhang Huang came to Shuzi's side in a few steps, grabbed his body, carried it on his shoulders, and ran back. At this moment, Shuzi was in a coma and could not resist at all. Someone from Fang Zheng's side was riding out to rescue, but it was too late. I don't know why this guy, Zhang Huang, was able to walk like flying with Shuzi on his back, and his speed seemed to be a few points faster than before. Seeing that the people who were chasing on horseback could no longer catch up, they turned the pier and withdrew back. Seeing that Shuzi was seriously injured by insolent, Fang Zheng's eyes suddenly widened with unknown life and death. He was really angry this time. He had long forgotten about the bet, and he was about to rush to Buff's camp before shooting. When the commander moved, the soldiers rushed forward. But after rushing forward 2 steps, Fang Zheng waved his hand to stop the soldiers from following, and then looked straight at the man in the Buff camp who was wearing a strategist and came to Shuzi's side. Then he took out a small bag of powder and fed it to Shuzi. He didn't know what that bag of powder was used for, but he believed that it was not poison. If he wanted to kill the current Shuzi, it would be too easy. No need to work hard, but also to poison. Zhang Fangzheng can still be understood. This should be saving Shuzi. Chapter 249 Fang He stopped the advancing warhorses, and then stood in the middle of the camp, looking at Shuzi like that. After a while, Shuzi slowly opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar faces around him. He was about to struggle, but was firmly held by the soldiers around him. Your usual strength of Shuzi, 3 or 535 ice silks can't hold him at all, but now his previous injuries are not completely healed. This time, he was shot wildly again. It is conceivable how bad his body is now, but thanks to the double jawbone powder, he can avoid death, and his old wounds will slowly heal. Seeing Shuzi's lively appearance, although he was restrained by several Qin soldiers, Fang Zheng was relieved. He turned his head to look at Buff, nodded, and returned to his camp. Who's going to fight next? Buff shouted there, and General Fang Zheng, who had just returned to the camp, heard Buff shout like this. He walked out again, came to the middle of the 2 camps and waved the big knife in his hand, and the tip of the knife pointed at Buff. Come on, don't let others take another shot, just decide between you and me. Oh, if that's the case, then it's best. Are you ready? Yangle County will be in my bag soon. Humph. Arrogant, if you want it depends on your ability. Buff rode a red rabbit horse, holding Fang Tianhua halberd, and came to Zhang Fangzheng. Glancing at the weapon in Buff's hand, his eyes were immediately attracted. Previously, he hadn't noticed anything special about Buff's weapon, but now after watching it carefully, he realized that it was not an ordinary item. After watching it for a while, he reluctantly looked away from his weapon. Open, then look at Buff. I didn't expect you to have such a good weapon in your hand. We can add one to our bet. If I win, your weapon is mine. If I lose, I am willing to follow you and fight the world with you. This time, Zhang Fangzheng didn't have so many arrogance and calculations, and he said it calmly in his heart. When Shuzi was defeated just now, he saw it very clearly, that insolent disappeared in an instant, and then appeared behind Shuzi. This is infinitely close to the super speed of teleportation, and it is definitely not something that insolence has before. If Zhang Huang had such a speed before, he wouldn't have been forced by Shuzi to fight for his life yesterday. As long as he uses this speed, he can completely defeat Shuzi with one move like today. So here comes the problem. If Zhang Huang didn't have such speed yesterday, he would still be stretched when he was fighting with Shuzi. Today, I suddenly had such a speed, and one move knocked Shuzi unconscious. Now that I think about it, it should be Zhang Huang's mercy. If it is, the orange can't sit there properly at all. I'm afraid the body has been cut in half. After analyzing the whole process, Zhang Feng understood that the thing that Buff said before about more than one treasure is absolutely true. That, the secret of insolent speed is on those boots, which will be known by Feng Zheng through analysis. At this time, he saw the weapon in Buff's hand in front of him again. You just wanted to know that it was definitely not ordinary. At first, Feng Zheng, who was full of confidence, suddenly felt a little unsure. Yes, you took a fancy to me. Take the weapon. If you're going to beat me, I'll give it to you. Buff looked at Zhang Fengzheng in front of him with a smile, and Zhang Fengzheng's current expression was very serious, as if he was facing a great enemy. This is completely different from his previous state, and in the battle between Zhang Huang and Shuzi, he continued to show the magical power of the armor. The strength of Buff also slowly appeared in his heart, and Feng Zheng knew that Buff in front of him was able to conquer the 4 counties, and it seemed that his words were true. However, although he is not sure, he will use Buff to fight the last time, and he will never back down before he fights. Even if you encounter a strong enemy, even if you may die, knowing that you are not an enemy, you still have to fight against it. This is the character of Zhang Fengzheng. Relying on this desperate effort, although he suffered a lot of injuries, he also killed many opponents stronger than him. Whether the Buff in front of him will be his next opponent to be killed, Zhang Fengzheng dare not say. Every time he encounters a strong enemy, he will become very serious and focused. At this moment, Zhang Fengzheng is like a tiger, seeing a male lion. The fighting spirit was slowly released, but Buff's side was calm. He is almost immortal, and he is not afraid of Feng Zheng's attack at all. Buff thought to himself that his free attribute points have been consumed too much these days, and he should need to replenish them. But if they discover their secrets at this time, it will be a headache. There is no way. If an arm, a leg, or a head is really cut off, then the free attribute points will definitely increase faster. But in this case, his own secrets will be known to these people from time to time, unless they are all killed, but Buff doesn't want to do that. It seems that it is only accumulated slowly. This General Fengzheng seems to be very strong in combat, and it should be normal for him to be injured a little while fighting him. Buff looked at Zhang Fengzheng with a slight smile, where the injuries to his body in this small town would increase faster, and then others would not notice anything abnormal. Looking at Buff's smile, in Zhang Fengzheng's eyes, this smile was a naked mockery, and anger suddenly ignited in his heart. This Buff actually dared to look down on himself. It seemed that his performance just now was a little cowardly, and he had to let him know how powerful he was. Look at the knife. Soon as the words fell, the big knife had already slashed at Bufu's shoulder. Because the speed was too fast, Bufu only had time to raise his own halberd. Although resisting the slash of the broadsword still slashed on Buff's shoulder. Blood spurted out, and the wound looked very terrifying. He saw Feng Zheng's move to gain, and he didn't stop attacking, and went down with all his strength. But Buff's Feng Tianhuaji remained motionless, just lying on his chest like that. No matter how hard Feng Zheng tried, he didn't fall any further. Buff's face did not change at all, as if it was not his body that was slashed by the sword. He turned his head to look at his shoulder, the cut flesh turned outwards, and the blood continued to flow out along the big knife. Buff thought in his heart that this kind of injury should be enough. If he cuts it again, half of his arm will be chopped off, and it can't go any deeper. Looking at Buff's indifferent expression, Feng Zheng couldn't help being surprised. Chapter 250 _ that kind of injury should be okay. He used to be afraid of death and injury. I can endure the pain, but I will never look like Buff. who has suffered such a serious injury, and still doesn't change his face. While Fang Zheng was surprised, he didn't stop the movement of his hand. Since he couldn't press it down, he pulled Fang Zheng's knife back. The big knife pulled on Bufu's shoulder, and rubbed against Fang Tianhua's halberd, making a creaking sound. The wound grew a little bigger, but even so, Buff still looked indifferent, as if the injured person was not himself. Even Fang Zheng began to become very surprised. It was really hard for him to imagine what kind of person this Buf was. Did he never feel pain? At this moment, he was not in a hurry to attack, and sat on the red rabbit horse and looked at his wound. Ding! The host's shoulder was cut off, and his health was deducted by 10 points. Ding! The host gained 1 free attribute point and can add points freely. Listening to the sweet voice, looking at the huge wound on the shoulder next to him, but there are also some emotions in my heart. It's really not easy to get this free attribute point. Such a wound only gives 10 points and 10 points, but adding a pair of boots is called 10 points free attribute points. Buff shook his head helplessly. How many injuries it would take him to put together an armor of 10,000 soldiers and horses. This matter has to be considered in the long run. If Buff didn't know, he asked him to look at the wound and think. When these things happen, Zhang Feng was opposite him, stunned there, never launching an attack. Was this guy cut stupid by me? Why didn't he look at the wound and didn't move, didn't cry out the pain and didn't try to stop the bleeding? Such a big wound, it was enough for him to bleed for a while. Fang Zheng wanted to continue, but he didn't know what he should do. Being kind to the enemy on the battlefield was cruel to himself. Xiaosha is also here for the first time, so the battle-hardened General Fang Zheng doesn't care about the enemy's pain at all, but the situation at this time is very different from what he has encountered before. Even if Buff is there shouting pain, Fang Zheng will not hesitate. It's just that the current situation is too strange, and Buff is looking at the wound as if nothing had happened. It was as if he was looking at someone else's body, not screaming in pain or bleeding, as if everything had nothing to do with him. This is the first time Fang Zheng has encountered, so he doesn't know how to do it well. At this time, Buff turned his head, looked at the picture, and was still there in surprise, hesitantly put Fang Zheng. Well, you are a good person, you are still a man, you didn't take advantage of others' danger. After taking a pat, Buff finally spoke, and Fang Zheng was also relieved. You are born without pain, why don't you feel any pain from such a serious injury? You don't feel pain. No, it really hurts when you slash, but I can hold it back. Impossible, how can such a wound be able to be like you just by forbearance? I no longer believed in Buff's nonsense, and saw that Buff had moved, so he stopped slashing at Buff by waving a big knife. A puff, the big knife cut off Buff's right shoulder again, still the same way of blocking. Fang Tian drew a halberd across his chest, not moving a single bit, but this made Fang Zheng completely unable to accept it. Buffs. Since the tidbits of the room can be completely blocked, his own big knife, why not hold it a little higher? And this big knife of his own will not take a fancy to his shoulder. Now his right shoulder is the same as his left shoulder, and he is seriously injured. Seeing the blood spurting out, it has dyed Buff's armor. This time, Fang Zheng looked at Buff again, but Buff still looked at the wound with an expressionless expression. Then I actually dropped my Fang Tianhua Ji. I looked at the injury on my left side and nodded, as if I was satisfied. Fang Zheng was completely dumbfounded. What was the situation? Whether this guy was human, or the same? He pulled Fang Zheng's sword back and tried to make Buff's wound bigger. Chunhui's broadsword general, Fang Zheng, sat on the battle horse, his eyes wide open, looking at Buff in disbelief. Ding! The host's shoulder is split, and 10 health points are deducted. Ding! The host adds 1 free attribute point, and you can add points freely. Ding! The host bleeds continuously, and the life points are deducted by 30 points. Ding! The host add 1 free attribute point, you can add points freely. Close black lens bracket. Yo, this is a bonus. Buff laughed when he heard the system's voice. His smile didn't matter, but it frightened Fang Zheng enough. Is this guy human? At this time, he suddenly remembered a question. He slashed both shoulders of Buff with 2 knives. Judging from the wounds, the injuries were not light. But now Buff can move his hands freely, and he has shed so much blood. His face has not changed at all. Is this what a person can look like? Buff watched his attribute points increase by 70 points, and nodded with satisfaction, like this pretty much. At this time, Buff raised his head sharply, and looked at Fang Zheng like a torch. Fang Zheng was shocked, and was shocked by Buff's gaze. But he quickly adjusted his form, and it seemed that Buff was going to attack. I saw Buff raised his Fang Tianhua halberd and stabbed Fang Zheng in disguise. Seems that the movements are very ordinary, but Fang Zheng feels the power of this halberd. It seems that only when he really faces Buff can he realize how powerful Buff is. This seems like an ordinary blow, but in Fang Zheng's eyes he feels that he will be stabbed no matter where he takes it. The Fang Tianhua halberd in Buff's hand did not attack a single point, but the entire space in front of him. A buzzing sound, the Longwei skill was activated, making Fang Zheng feel as though he had been attacked. But he was quickly adjusted by him, raised his big knife, like a right block, and finally blocked Buff's shot. Seeing Fang Zheng lying down on his own, Buff also nodded and praised secretly. This Fang Zheng is really different. His own trick, Longwei, has been tried and tested, and he can shock the opponent, and then lose the protection of his mind, and then he will be attacked. He stabbed himself under the horse. But this time it was actually blocked. Although Bufu didn't want to kill Fang Zheng, Bufu was still willing to seriously injure him. Anyway, with the double Jiao bone powder, Fang Zheng couldn't die. The performance of Fang Zheng surprised Buff, and at the same time increased his determination to subdue him. Compared with the entire Yangle County, Bufu cares more about the county magistrate in front of him, the martial arts general Fang Zheng.